of those places, so their fight back is now well and truly on. Charlie Crossland behind the wheel, put the car on pole position with a great lap time in qualification, and now they're fourth on track, 4 seconds away from the race leader, but within shooting distance of the number 3 Rocket Zansho SimSport car, currently holding the provisional bottom step of the podium. Radicals Online Racing in 6th position, a further second and a half adrift just ahead of Fault Shark and Avanti Racing. And David, welcome back. It's been a dramatic few minutes.
I've just been sitting at a blue screen going, hello? I missed all the action. So, Paul, wonderful to be back, but my goodness me, that was a terrible start from Fordzilla. We caught that. We got about 25 seconds into the race before we left you there. So Fordzilla obviously losing out that lead, and not just that, they're under big pressure right now to actually get that. Can't believe E-Team Brit up into second place, but that start line incident for Casual Apex and Camsport, as well as Necesidad de la Velocidad, that was a brutal start line accident. But we keep going. 5 minutes of the race gone already, and now we're starting to see them starting to settle down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a big disappointment to make contact so early in the race of a 6-hour endurance race. The stewards here have been very firm with the drivers to keep it clean, to keep it fair, to put on a good show for everybody taking part, of course, and everybody watching at home. But these things do happen in motor racing. But just a quick word, David, while we lost you, while you were looking and enjoying the pleasures of a big blue flag on your monitor, the Fordzilla car did actually drop all the way down in a 5th position, but they made their way past Barracuda just a couple of laps ago. So the fight back for Fordzilla is well and truly on, and Crossland behind the wheel will be kicking himself for a tardy couple of opening laps here, and they've got a lot of work to do, because I don't know about you, David, but I would not fancy having to work my way past a Zansho car and an E-Team Brit car as well.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not on my list of things that I would be wanting to do with my Sunday, and that is exactly what they have got on their to-do list today. Fordzilla, I mean, as it stands, they have got some huge championship points that they are losing out on by being down in that 4th position, but ultimately they wouldn't count that as a bad day at the office. They would take that rather than being out of the top 10. But in all honesty, I mean, look at that number 3 Zansho Rocket SimSport machine just now, currently ahead of them. You do get the feel, and there we go, position taken already.
Yeah, fabulous stuff. The Fordzilla car immediately making amends and jumping up in a 3rd position. Meanwhile, E-Team Brit are on a charge. The Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo is the machine to have, it seems, in this early stage of the race. Of course, this is the first time in race conditions we've seen these cars full of fuel weighing significantly more than they did in qualification, and that's working to the advantage of the Ferrari. Now let's take a look at the start. Wheel spin from the Aston Martin, made contact with the Porsche. Unfortunately, that catches out the Need for Speed car as well, but that Aston Martin just about gets away with it. David, it's so easy to do with all being there. A little bit too much of the loud pedal. The rear end steps out, and sadly, there was another car in the way.
Oh, that's a bit awkward for that start line incident. Yeah, you hate to say it, but also noticing that Max Spinner posting in the Simply Race chat. Let's have a look here at the start then, and through the middle. Well, yeah.
I read it wrong.
Honest, I still think was it the Casual Apex car that's the white and blue car at the back there. Yeah, that's all on them for that. They tried to get past and drove straight into the car. And what's happened to the Zansho Rocket SimSport machine into the pits at this early stage of the race? So the number 2 car is down into 9th position there, Paul. So that now means that E-Team Brit in the lead of the race, but Fordzilla now just about 3.5 seconds off the leads. I'm wondering, is it contact, do we think, between the E-Team Brit car and the Zansho Rocket SimSport car? So that's obviously something has happened to that number 2 machine that was in the lead of the race there. So absolute drama at such an early stage of this race as we go 10 minutes on the board just now. And E-Team Brit, as we see Avanti Racing running very, very wide there. That is going to be at Piratella. The car just drifting off to the right-hander there. Oh, and a huge bit of contact there. That's Avanti Racing, and that's going to be Green Shell Racing as well. That's coming through Aqua Minerale, the car. God knows how that Green Shell Racing machine held onto that, Paul. That was unbelievable skill from both drivers.
Yeah, Green Shell Racing are really been in the wars over the course of this first 10 minutes of the race. We talked at the start of the show about the need to keep everything nice and neat and clean. It's a 6-hour endurance race, nothing to be gained by dramas in the opening laps, but Green Shell Racing now, that's their second bit of drama already. We're only 10 minutes down, but lucky for them, they do survive. They're 8th on track at this moment in time. Avanti Racing finding their way past. We're looking at the Avanti Racing car now, up in 7th position, so time to calm down, boys. Time to just relax, regather your composure. I'm sure they'll be whispered in their ear by their teammates here on site at Simply Racing. Just say, calm it down. There's a long way to go. But as you say, though, E-Team Brit are leading the race from Fordzilla. Would not have expected that headed into this event.
Max Spinner will be having absolute kittens right now as the team boss at E-Team Brit in that number 15 machine. Fordzilla do look like they have the superior pace, bringing that gap down by about a second over that first lap. But again, we don't know what strategy are on the go here at the second rounds of the Simply Racing Endurance Series. E-Team Brit out in front, but again, Fordzilla closing down at a rate of knots. Zancho Rocket Simsport kind of dropping off the back end of that battle as well, but still far ahead of Barracuda, who move up into 4th position. Radicals Online up into 5th, Fault Shark in 6th, Avanti Racing in 7th, Green Shell Racing in 8th position, Zancho Rocket Simsport after leading the race down into P9, and Red Shell Racing down into P10. And I do wonder what's Paul happened to that number 2 machine.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find that one out in the fullness of time as we're looking to find out what happened to the Zancho Rocket Simsport car. But one thing that's worth bearing in mind as well is, speaking again to drivers earlier today, we anticipate the fuel economy of all of these cars to be broadly the same when driven under normal conditions. These are not normal conditions, ladies and gentlemen. These are race conditions, and depending on where you are on the track, depending on what fights are unfolding in front of you, will very firmly influence exactly how hard or not you need to push your car. But we've not really got any cars that are obviously going to give an advantage. The Ferrari's been changed ever so slightly for this event, so that's got a little bit more capacity in its fuel tank, so it should run on a par with what is frankly the majority of Corvette C8Rs. We're looking at Fault Shark Racing now in 6th position. Oh, we're just finding out through our ears now that Rocket have got a drive-through penalty for jumping at the start, and Red Shell Racing also have a penalty. Casual Racing have Casual Apex have a penalty for that incident that we saw at the start of the race. And that's a good call, that one, David, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was the only call that could be made. But Zancho, that explains why they had to go to the pits from that first position. And that explains why they're all the way down in 9th. Now, that is not necessarily the end of their day. It's only 17 seconds, 16 seconds, so that'll come down quite rapidly. But, I mean, 15 minutes into a race, and we've had huge drama already. Fault Shark looking a little bit racy here onto the back of Radicals Online and trying to catch up to Barracuda as well, but that gap to the leader now down to just 2 seconds, and they're rapidly bringing Zancho Rocket Simsport, the number 3 machine, with them as well. So Martin Bucket, if he is still in that car, is going to have to learn to make it as wide as he possibly can.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see as commentators and for the audience at home as well. As cars running in close proximity to each other, and arguably you could say the Zancho Rocket Simsport machine, the number 2 car that received their penalty early in the race, you could say that's one of the faster cars on this grid, so expect to see them moving up the running order very, very rapidly indeed. But this Fault Shark Aston Martin, beautiful livery by the way, adorning that Aston Martin, they've shown a fair turn of pace so far in this race, and the Aston Martin looks like it's a reasonably stable car around Imola at this stage. So expect Full Shark to start making a bit of a nibbling noise at the back of that Radicals Online car ahead.
And I'm just trying to think, Paul, what would that nibbling noise sound like? It'd be a proper munch, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But I mean, I'm looking at that battle for 4th position, Paul, and that is what 3 cars that we've got. Maybe 3 cars that we've got within 2 seconds of each other, 3 seconds of each other. So, and Fault Shark, big power slide coming out of that right-hander down at Aqua Minerale there, and that is. Yeah, that's a textbook example of how you lose yourself some time there.
Yeah, but a fabulous catch, though. Great reactions from the Fault Shark car to keep everything facing in the right direction. Really cat-like reflexes for the Aston Martin driver. And as you say, that's lost him quite a bit of real estate, and that has brought Avanti Racing firmly into the picture in that battle for 6th position. So the Avanti Racing car that's had its own dramas earlier in the race as well will start to fancy their chances of getting involved in this little battle pack, headed, of course, by Radicals Online, the number 5th position for the number 7 car. So we'll keep our eye on this as it progresses. But this is not a 6-hour race. These drivers think they're in a touring car event.
For most of them, they'll be treating it like they're in a turn car event as well, contact and all. But Fault Shark here really having a very difficult job. As look at the pace that Avanti Racing have got trying to get that machine up through the positions there. In fact, I'm just having a look there. It's very difficult because the Fault Shark livery very similar in terms of the colour scheme to that Golf. The very famous Golf GT livery that we see also as, more commonly on the Fordzilla machine, currently up in that 2nd position. But Fault Shark up into P5, getting chased down now. And if anything, they're a bit of a cork in the bottle, aren't they? Because they're bringing Avanti Racing with them. They're bringing Radicals and Zancho and Red Shell Racing and Green Shell Racing into the mix as well. Very shortly, we're going to have maybe a 6-car battle for 5th position.
Yeah, fabulous stuff. And it's interesting to see that actually since the incident with the Fault Shark car last lap, they've not really shown they've got the pace to keep up with Barracuda ahead. So maybe, if you say, Fault Shark now are starting to become the cork in the bottle. They're not under pressure in terms of having to defend yet from Avanti Racing, but that will only inevitably be a matter of time before this Aston Martin comes under pressure from those behind. So what do you do in this situation, David? Do you dig deeper, try and find some more lap time, try and find a way to close that gap down, or do you just concentrate now on maximising stint length, minimising the amount of force that you're putting through the car, and just try and do what you can to think about the long game?
It's a difficult one because as a racing driver in a 6-hour event, you want to say you have to think about the long game, but realistically we've seen, and it doesn't matter what platform you're on, whether it's R Factor 2 or Assetto Corsa Competizione, the level of skill, Paul, the level of ability is so high, it doesn't matter anymore. You have to be driving for a 100% capacity for that entire 6 hours. It's the only way you can be competitive. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself out of the top 10 and getting beaten quite considerably by drivers and teams who are absolutely on it for more than you are. Just watching here with the Fault Shark machine in 5th place. I'm also watching that gap for E-Team Brit and Fordzilla now coming down to about a second. So Fordzilla now getting within that second mark of E-Team Brit, and it kind of goes up and it goes down, but now it's coming down quite considerably. And I wonder if this is fuel saving and potentially some tyre saving from E-Team Brit as well. Maybe just keeping the pace where they feel comfortable in terms of pushing through the entire 6 hours, because the rest of the field as well have dropped off quite considerably.
Yeah, absolutely.
So watching here with Fault Shark as well, and still trying to hold on to that position from Avanti Racing, and Avanti Racing looking to go side by side then coming across the start finish line. This is going to start another lap here, Paul, and I'm wondering if you feel like Avanti Racing just trying to make up the positions nice and early, as we see Radicals Online and Zancho Rocket Simsport going side by side as well again, with 5 hours 40 left to go. I don't know about you, but I'm struggling to see how I can last all 6 hours here.
Yeah, this is definitely a case of endurance racers split down into sprint racers and fighting so hard amongst each other. We're talking about E-Team Brit for a moment as well. But still, ever lead ahead of Fortilla. 2 tenths per second, 3 tenths per hour. They're doing a great job on the Ferrari driver. Really managing that gap, not putting themselves under pressure, not defending fresh air, but just keeping everything under control, exactly as you'd expect them to be. Fabulous work so far.
Yeah, it really is fantastic work though. Fordzilla still just 7/10 of a second off of that lead we're currently watching from the blimp cam, and that is Red Shell Racing getting it all wrong at Aquaman Rally. The car goes spinning round and they go down even further. They keep the car back on the track there, but that keeps the pressure off of Zancho Simrocket Simsport in the number 2 machine, and back on to the Red Shell Racing machine. And Paul, I can hear you're having some fun in the background with some audio engineering and some microphones.
This is the 32nd microphone I've used today. Let's hope it works. So yes, we're having a bit of drama. It's been fun, Mike and I. But let's get back to what we just saw, what we've seen on our screen. I don't know if you caught me last time, David. I was saying about the eBrit team. They've now extended that to 6/10 of a second. I think you're right. I think they're just managing this one, just managing the car, managing the tyres. And you and I have spoken about this in different series, and I'm sure anybody watching at home is well aware of the nuances of racing in endurance racing. If you can extend your stint by half a lap, every single time you go round, that is big savings at the end of the race, isn't it?
It really, really is, because it allows you options. It allows you the ability to try the undercut, try the overcut. It gives you that, it's all about having as many cards in your hand over the other teams, because at the end of the day, if E-Team Brit, right, have saved themselves a little bit of fuel, saved themselves a little bit of tyre life, and they come under attack from Fordzilla, then they have the option. They don't have to stay on that strategy until the pit stop. They can go, well, actually, we're going to pull the trigger now, and we're just going to go and start pushing really, really hard. And they've got that ability to do that, whereas Fordzilla at the moment looks like Fordzilla are on full attack. They've got that car on full chat. They're using as much of the fuel as they possibly can. They're using as much of the tyre life as they possibly can. For what though? To get the lead of the race? Well, is that worth it in this early stage of the race, Paul? That's what this whole strategy is about. We've also got to think about Zancho Rocket Simsport in that number 3 machine, just 3 seconds behind this little battle for the lead as well. Then you've got the best of the rest as well. You've got Fault Shark Racing down now in that 6th position. They're getting harassed from Zancho Rocket Simsport as well. So it's all about keeping your cards close to your chest until you decide to use them.
And I think you made a very good point there about looking at the number 3 Zancho Rocket Simsport car as we're looking at the other Zancho's Rocket Simsport, trying to find a way past Fault Shark. At the moment, our 2 race leaders, they've got a healthy gap to 3rd position, and they seem to be doing well lap time wise as well, in terms of just eking the advantage out over the number 3 car. So if they work together, don't challenge each other, don't fight each other, don't try and be defending and attacking, just bridge that gap as much as possible. As the Zancho car now down the inside of Fault Shark Racing, great manoeuvre on the brakes for the number 2 machine, and that's another place gained. That is up into 6th position, so a very, very attacking, overtaking manoeuvre. Great driving by Fault Shark to give him the racing room that he needed as well, and runs wide for good measure now. Just about keeps the car on the racetrack, does the Aston Martin. So yeah, these two need to work strategically now. Need to think about, as you say, the next pit stop, stretch the gap, give themselves some real estate to the chasing number 3.
We need to get a little bit of context as well here on that number 2 Zancho Rocket Simsport, because all up the inside, and that was a mistake from E-Team Brit that handed the lead to Fordzilla. Now, what are we going to see here? Are we going to see the E-Team Brit machine roar into life, dipping into the toe and fighting this, or are they just going to let Fordzilla go? The other thing that I was away to mention there was that number 2 Zancho Rocket Simsport machine, that's 14.6 seconds and closing on this leading group. Now, 14.5 seconds is a lot, but let's remember, Paul, that car's been into pit lane to serve a penalty as well, and is still closing down. So that could have a huge play at the end of the race. But what you can take from that is if that car, that number 2, is fast enough to close in on the leaders, then why isn't the number 3 closing in on the leaders? Is that just managing its tyres and its fuel and thinking about its strategy overall as well? Is it just leaving these two to knock lumps out of each other and pick out the pieces?
And this is why we love endurance racing. You never know what is happening until the final few moments of the race. This is all about positioning yourself for a charge at the checkered flag. Sometimes it ebbs your way, sometimes it flows against. It is just keep yourself in the picture. Keep yourself in contention with those around you. Manage your own mate race, manage your own strategy, as we're seeing Green Shell doing their impression of Tokyo Drift, but keeping the car pointed in the right direction is the number 5 machine. And this is why I love this sort of thing, David. Now we see E-Team Brit dropping down into second place, but as you say, do they push? Do they hold back? Do they just start to think about their own strategy and let the race come to them? I don't think Zancho Rocket Sim Sport number 2 is out of contention. Not one bit. I think they're very firmly in the picture to come away with a very strong result at the checkered flag.
Yeah, especially when you think about how long E-Team Brit had the lead and how easily they were able to control the gap at about 2 seconds and just keep it about there. And then Fordzilla decided to turn up the wick a little bit and bring that gap right down. E-Team Brit, all they need to do is just sit in that tow. So they're in a really good position. They've managed the pace up until now. They're now under the wing of the Fordzilla machine, possibly saving even more fuel here, and saving a little bit more tyre life as well. They're not needing to push right now. So if I'm Max Spinner at E-Team Brit, Paul, I'm very, very happy with how this first half an hour has went. However, in the distance, you can see the rather ominous looming figure of Zancho Rocket Simsport, their number 3 machine.
Yeah, the number 3 started to close this gap one down quite nicely indeed. So, as you say, if you're E-Team Brit, this is your opportunity now. Save a little bit of fuel, use the slipstream to your advantage, study where that Fordzilla car is particularly quick and where it's vulnerable, because that is useful information that you will absolutely need to tap into later in the race. Green Shell Racing touches the gravel, as does the car ahead as well. That is, I'm having a quick look on the timing list. That is the Need for Speed machine of the Aston Martin. So both drivers making a mistake at exactly the same time. All remains nice and status quo out on the track. Yeah,
certainly is. That gap to about a second now to the leader and E-Team Brit. That now means that the gap is about 2.5 seconds back to Zancho Rocket Simsport. But again, Red Shell Racing, that is a very broken looking car deciding to return to the track there. I'm wondering, do we think that's a hardware failure? Do we think that's an issue with the car itself? It looks like there's no drive in the machine at all. The brake pedal obviously working there, but yeah, that is a very broken looking car there, Paul.
Yeah, that is a real shame for Red Shell Racers. A Code 80 out on the track at the moment. What that means is our drivers have to apply. They're told by race control they have to apply the pit lane speed limiter to bring their car down to 80 kilometres per hour while we have an obstruction on the track. If the issue related to the Red Shell Racing car is something to do with hardware, then they will be able to catch that time back up, so they're not disadvantaged. None of the drivers are able to go down pit road and serve either a mandatory penalty or an optional pit stop, so they must stay out on the racetrack. If they do go down pit lane, they will be receiving a 30-second time added to their race stint to make sure things are nice and fair and even. But I think the Red Shell, looking at one of the many monitors in front of me, I think the Red Shell Racing car is now back out on track again. So they've managed to get going and continue on their way.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's always fantastic to see as Red Shell Racing then back up to their original position there. You'll be able to see this in person as well. It looks like the cars, are they roaring back at life? Yeah, Code 80 is being lifted, so we're back racing. It really is something to watch. It's like watching a Red Bull pit stop in real life down there at Simply Race because they rush out with the spanners and the tools, and they'll basically replace any hardware component on the fly. to make sure that these drivers get to continue their racing, and that they resume the position that they left in, because obviously hardware failures aren't the driver's fault, they aren't the fault of the teams, and it's not the fault of the venue either, but they do happen. And with increased wear, a lot of these units getting subjected to massive amounts of wear in one racing weekend, hardware failures are going to happen, just like in real life. That's maybe where things are a little bit better at Simply Race compared to real life, because you've got a team of folk who can fix it on the fly, and the race doesn't get affected. You can't say the same about that in real life.
No, absolutely right. And the upshot of it all is Red Shell Racing resumed their position in 9th place on track, in broadly the same amount of gap as well that they had before the incident occurred. So that's great stuff to see Red Shell Racing back here up and running again. Now Camsport, let's take a look at them, 10th position. So Camsport, this is the Porsche that we saw in strife at the start of the race. They're doing good work, 5.6 seconds away from the next car, only 38 seconds away from the race leader as well, so a top 10. Wouldn't have said that one when the green flag fell earlier today, and they're ahead of the Need for Speed car, Green Shell Racing and Casual Apex. So a good recovery drive so far in the first 30 minutes of the competition, the Camsport.
Absolutely is, and like you said, you would never have imagined that as we went briefly on board there, but have a look at that, because Need for Speed and Green Shell Racing hunting that car down very rapidly back on board with the 6th place car, Zancho Rocket Simsport. That gap going up to 18.9 seconds, and I get the feeling that's because the Zancho machine just stuck behind the Avanti Racing number 11 for a couple of seconds here. We cut back to that battle for 10th position. Camsport ahead of Need for Speed and Green Shell Racing. Green Shell Racing trying to hold on to the back of this little train just now, but again, with half an hour gone in the race, we're starting to see some big gaps open up, and some real little clusters of fighting going on. For instance, that 4th place battle, Barracuda, Avanti Racing, Zancho Rocket Simsport and Fault Shark Racing, they're all in a battle. Radicals Online, Red Shell Racing and Camsport, they're not really in a battle, but they're within about 10 seconds on track, and 10 seconds sounds a lot, but over the course of a 6-hour race, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. 10 seconds was one small mistake for your rival. Let's have a look at the number 2 now. This is the Zancho Rocket Simsport car coming down into the Tamburello chicane, firmly in the slipstream of the car ahead, as now it goes to the inside, looks to try and make a manoeuvre on the brakes, and what can he do as I make a rookie mistake and leave my telephone on? Over to you, David, while I hide my head in shame.
Are you getting a telephone call? We didn't hear anything. You would have got away with it had you not actually said anything there.
It's from the wife as well, who knows firmly that what I'm doing while I'm down
where
here
are you? Paul,
I'm live broadcasting.
We want to hear this important
do you know when
information.
When Mike says, Paul, do you want to come to Simply Race? Say no. Today is the day I wish I wasn't a commentator.
It's the consummate professional, ladies and gentlemen, that is Paul Jeffrey, and
sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the reason that I love these events here, because obviously when we do the other events, and for the most part they're all very prim and proper and stuff like that, but the overwhelming feeling that we get from the Simply Race events is that it's more about having fun. It's more about being there with your mates, and that's the vibe that you get there. We see on the webcam from the amount of people there in person. As much as this is a serious race and people take it incredibly seriously, that it's about hanging out, having a couple of pints, being down there with your fellow sim racers, and just having a good laugh there, Paul.
Exactly. It's all about as you say, it's all about the drama and the excitement of what's happening on track. Just for anybody who's interested to know why my wife was ringing, she's also sent me a WhatsApp. Other messaging platforms do exist. That it's snowing like Billy-O where we live. So this might very well be a 48-hour commentary that I'm doing.
So you're down there for a couple of days is what it is.
Yeah, it's very possible. But all good stuff. And as we say, joking aside, it's great to be in this kind of environment where you can have this little bit of a laugh and a joke that you wouldn't normally do on these more serious events. And of course, the drivers, it's incredibly serious out on track. But the name of the game here today between us on the commentary and between everybody here. Basically, it's simply races to have some good fun, to celebrate virtual motorsport in all its forms, and to go out there on track, have a great race, and have a really good time with your fellow drivers and fellow enthusiasts of what is the wonderful world of simulated motorsport and esport racing. And I was looking now on the other screen, the number 2 Zancho car actually does look like it has made its way past the Avanti Racing, so they're now up into 5th position. Great performance by Zancho, 19 seconds in arrears, but only a couple away from Barracuda as they get ever closer to that podium place.
Yeah, it's fantastic to watch with just over half an hour gone in this. Looks like Fordzilla doing a very, very good job of extending that lead, of managing this race so far. And yeah, great to see that with 5 hours 25 left to go. Team Brit, I think, are doing a sensational job of holding on to that second position, because let's face it, Zancho Rocket Simsport, they've come into a bit of issue as well, because they were about a second behind that second place car, and they've dropped off by about 3.5 seconds as well now. So incidents left, right and centre here, Paul, and yeah, it's very interesting to see how this one is going to pan out here.
Now, question for you, David, if I may. Imagine you're in the cockpit or in the team of one of these cars that's had drama in the early stages. It's running much lower than you would expect it. I'm thinking a Need for Speed car, Green Shell Racing, Casual Apex. What is your strategy now? Do you look to roll the dice and maybe come in a little bit early, short fuel the car at the next stop and push harder? What options are available? Sorry to put you on the spot here, but what options are available to you to try and turn the tide a little bit on your fortunes?
Well, you've asked the wrong person there, unfortunately, Paul, because if it's me, I'm taking an early bath and just enjoying the on-site bar that's there at Simpler Race. I'm getting tucked straight into the Jaeger bombs and laughing at everybody else. But in all seriousness, a lot of these teams can't do that. A lot of these teams come here with actual sponsorship, actual backing. It is a genuine, bona fide, real race for a lot of these teams and a lot of these drivers, in which case you have to keep going. You have to just knuckle down, and yes, you can try and push the cars as hard as you can, but yeah, I would be straight in the pits, swap out the driver, and just get back out there and push as hard as you can. And the reason I say that about swapping the driver, Paul, is because you want to roll the dice, so you want to change everything that you possibly can, and that means that get your driver out of the car, get them to refresh their mental state, get them to rethink where they are with the car, and get back in later on and be refreshed and recharged and ready to go. Change everything, see what happens, and you'll likely find yourself in the top 5. And there's contact from the Green Shell Racing on the back of the Need for Speed machine, and you kind of saw that one coming. You can see how frustrated Green Shell Racing are to try and get past that car in front of them.
Yeah, that wasn't contact, that was merely a friendly hello between rivals, just letting him know his car's there, in case you missed the bright green thing in your rearview mirror, of course. And yep, light contact, no real damage, I would not imagine, between these two cars, so all's fair in love and war, and that race continues aplenty. So, let's have a quick look then now. 5 hours, 22 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. Team Fordzilla are our race leaders. Remember, folks at home, they took pole position, had a nightmare opening few moments of the race, but they fought their way back into the race lead. E-Team Brit are running in second position, almost 3 seconds in arrears in the number 15 Ferrari. You see on your screen now, in third position is the number 3, the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport Chevrolet Corvette C8R. Just behind them is Barracuda, that's the number 9 Aston Martin, the purple livery, very colourful, and for company is the number 2 Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine. The second of the 2 Zancho cars out on track and in close company with them is the recently dispatched Avanti Racing. The Zancho made their way past a few laps ago. Fault Shark Racing are in 7th position, 25 seconds away from the race lead, with Radicals Online holding on to 8th position in yet another Ferrari. They themselves are just ahead of the Red Shell Racing car, a car that's been in a little bit of drama over the course of this race, but they're still running strongly. Down in 9th position with Camsport, the only Porsche in the field at this moment in time, in 10th position for the number 8 car. And just at the back of his shot, you can see the chasing pack headed by the Need for Speed Aston Martin number 4 on your screen. Green Shell Racing in 12th position, and in 13th and currently last, 85 seconds away from our race leader, is Casual Apex, still circulating in the number 10 car, 13th on the racetrack. A lot of work to do, but all we need is a little bit of drama further up the field, an inventive strategy, and they can very quickly find themselves right back in the heart of battle. So 5 hours, 20 minutes to go. We're about 20 minutes or so away from when drivers will need to be thinking about their next pit stop. But before we do that one, I want to give a quick shout out to Simply Race down here in Milton Keynes, a beautiful facility. They've got plenty of rigs on there where you can join in for arrive and drive racing or for championships or for organised events. So if you've not been to Simply Race before, or you fancy having a look at what this kind of environment is like, then I do implore you to come down, have a look. There's a licensed bar, you can grab a drink, you can watch other people racing. If you don't want to get involved yourself, that would be really good. I also want to give a shout out to Gridfinder, one of our sponsors today. So if you're looking for an online league or competition to join, go to grid-finder.co.uk, and that has a comprehensive list for many different titles of the kind of racing series in your region that you might want to take part in, as well as Thrustmaster, that provide a range of peripherals and hardware for sim racing, for the discerning sim racer, from wheels, pedals, shifters, handbrakes. So check out Thrustmaster to have a look at your next online sim racing purchase. And also I want to give a big shout out to our third sponsor today, which is Silverstone Composites. Again, great to have them involved in this competition in Simply Race. And as we're saying that one, David, Barracuda goes to the beach for a few moments.
Oh my God, that was the most intense, 2 corners I think I've seen in the past 15 minutes. Poor Barracuda absolutely hung out to dry. They tried to defend that position from Zancho Rocket Simsport. It wasn't to be, and Avanti Racing are just like, yep, I'll take that one for a freebie, as Green Shell Racing still desperately trying to get past the Need for Speed machine in 11th position. The 4 and 5 car out on track. Red Shell Racing, the sister car at Green Shell Racing, up there in 9th position as well. E-Team Brit now 5 seconds off of the back of Fordzilla here, and I think tyres are starting to drop off on that machine, as well as Zancho Rocket Simsport now just 3 seconds behind that second place car, and it could be all changing in the next couple of minutes here, Paul.
And that's another good point that you bring up there, David, about tyres and tyre life. Will some of these drivers be looking to do a double stint, so keeping the same tyres on over more than one stint, saving themselves some time in pit lane, or are they going to change basically at every single service and try and take the most life out of those tyres, the most lap time out of those tyres possible? And these are things that we need to think about, aren't these? Maybe like the Fordzillas of this world, 5.5 seconds almost to the good at the front of the field. They don't want to take any risks, they just want to go for the fastest strategy. But when you start dropping further down to the lower reaches of the top 10, doing something different might very well be your friend.
I think that's a great point, Paul. And what gets me is you have to look from Zancho Rocket Simsport, who are in 4th position downwards in terms of pace-wise. You know, they could afford to try and double stint, I think, to try and gain some of that time back. But with the likes of Fordzilla, I can't imagine that they can do double stinting on the tyres with how hard they've been pushing at this early stage in the race. You know, it's not like they're being very gentle on the car, very gentle on the tyres. They are just pushing as fast as they can from such an early stage. So surely that's got to have an adverse effect on the tyres. But it could be now that they're out in the front, they can ease off a little bit and try and think about that. But again, we'll see in that second stint where if the pace suddenly drops off, we know they've double stinted the tyres. But if you're any of the other cars and you want to try and get in the top 3, you have to try and make everything last as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fordzilla very firmly highlighted the 2 Zancho cars as being their expected competition heading into this race. So with absolutely no disrespect to E-Team Brit, perhaps they're overperforming where they anticipated being at this stage. So I would suspect the Fordzilla car is just going to push as hard as it can while they have the advantage over the number 3 and number 2 cars, and just try and build as much of a comfort zone as they can. And then maybe later in the race, that's when it's time to start thinking about saving tyres, keeping the car all in under control and in one piece. So this moment in time, if you're a Fordzilla driver, you're in the number one, push, 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 and try and get as much time between yourself and the chasing pack as you possibly can.
Yeah, championship leaders as well coming into this round. So they're doing everything that they needed to do into this race. E-Team Brit, they qualified last in the first race of the season, and that says everything. To bounce back, get third place in qualifying, second place in the race so far. Look, anything they're doing right now, they are going to be absolutely delighted with their performance that they've got right now, as we see the Fordzilla machine out there in front as well. E-Team Brit down in second place. Zansho Rocket Simsport, the number 3 machine, in third position, with the sister number 2 car in fourth position. Avanti Racing down in fifth. With that 24-second gap, 25-second gap to the leader. Ubarakuda down in 6th position with Fault Shark in 7th. Radicals Online in 8th position. Red Shell Racing down in 9th. Camsport in 10th. Need for Speed in 11th. And Green Shell Racing in 12th position with Casual Apex in the back of the field in 13th. Now, one thing we'll have to do, Paul, is we'll have to try and get some IDs on who's actually behind the wheel of that, and we'll work away in the background, try and get that for our viewers at home.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. This is a multi-driver event, so these cars are run by sometimes 2, 3, 4 different drivers, and being on site, this is the beauty of an event like this. Being on site, you are quite literally using the same rig, the same pod that we call it down here. So the drivers are all surrounded by their team members, and when it comes to pit stop time, they'll jump down pit lane, serve their fuel and tyres, and then physically get out of the car and get the next driver in, very much mirroring what it's like in real life. So again, compromises have to be made as a team on your car setup. You can't load the new setup for the new driver. Compromises have to be made on the seating position, so you want it to be quickly adjustable on the seat slider, no messing about with the wheel deck and pedals and things like that. It's a proper endurance experience. It's a proper team experience as well. And David, I mean, you and I have commentated on loads of things, but never met. I'm talking to Mike and working with Mike today. We worked together for many events, never met each other. Just during qualifying, a friend of mine popped in that I've not seen for a couple of years to say hello. So I was having a bit of a chat with him in between talking on broadcast. And it's such a great experience to a fairly solitary experience in sim racing online. To bring it together as Green Shell Racing, looking left, right, left again. It's going to squirrel on over the hill as well, but they're to the outside now. Can they make the move stick? No, they cannot. This fight has been brewing very nicely indeed for the last 30 minutes or so. Green Shell Racing, Need for Speed just ahead. They tried and didn't quite have what it takes, but now they're very, very fast at the bottom of the hill. Compromise for the run up the hill, and that is a good bit of acceleration for Need for Speed. So they're free and safe and easy for a few more corners at least. But yeah, it's just great. It's great, David, to see the endurance aspect of jumping out the rig and jumping back in again.
Yeah, it really is. And as you said, I mean, look, it's been a crazy, crazy 18 months. The whole world has been thrown upside down and into a handbasket with everything that's going on. And one of the things that was the first to go was all of the social sort of interactions. And then sim racing magically came out of the clouds as this wonderful alternative to real life motorsport, and has enjoyed, a massive interest over the past 18 months. But it's been a very lonely 18 months for a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams. They haven't really had any sort of meeting up with each other. We've had a lot of work out of it. It's been absolutely fantastic. But what has come to the forefront is, places, venues like Simply Race have now start to open their doors again and start to enjoy these tournaments and championships as they did before. And what's very strange for a lot of these drivers is going back from that incredibly intensively competitive at-home experience to coming and being competitive in public in a socialised setting as well. It's a very, very different kettle of fish as well. And here's a perfect example right at the start line. You called it perfectly, where the gasps of horror went up as a car goes speeding sideways at the start line into another car. That's something you don't get in remote racing on Discord. Fair enough, you'll maybe have a team jump into the other team and voice their displeasure at it, but you actually get that. It's like pantomime when it happens in real life. You hear the loud shrieks and gasps, and quite openly, sometimes you'll get teams actually going over to talk about it with each other. Again, you don't get that in the online setting, so it's great to have that all back in person, and it's also great to see that Greenshell Racing still can't catch that pigeon of Need for Speed in front of them. They are throwing everything at the kitchen sink in Need for Speed. I think it's just straight up trolling them at this point. They're like, yeah, you're not getting past, mate, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Greenshell really need to make an effort now to make the way past. Flash the lights as we run down. Ian Tamburello has got the run now on the Aston Martin, but he covers the line. Very nice indeed, does Need for Speed. That doesn't open any doors for Greenshell Racers, so they will continue this little squabble. And just while you were talking there, David, everybody at home, we saw a graphic come up on the screen that explains when the next event will be taking place in the Simply Race Endurance Series Championship. So this is round 2 of 5. We'll be visiting the 6 hours of Road America in the DPI cars next up, so stay tuned for that one. Greenshell Racing doing their best to take my attention away from that graphic as they go side by side once again. So Greenshell now on their tippy toes. They're fancying their chances of finding a way past. Just before we start, think about the pit stop sequence. So I'm going to make a prediction, David, that they overtake the same lap, they come down pit lane, and it'll all be for nothing.
Yeah. I had to think about that there, and I'm like, yeah, I can absolutely see where you're coming from with that one. The thing is that, look, we know for ourselves, there's nothing fun about being at the back of the grid. It makes you feel like rubbish, but when you've got another car that you're absolutely going toe-to-toe with, you don't care. Neither Need for Speed or Greenshell Racing will have any idea that they're fighting for 11th place right now. All they can see is the car behind, the car in front, and for them, this is what's going to take them through this stint. This is what's going to take them through the next 20 minutes. For the next 5 hours, these cars are mortal enemies, and this is what I love about sim racing, is the fact that afterwards they'll shake hands and probably have a pint with each other, but for just now, it's war.
Yeah, let's hope they will. It doesn't turn into fisticuffs. Well, depends how clean this fight's going to be over the next 5 hours, 8 minutes and 41 seconds. But it's certainly been very entertaining, and it just goes to show how closely balanced these cars are as well. Greenshell, of course, racing the Corvette C8R GTE, and then the car ahead, the Need for Speed machine, is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage GTE even. And they're so closely balanced as the Aston Martin actually loses a bit of momentum coming out of the corner. That puts Greenshell to the outside. They'll try and cut back, there we go, to the inside to get the run out of the hairpin, but it's not quite a good enough run. They can't get the power down in that Chevrolet Corvette, and that is really compromising their opportunities. It's going to be a move on the brakes if it is to happen, as the inside locks, that pushes the Greenshell car wide. And it's great to see so many different marks so closely competitive to each other, David, isn't it?
It absolutely is, Paul, and I've got to be honest, the inner anarchist in me is absolutely loving this fight between Need for Speed and Greenshell Racing, because I'm watching Greenshell Racing and you can just tell the way they're driving the car, the frustration is absolutely massive right now. They are getting so wound up trying to get past this car, and Need for Speed are just like, yeah, it's fine, mate, I'm just going to plant this car right in the middle of the apex, and you want to get past, you work yourself around. But yeah, the other thing as well is the way that these cars are balanced is brilliant. There's no one car that's like OP. It's not like it was back in the day with the likes of, say, Assetto Corsa Competizione, where you had the Aston Martin that was coming in before the update and it was just dominant in everything that it did on most tracks. They're very, very balanced here, and you see that with the fact that you've got so many different marks in that top 5. You've got Fordzilla up at the front there, and quite honestly, it's a very, very balanced race, Paul.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, the drivers have all got varying degrees of experience and standing in stature within the world of sim racing and esport as well. So it's good to see different drivers of different calibers and different experiences all coming together and having some good fun on the same circuit. But Greenshell now, David, come on. At this stage, they just need to try and work together, surely, these two cars. We're so very close now to the first pit stop timing. Just try not to get too far detached from those ahead of them, because while these are squabbling, they're losing time hand over fist from the Cam Sport Porsche in 10th.
And this is what I was saying. They don't see that. They don't see the fact that they're fighting for 11th position on track. At the moment, this is all hell kicking off because both of these cars want this position, and you can't tell them any differently. You can't say to Green Shell Racing, well, you know, work with the Need for Speed car right now to push themselves up. At the moment, this is all that matters to them, and this is what I love about endurance racing. All that matters in the entire racing universe for these two cars is this position right here.
And we would not have that any other way, as again the Aston Martin suboptimal through the bottom of the hill, compromise themselves coming down the straight now. Do they decide to jump down pit road? No, they do not. But look how close Green Shell Racing are now. The number 5 machine very, very firmly in the slipstream. The Aston Martin will be hugging the inside of the racetrack. He'll want the inside line coming into the first chicane, because that is the optimum line you can defend from the inside. Push the Corvette all the way around the long way, but he runs deep, does the Aston, into Tamburello. No way round the Green Shell Racing, though. That Corvette cannot find any which way past the widest Aston Martin in the world, and great driving from the car ahead to keep hold of position.
This is amazing. This might be it though. Now though, Green Shell Racing on the inside line moves to the inside, but the Aston tries to get the drive round. That is outrageous. There is no way they've just done that. It could be a drag race down, but I think Green Shell Racing might have it. But here we go, almost toe to toe. There's contact. Oh my goodness me! Saw that coming. Absolutely saw that coming. And for me, as much as that Need for Speed car hit the back end of Green Shell Racing, they both have absolutely their hands dirty on that one. They were fighting so hard. You know, the Need for Speed car got pushed off onto the grass there, tried to hit the brakes, spun the car, and went straight into the back of the Green Shell Racing machine.
Yeah, understandably, there was a chorus of disappointment here on site. So let's have another look. This is the helicopter car. The Green Shell Racing car, green, of course, on the inside. All's fair so far. Runs it wide on corner exit. Gives him enough racing room. Does he on the Need for Speed car? So the Need for Speed car now unnecessarily close to the Green Shell. A little bit of contact, and contact again. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The Need for Speed car then straight to the scene of the accident. Green Shell Racing collected as well. And that, David Christie, was two drivers not quite giving each other enough room and respect, and the end result was sadly rather inevitable. The Green Shell down pit road.
Yeah, sort of fault shark. I've got to be honest, actually, I changed everything that I thought I knew about that accident right there. Need for Speed, there was no need for them to be constantly into the rear quarter there. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 3, and that looks like it is the number 5 car of Avanti Racing that's brought out that yellow flag there. And E-Team Brit now just 0.2 of a second ahead of Zancho Rocket Simsport. So I feel, again, and this is our completely disconnected opinion from race control, we have no input into what they do. From what I saw there, I think there's going to be a penalty for Need for Speed Racing there.
Yeah, I don't think you're far wrong with that deliberation as well. We'll find out in the course of time as race control. No doubt we'll be looking into it live, race stewards here at Simply Race, of course, keeping an eye on all of the drama. So no doubt we'll have one or two team managers going and championing their cause. Or Mike's nodding at me, actually, team manager.
Yeah, for sure. But 5 hours left to go then in the second round of the Simply Race Endurance Series here at Imola. The 6 hours of Imola. Fordzilla currently in the lead of the race ahead of E-Team Brit by 10.8 seconds. That gap going up gradually lap by lap. Zancho Rocket Simsport, the number 3 machine, in third position, 12.5 seconds behind that as well. They're going to be rapidly catching up to the back. You can see them in the background there to E-Team Brit, so we could have a change before the pit stops come done for that second place. The sister car of Zancho Rocket Simsport in the number 2 machine in 4th position, and Avanti Racing in 5th position in that number 5 car. But Paul, welcome back. Incredible action on our first hour.
Yeah, really fun first hour here broadcast. We're seeing that's the Need for Speed car that was involved in the drama earlier on, involved in some drama all on their own. They've been down pit lane, I believe, and now they've been for a little trip to the beach as our second place car, E-Team Brit, jumped down pit road. So almost on the hour, many of the cars are serving their first stop of the day. And I'm not quite sure when you lost me, David, but what I was saying that team managers are already at our race director's booth talking to them and championing their own cause about that incident. So there'll be the necessary review, and then let's see if some penalties are dished out. Barracuda now down pit road as well. This is a replay of the Need for Speed car. There we go. Too much speed into the corner, not enough lock, and hello barriers.
Hello, lengthy repair bill, and yeah, some awkward looks from your teammates on that one. That's the other thing. Now, we've gone on ad nauseum about how awesome it is to be back in person, Paul, but another different little sort of caveat of that as well is, can you imagine being one of these drivers, right, and you have an unforced error, right, and you've got to actually look your teammates in the eye? That is, I mean, it's all right on Discord because you can just disconnect from the channel and, my internet cut out, guys, I'm really sorry about that. But here, you've actually got to face up to your teammates. That is, that's a lot of pressure right there.
And I think even worse is if you make contact with another driver, you have to face up with said driver as well. So a double whammy, and that's all the more challenging. Sancho, by the way, 2 Sancho cars, neither have been down pit road at this stage in the race. So they're currently first and second with a 3 and 2 machine. So Sancho doing a good job to stretch out their fuel economy in the Corvette C8R. We spoke about that earlier in the show, but they're managing to go a lap longer than their immediate rival Fordzilla. Let's see if they come in pit lane. No, they don't. So Sancho going at least 2 laps longer than Fordzilla. That could be a very, very big thing by a checkered flag.
And again, remember, Fordzilla were so aggressive, so hard in pushing that car to take the lead when they were hunting down E-Team Brit. And E-Team Brit, again, looked like they were saving a bit as well. Now, I wonder if E-Team Brit are just working to cover off Fordzilla here. But Sancho Rocket Simsport, do you remember, were about 3.5 seconds behind that. And I was saying, the number 2 car is catching up in leaps and bounds. And why isn't the number 3 car doing the same? It's obviously got a similar sort of pace here, and I wondered if there was a little bit of fuel saving coming on. So I think they'll be in this lap here. But again, I mean, yeah, awesome to see, and very interested to see how this is all going to pan out here.
Yeah, that's a very strong opening stint. 2 laps advantage in terms of fuel usage compared to your rivals. That's assuming that Fordzilla have run their tank down to the bottom and gone for a full filler, whether they came in a little bit earlier based on track position for some of the slower cars coming out of pit lane having served their own pit stop or their own penalties. So we'll find that out in the fullness of time, but this is falling inevitably, slowly but surely, the way of the 2 Sancho cars. We've got a heck of a lot of racing still to do, 4 hours, 58 minutes to be precise and change, so anything could yet happen. But Sancho are doing all the right things to put themselves in a strong position over the course of the next 4 hours or so. And let's have a look now. Does the race leading number 3 car come down pit lane on this lap? Yes, it does. They'll double stack their cars as well because the teammate is 10.5 seconds. They're not using the same pit box, so you can have both cars in pit lane at the same time, and a penalty for Green Shell Racing.
Yeah, that's actually, hang on. So Green Shell Racing get the penalty. Now that'll almost certainly be for that incident with Need for Speeds. I wonder if they get a penalty as well, actually, because Need for Speed back into the pits, although that's some lengthy repairs that have gone on for that Need for Speed. Sancho Rocket Simsport, though, Paul, into the pits. Let's see how long that pit stop is going to be.
Yep, so we're looking at the Fordzilla car, former race leader, currently 3rd place on track. The 2 Sancho cars are in pit road, so Fordzilla now, will they retake the race lead as we go past the first hour of this event? Check out the end of the pit lane to see if we can see a Sancho rocket car. No, we cannot, so Fordzilla retake their race lead when things calm themselves down. Team Ebrit move back in a 2nd position, 9 seconds away, so they're roughly where they were before the pit stops took place. That is the number 3 Sancho rocket car coming out in 3rd position. His sister car should arrive in 4th position, and Aventi Racing retain 5th ahead of Barracuda in 6th place. So a good stop for Sancho. No immediate gain, but as we say, eyes on the prize in the long term, and that will certainly play to their advantage, having been able to run that little bit longer than their rivals.
Not only is there not a gain for Sancho, there's actually a net loss there, believe it or not, Paul, because when E-Team Brit came into the pits, they were about 10, 11 seconds behind Fordzilla, but crucially, they were about 3 or 4 seconds ahead of Sancho Rocket Simsport. That gap's now up to 7.5 seconds and climbing, so Sancho really left to scratch their heads. However, huge gains for that number 2 Sancho Rocket Simsport machine. That car has been in for a stop-go penalty and is still only now 12 seconds behind the leader there. Unless I'm reading that wrong, no, sorry, that's the interval to the car in front. So about 25 seconds behind your race leader. But still, I mean, that is unbelievable as the times change over there. 29 seconds for that number 2 machine. That is incredible recovery driving there from that team.
Yeah, it really is a sensational opening start to this race for the number 2 car, despite all the dramas that they undertook at the start of the race. Of Fordzilla now go fastest with a 41.571 in race conditions, remember. That is incredible. Let's just remind each other that car took pole with a 1 minute 40.870. So that is exceptional pace from the Fordzilla car at this stage of the race.
It absolutely is. Fantastic stuff to see. And at such an early stage as well, Paul, that is a shot across the bow for all the other teams. I mean, they came into this second race leading the championship. And to do that, I mean, yeah, that is just a firm grasp on around the throat of the championship, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and there will be an element of that one as well, trying to break the spirits of the E-Team Brit car behind, just showing them where the pace really lies in that Fordzilla machine and just starting to lay their marker down. They've only got 18 seconds ahead of the number 3 Sancho Rocket Simsport, remember. That's a car that they highlighted at the start of this race has arguably been one of their biggest threats for a race victory, so they're just showing everybody they've got it under control. They're leading the race. They've got the pace in the car. They've got the experience in the drivers as well. And although we've got a long time left to go, everything is under control. That's exactly what that fastest lap means. And we've seen it before, though, David. I mean, it looks under control now, but miss your braking zone into the next corner, run over the gravel and say hello to the barriers, and suddenly a nailed-on victory becomes a struggle to gain the points.
Yeah, and that's such a...
Wow.
How is that even possible an hour in and another fastest lap? Have they changed driver, I wonder, behind the wheel of that Fordzilla outfit? Because I think there's your answer about fresh tyres, because I'd almost certainly guarantee they are not the same set that was on that first stint.
Yeah, I do believe I'm being told in my ear, actually, that they have changed driver. Jack Ashton now is in the car for Fordzilla. So Charlie Crossland in qualifying, put it on pole position, ran the first stint of the race. They've gone down pit lane, changed driver, added fuel, changed tyres, and now it's Ashton's turn to start turning up the week. And he's doing that in fine style, 10.7 seconds to the good from Team E-Team Brit.
Yeah, certainly. And just watching again, Sancho Rocket Simsport, they're in no man's land now, 8 seconds behind E-Team Brit and about 2 seconds ahead, 3 seconds ahead of Avanti Racing here, but this is Fault Shark. This is the best of the rest, really. Avanti Racing, Barracuda and Fault Shark all in a little battle of their own, and they're very quickly trying to catch up to the back of that number 2 machine. I don't think they're going to do it. But meanwhile as well, you've got Radicals Online, Red Shell Racing with Cam Sport as well. They are all the teams who've got 10 drivers on the lead lap just now, as we've got another 4 and best part of 3/4 hours to go here, as we see cars really struggling with Aqua Minerale, especially the Barracuda team, who are just ahead of Fault Shark here. You saw some smoke as well. Sancho Rocket Simsport were also struggling with that corner.
And it's a difficult corner when the car's fat with fuel as well. The track runs away from you at that section. It's very, very much unbalanced. You're trying to carry the speed through, you're trying to bring the brake in nice and easily, drop it down a gear, use the curb on the inside and maximise the full width of the track without running wide over those little sausage curbs. And you only need to be an inch offline. You only need to be 1, 2, 3 kilometers an hour too fast, carry too much speed into the apex, and you just cannot bring the car back onto the racing line at that point. And it's very much a case of minimizing what kind of mistake that is going to be. But let's just remember, David, as well, that these drivers, we have track limit penalties applied here. So there's an element of that that's applied by the simulation. There's an element of that that's managed by race control. And I was listening to the driver briefing this morning. Race control, as they do with all events down at Simply Race, they have set a manual amount of times that the driver can perform a track cut, but they don't tell the drivers what that number is to avoid anybody trying to get an advantage out of it. So these drivers, they don't know how much they can get away with. So they've got to avoid it as much as possible. And in a 6-hour race, it's very, very easy to run foul of that. And that's a drive-through penalty. And that can have a big impact in your race, can't it?
It really can. I mean, can you imagine if, say, Fordzilla got a drive-through penalty? That would almost certainly throw them down the order as well and force them down. I mean, remember, Fordzilla was started on pole position. They got dropped to fourth, albeit admittedly from a jump start from the number 2 of Sancho Rocket Simsport, who are currently now in 4th position, but they got dropped all the way down to 4th and 5th position. And in the first 15 minutes, Fordzilla had the ability to get that lead back, get themselves up to 2nd position, and then get handed the lead when Sancho got that penalty. So it really, really was incredible stuff. And the fact that E-Team Brit's still holding off 2nd place and basically getting one over on the Zancho Rocket Simsport team, that is a huge turnout for today. And that is my main takeaway from this first hour.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with you. E-Team Brit did a good job holding on for the race lead. When passed by Fordzilla, the Fordzilla car clearly has the pace advantage at this stage. But like you say, the fact that E-Team Brit are not really being put under pressure by either of the Zancho cars behind says a heck of a lot for the performance of that number 15 car. Really doing good work so far. An hour and 10 minutes just over down in this race. 4 hours 49 minutes left on the clock, and I'll try and have a word with somebody from the E-Team Brit squad in a little while if I can brave it, going back out into the wilds of the racetrack, so to speak, here at Simply Race. But great performance so far, and also credit where credit's due to Casual Apex, having plenty of dramas out on the racetrack, but still continuing to plug along, 12th position, a lap down, but not giving up.
And obviously we're an hour into the race here, Paul, and I know that you can kind of just see the floor out there. And I want you to give an impression to the viewers at home of what the atmosphere has changed, if at all, over that past hour. We saw a very busy as the race was about to start, and now it looks almost as if it's just the drivers at their pods, and a lot of the teams now watching by the bar.
I think by the bar, absolutely. No, I think you're absolutely right. The race, before we went live, there's a lot of noise on the floor. There's a lot of people having a bit of a joke and a laugh and some banter. It went deathly silent when the green flag went. Everybody concentrated on the job at hand. Team managers and teammates hanging over the shoulder, whispering into the ears of the drivers. And now things are starting to settle down. We've got through the first nervousness phase of the first pit stop, and now it's just a case of delivering and executing the strategy. And I think a lot of the sort of following closely what your teammate is doing by standing next to him, watching his screen, that's kind of calmed down. People sat down, they're on the laptops, they're talking quietly amongst themselves on the various tables and seating areas, and the drivers are just focusing now on delivering their job. So quite a subdued atmosphere, I think, out there on the shop floor at the moment, and they'll start to spice up again in about 25-30 minutes or so when we get closer towards that next pit window. But here's something, David, that is really interesting, actually, and that you don't get at all in remote environments. You're obviously based in the same area as your rivals, and I've seen a couple of team managers just have a wander past, a sneaky peek at the screen of their opponents, no doubt seeing what information they can glean from how they're performing and what their levels are like.
Yeah, that's something that you normally see in real life motorsport as well. With,
but don't touch the
teams,
wing. Don't touch the wing.
Don't you dare! It's very expensive, I heard. But actually, there's a great point of conversation then, Paul. So, what information do you think team managers could try to gather from other teams or from other drivers? We've got a yellow flag in Sector 3. What info do you think could be obtained from walking past screens?
Just before we do that, the yellow flag is for Green Shell Racing, so they've gone to the beach for a little while. Ooh, that was close. Green Shell car getting back on track and being overtaken by the Ferrari. But I think it's twofold. The first, the obvious one, is just seeing how the car's behaving, how the driver is handling the car, what it's running like, how smooth it is, how hard it is working. But then also you can have a look at the LCD display on the cockpit of the car, and that shows you how much fuel you've got involved. It shows you sometimes the slip angles as well, and it's just little things like that. And also just giving your rivals something to think about. If you're stood there, even if you're getting nothing from looking, you're taking the attention away of the team manager who's watching what you are doing. To see a replay here, David, of the green shell spin.
Well, that's what happens when you put two wheels on the grass in a braking zone. It's never going to work out. This is going to be a hard hit into the wall. Oh, there goes his lunch. And that is not what you want on a Sunday afternoon. And I would not be surprised to see some significant damage to that Green Shell Racing car. But mind games are a huge thing here. Because obviously you're in person. You can have a bit of banter. You can get into the heads of the other drivers and the other teams. And as much as it's fun and, it's all for a laugh and stuff like that, a lot of these drivers and teams will be taking it very, very seriously indeed. They want to win. They want to come away with the best possible result that they can. And any little information that they can glean or gather, I can imagine would be a massive help. But I'm also seeing the gap between E-Team Britain, Sancho, Rocket Simsport, the number 3 machine, Paul, that's now down to 6.1 seconds. That was about 8 seconds, but that's starting to come down quite drastically now.
Yeah, better chipping away going on for the number 3 machine, trying to close that down. Now, if it was just going back to the mind games thing, if it was me, David, and I was racing, what I would do is I would get one of my teammates to get the most foul-smelling meal they possibly can and stand next to my main rival and eat it. Because A, that's annoying, and B, that's strong-smelling. That is the tactic of champions. That's how you do it.
But
Max Verstappen's got nothing on me.
Does it have to be a bad smell one? What about a really, really nice smelling one, like fish and chips or something like that, or loads of vinegar, and just have that, something that the driver really, really wants, so they're thinking about that rather than, I know, just
come
nice,
on, mate,
crispy,
I've got
batter.
4 hours and 43 minutes left here. And it's snowing heavily, and I'm driving home for 2.5 hours, so please don't talk about food. It may be a long time till I next eat.
We'll give it about 40 minutes and I'll start talking about pies and gravy.
But no, it's a good idea. I mean, like you say, it's these kind of things that, okay, that's not sportsmanlike, and we don't endorse that kind of behaviour. But those sort of things, it's all talking more sort of loosely. Again, you're not at home, you're not in your comfort zone, you're not in your own environment. There's a lot going on around you. Yes, the screens on the rigs are massive. Yes, the room's set in darkness with some nice mood lighting. But just any kind of like peripheral movement that you see in your vision, or any kind of unexpectedly loud noise, or a northern idiot like me walking around with a microphone trying to gather your teammates, all these little things just try and compete for your attention. And even if it's not going to put you off into the barrier as such, it just takes away 0.5% of your focus on the job in hand. And at this kind of level, 0.5% is a full 0.5% you can't afford to give away.
I'm just chuckling at myself thinking about how they react to a northerner coming up to distract them while they're in the middle of a race there, Paul. Do you find your work cut out for you?
I do. They don't understand what I'm saying because I don't insert R into words where it doesn't exist. Glass? What's glass? Never heard of glass.
Do you open your mouth and they're like, sorry, pal, I don't have any spare change?
I have no comeback to that one whatsoever. But let's go back to the race. Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, as you say, David, they've closed that gap down nicely indeed now. So Team Ebrit, 13 seconds away. They've lost 3 seconds in the last couple of 3 laps to the race leader Fordzilla. So are we seeing Team Brit now starting to fall away from the competitive order?
I think so, but I don't think it's so much that they're falling away. I think it's just that Fordzilla are that dominant. Zancho are catching up on them, yes, very, very gradually, but we saw what that meant to Fordzilla when Fordzilla caught up to E-Team Brit. And also, it could be a new driver that's behind the wheel there. We know Martin Buchan is incredibly talented behind the wheel of the E-Team Brit machine, but again, it's all about the strategy. Maybe they are just playing the way that they want to play this race, and it's not a given. I definitely think that regardless, we're going to have E-Team Brit on the podium, which will be a fantastic result for them today.
Yeah, and as you said earlier in the show as well, regardless of where they do end up finishing, if there's some misfortune, hopefully not, but that befalls that car, the performance up to this point has been absolutely exceptional. That Ferrari very firmly in the hunt for a very strong result indeed. And the two Sancho cars not closing down, but not closing down massively. So there's still plenty of work to do for the 3 and 2 number machine to close that down. Barracuda that we're looking at here in 6th position. The number 9 car currently has Fault Shark for company, just a few car lengths behind, and Avanti Racing in a bit of no man's land in 5th position, clear of this little pack. These two are pretty much the closest fight that we've got on circuit at this moment in time, as we're about 40 minutes or so away from the next set of pit stops. And David, we've just seen them both mounted the curb so aggressively at the chicane. How easy is it to make a mistake at that chicane and be speared straight off into the barriers?
We've seen that so many times, Paul. It's a case of, it's not so much like the curbs down here, the curbs are quite flat, but it's that sausage curb on the inside that bumps the car. It gives a short, sharp shock to the suspension of these race cars, and they don't like being unsettled like that. They want to have things smooth and consistent and predictable. Some would say that that's the drivers as well as the car that like it that way, but again, it depends on if you're in the rhythm and you feel comfortable doing it, then you may get away with it. But for 99% of the time, if you go too hard on the inside of the corner, given that a lot of these drivers practice trail braking as well, the car gets completely unsettled and it's going around. It's just a case of how quickly you can get back in control of it.
And the problem is, at a track like Imola as well, you've just got to get so friendly with the curbs, otherwise you'll be nowhere in terms of lap time. So the drivers, it's not really a choice, it's a necessity that you've got to monster these curves to try and get the best lap out of the car, and that adds an element of jeopardy, as David mentioned, in terms of unbalancing the car and causing accidents, but also has you flirted very, very close with the track limit penalties as well.
And on that note as well, with the track limit penalties as well, you mentioned earlier, Paul, about not knowing when the track limit penalties have been breached, or the boundaries for them have been breached. And again, that plays havoc in the mind of these drivers, because imagine wanting to push the car as hard as you can and push the track limits to their absolute limit, and for those at home who are wondering, why don't they just stay in the bounds of the track, why don't they just keep it on the racetrack? That's not the way racing works. The whole reason we get fastest lap, the whole reason that we get competitiveness is drivers consistently and repeatedly pushing the edge of the car, the track, and themselves. That is the only way that you can get the absolute incredible performances that we see here today. So you will get one drive-through penalty at the very least, probably in the next hour or so. But again, it gives us an idea. The drivers are going to be learning as much as we are.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can't afford to leave anything on the racetrack in terms of lap time. Otherwise, you will be completely out of contention. Barracuda getting very close to the gravel, but just about staying on the grey stuff and continuing their charge in 6th position. So 4 hours, 37 minutes exactly left on the clock. 1 pit stop down, and Fordzilla are our race leaders from E-Team Brit in 2nd position. The number 3 Zancho Rocket Sim Sport car is ahead of their sister machine, the number 2 car, in 3rd and 4th, just in front of Avanti Racing. Position 5, Barracuda round out the top 6 with Fault Shark and Radicals Online racing in 7th and 8th. Red Shell Racing, they've had more drama than you can shake a stick at, in 9th position, and the sole Porsche of Cam Sport in 10th place. Last car on the lead lap. 1 lap in arrears is Casual Apex following the first lap green flag at the start dramas coming away from the line. Green Shell Racing are 2 laps down in 12th position, and sadly 3 laps away are the Need for Speed team following a penalty earlier in the race and more than their fair share of shenanigans as well. We've got a few cars, David, walking wounded in this race, and again, these will get repaired at the pit stops, won't they? But that adds so much time to how long you're in pit lane.
It really does, and not only that, it also adds time onto your stint, because these cars, if they're damaged heavily, they're going to be driving in a very, very different fashion as to how they would be normally through their stint. So again, slower lap times means possibly more fuel usage, and much slower times means that you're going to fall further back through the grid as well, and that has a knock-on effect to your actual overall strategy through that race. It's a very strange one, but it's almost like a self depreciating circle. It just gets worse and worse for the drivers and the teams as the day goes on. But just on about the different cars and the different levels of performance out there, Paul, if you were taking part today, what car do you think you'd fancy taking part in?
Purely because I don't want to get left out, it'd have to be a C8, because everybody pretty much is running in a C8, and I have no idea if that's a more competitive or less competitive car than some of the others, but purely and simply I'd just be fear of going too different than everybody else and potentially leaving someone on the table.
Yeah, that's a good shout. It's like in the old days of Assetto Corsa Competizione with the dominance of, say, like the BMW, or then more recently with the Aston Martin. It's a fairly safe ground to be in, isn't it, to go with the crowd? And 9 times out of 10, there's a reason that the crowd have chosen that car.
I think, though, jokes aside from that one, I don't think I would go with a C8, purely because I'd be so disappointed it doesn't sound like a C7 that I wouldn't be able to get over it all the way through. I'd just be sat there thinking, this is American muscle trying to be European, but not being American muscle nor European, just being meh. So yeah, I'd have to do something different, I'm afraid, to just hurt my soul too much. How about you? What would be your car of choice?
I'm still trying to get over the idea of you're screaming at a Corvette that's a charlatan, a fraud. It's the Zancho sim racing machine. Now this is is this for position? No, it's not, because that is the Need for Speed machine getting put a lap down by the 4th place car just now. Car would I choose? See, the problem is that R Factor 2 is not a platform that I've used very much, so I don't think it would matter too much, because I'd be horrendously slow in all of them. I've got to be honest, I like the Aston Martin, but I probably want to try and take the Ferrari. I think that from experience of different platforms in that Ferrari, it's probably one that I've got a little bit more experience with. So again, I'd be firmly at the back of the field, but at least I'd be happy at the back of the field.
You'd be at the back of the field, but you'd still look cool, and that's all that matters, because you're in a Ferrari.
I didn't say that, Paul. That's a big reach there, Paul. I didn't say that. takes more than a Ferrari and a sim race to make me look cool, my friend.
But actually, just going on to the subject of personal comfort and choice, again, we spoke about this a little while ago, but it's worth repeating for those at home. This is a team event, so it's not just yourself that you need to think about. You've got 2 maybe 3 other drivers that are going to be in there as well. And all these cars are unique, obviously they're different cars. They've all got unique strengths and weaknesses. They've all got their own foibles, and some cars just naturally fit people's driving style better than others. And it's such a semi-scientific art, David, isn't it? Judging which car is best across the board, because it's fine saying, hey, Ferrari's my car. I can bang out a 1 minute 40-second lap time day in, day out in it. But if your teammates are doing 1 minute 43s, then you're better off getting a car that you're all doing 41s in. If that's too many numbers in a sentence, but you know what I'm going with. You know what I'm going with. It's a real difficult choice, isn't it? Coming into a competition or a championship, you're thinking about what suits you, you're thinking about what suits your rivals, you're thinking about how it goes over a stint, how it eats its fuel, how it looks after its tyres, and how it works over all 5 or however long the championship races are as well. That's a whole load of thinking and compromising.
Compromise is the biggest keyword I could probably highlight out of that comment, Paul, because it is such a big thing to note that how different your drivers are in your team affects how the car performs and how you set up the car, because in real life as well, it is such a huge thing. Now, I remember when I was working up at Knock Hill, I was sharing an office with Rory Butcher, who at the time was racing in GT3. He was, and I can't remember if it was ELMS or if it was the Blancpain GT World Series, but he was saying that when he made the move to touring cars, he loved it, because he was so used to sharing a car and having a car that was for the greater good, and maybe didn't suit his driving style, but he had to adapt to that car because it was the most balanced setup. Whereas coming to touring cars, the entire package was set around him. It was set around his driving style. So again, it just highlights exactly how important it is and how compromised some of these drivers are. And again, it's about making the drivers be as least compromised as they possibly can to try and be as fast as they can be. But you were absolutely spot on when you said there's no point choosing a Ferrari just because one driver absolutely loves it and the rest of the team cannot drive it for toffee. You have to find one that is balanced, that suits all of the drivers as much as they can, and that they can actually settle down in.
Yep, absolutely right. Now we're riding on board with the Rocket Zancho SimSport number 3 car, 3rd in the race at the moment. But look here, that gap to E-Team Brit is closing. It's staying around the same, 19-20 seconds to our race leader, but E-Team Brit are coming to the Zancho Rocket Speed car. Expect this one to close up over the course of the next 3 or 4 laps. And David, we're still give or take around 30 minutes away from the next fuel stop. So this is looking, it's got all the indications of being a fight that's going to come to these cars on the circuit.
I think you're absolutely astute with that observation there, Paul. Mostly because, look what happens at the last pit stops as well. E-Team Brit were getting caught hand over fist towards the end of the stint from Zancho Rocket SimSport, but actually got a huge chunk of time in the pit stops as well. So we'll see how that one pans out. But I think as well, E-Team Brit now starting to drive in their mirrors a little bit as well here, because as much as that gap was coming down, it was staying about sort of 3.7 seconds. It's now down to about 3.5 seconds. So I guess it is still fairly similar. So I cannot let it take away anything from the performance that E-Team Brit have done today. It has just been to go from the disappointment at Boods in the DPIs to come here and be 3rd in qualifying and go 2nd for the majority of the race. It's absolutely mega. We're on about track limits there, Paul. That was a cut and a half right there.
Now the question is, do you get a track cut penalty if you're flying? Or do wheels have to be touching the floor? Because that was monstering the curbs and then some by the Rocket Machine, as they're really now pulling out all the stops. They're trying. Well, the reason why this car is pushing so hard, because they're starting to get so much closer to the window where you're going to start picking slipstream up, where the car in front, punching an hole through the air, is going to start sucking your car along with it, giving you some more straight line speed, closing down that gap. They're not there yet, but they are inching ever closer to it. And Rocket Sim Sports Zansho are thinking, if I can get involved in that slipstream, I can start closing that gap ever quicker, and I can start putting myself in a position to pounce when the pit window opens. Because, make no mistake, this car is interested in second place, but they've also firmly got an eye on our race leaders, Fordzilla. So they're thinking short term and long term as well. And it's great to see this car being pushed so hard.
It absolutely is. It's fantastic to see the pace that McLaren has got, chasing down in towards the corner there, trying to hunt down the E-Team Brit machine. Again, that gap 3.2 seconds, so it's gone up very, very slightly. Not anything to write home about, but again, for Zansho Rocket Simsport, we'll get there eventually.
Zocket's a good name though, I like that.
Zocket
Racing
is going to be the new name for 2022, I think. But yeah, Zansho Rocket Simsport are doing a great job in closing down, but what they have to be careful of is that they're not overdriving the car. They're not, for no reason, taking life out of the tyres and taking life out of the fuel tank as well.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, isn't it? We saw that this car ran 2 laps longer than the immediate rivals at the first set of stops. Now, whether they're going to bank that 2 laps and try and extend in another couple of laps on this run, or whether they're going to use that additional capacity that they won in the first stint to allow them to push the car a little bit harder, to use a little bit more fuel on this stint. We'll find that out when the pit stops start to take place in about 25 minutes time or so. But as a driver, David, as well, when you're in the position of, let's say, the second Zansho car, and you can't really see anybody in front, you can't really see anybody behind, you're just doing your job, plugging in your lap times, that's one thing. But when you can see your rival, even if they are quite a bit in the distance, like E-Team Brit are, that all of a sudden you find more pace, don't you? Because you can smell an opportunity, and that just somehow ignites something in your mind to get pushing even harder.
It really, really is. And motivation is key in these 6-hour events here, Paul. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep charging. You have to keep the head down. And look, that's exactly what is happening with E-Team Brit now. The pair of them now start to fall off the tail end of that Fordzilla machine. But again, they're really the only two that are in the running right now for this final spots on the podium here. The other thing is, Paul, is, realistically, how hard do Rocket Zansho want to push for this?
Oh, you want to go full beans. Take the opportunities while they're in front of you, because, as we said at the top of the show, this is one of those championships where we race in DPIs and then GTEs and DPIs again, then GTEs and then a multi-class for the final race of the season. And when the championship is set up like that, there are no guarantees that you're going to be competitive next time out. Road America, very different circuit here at Imola. Prototypes with all their downforce, very different kind of car than the GTEs. And it's fine to say, let's bank third position on the points and not challenge for second. But if you get in the DPIs and for some reason you just can't hook it up and you're nowhere, you'll be missing those points come the end of the season. So grab them, and grab them while you can.
And that's it. The thing is that, that points make prizes. That's what it all comes down to in the Simply Race Endurance Series. The other thing, Paul, that I've not actually had a thought about and we've not discussed yet is that it's very dry, it's very warm here. But is that the way it's going to be for the rest of the race?
Well, the word on the street, or word in Milton Keynes at least, was there was a small chance of rain in the early part of the race. I think it's fair to say, David, before hours 23 left on the clock, we've gone past early part of the race. And as you say, the clouds, not really to be seen. The skies are blue, the temperature looks quite warm. So I think we've avoided the possibility of rain in this event. But 4 hours and change left, there's still plenty of opportunity for that to change. But I think we've got a dry one to the flag, which for the likes of Fordzilla, for the likes of E-Team Brit, that's just what they need to hear. They need a straightforward event to continue the good form they're showing.
Yeah, I think you couldn't be more spot on with that one. Interestingly, again, watching the micro dynamics of these battles here, looking at that gap between E-Team Brit and Zansho Rocket Simsport for second and third, that gap's starting to go up again ever so slightly between the two of them here. And if anything, E-Team Brit more than holding their own in that second place, but meanwhile further back, Avanti Racing still just 3.2 seconds ahead of Ubarakuda. And again, it's now a lot of space for these drivers. There really aren't too many battles on track.
No, it's definitely quieting down now, as it often does at this stage in an endurance race. As my mobile phone, without a case, makes a bid for freedom on the floor, but luckily it was caught. But it often does in endurance races. We get periods of activity, don't we? Always at the start, of course, always in the first 20 minutes or so. Then you kind of things settle down in the middle, different strategies, different driving styles play out, and then traditionally you get your quicker drivers or your more established drivers, shall we say, jumping into the car towards the end of the race, and things spice up within the last couple of hours. And although it's quiet on track, although the battles are not as thick and fast as they have been, this is often where you can make or break your race as well, isn't it? Can you execute your strategy? Can you execute consistent lap times, not make any mistakes, not get wrapped up in problems? And many times we've seen this, David, and everybody at home will have seen this as well, that for some reason you see a car just drop out of contention because they've not delivered on the optimum strategy, even if it's not been down to an on-track race.
And the other thing about that as well, Paul, is the fact that a lot of people maybe watching will see the gap is now, you look at a race like an F1 and you see the gap is, say, 50 seconds. You're like, all right, okay, so the race is done and dusted. But that's the beauty of endurance racing. As long as you're on the same lap, and to a limited degree within one lap, as long as you're on the same lap, anything, absolutely anything is possible. It doesn't matter what platform you're racing on, whether that is real life or whether it's a sim, whether it's a Circuit Corse Competizione, iRacing, R Factor 2, whatever. As long as you're on that lead lap, you're in with the shout, and you can still make a difference to the outcome of the race. So we'll see how it goes. But again, the point being is that all top 10 cars, they're all still within a shout of this race lead.
Oh yeah, absolutely agree with you. As long as you stay within shouting distance, we've seen this already. We've seen mistakes that people have made completely of their own accord, getting it wrong on the braking. Imola is an old school track. You've got barriers very close to the racetrack, and you make a small mistake, you snatch your brake, you get the rear end out at the wrong part of the track, you straighten the barrier, you've got damage, your car's running slowly, and then you're straight to the pit lane, and suddenly you're looking at a 60, 70, 80 second pit stop. And as you say, that could put you from being a very comfortable podium contender to struggling to stay on the lead lap. So, oh yeah, make no mistake, folks at home, we've got plenty of drama still to go.
Certainly do. 4 hours 20 minutes left to go in the race at the moment. Fordzilla out in front with a strong almost 20-second lead over E-Team Brit, who are what's that now, 2.7 seconds now ahead of Sancho Rocket Sim Sport. So again, that gap now coming down the other way the pendulum swings, and it's gone up actually. In fact, it's no, it's not that. I was looking at the wrong Sancho Rocket Sim Sport. It's the gap between the two sister cars that's actually going up. But the number 2 car, the Sancho Rocket Sim Sport, in 4th position. I'm still very, very impressed. Yes, they're in 4th place at the moment, but after having to stop for that stop-go penalty early on for jumping the race start and still be in 4th position, that is a mega performance. Avanti Racing down in 5th position, just 4.2 seconds ahead of Ubarakuda. Fault Shark in 7th, Radicals Online in 8th, Red Shell Racing down in 9th position, and Campsport in 10th. And what I feel really sad about is Green Shell Racing and Need for Speed, because we had such an awesome battle, Paul, in that early state, or the late stage of that first stint, and it kind of all came to blows.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing when we're doing longer distance races, when we're doing difficult circuits, we've got a close field like this, everything can change in a second. You can be in contention, one mistake or one bit of contact or fighting too hard with your rivals, and you're out of this loop. You can be dropping all the way down in 10th position like Campsport are, but clinging on to that lead lap, and then something changing in front, as we see the Zancho car running very wide indeed for the number 2, but they stay, they don't lose too much time there. Maybe going to have a cut track penalty attached to their name, or sorry, a cut track warning attached to their name, but they live to fight another day. And just to go back to something for a second, actually, David, that we've not talked about yet, and that's traffic. We said that Imola's an old school circuit. We said it's a narrow circuit, difficult to pass on. We've got some cars out there that are no longer on the lead lap. The Camp Sport car that's soon to be no longer on the lead lap. That might well have some bearing on these positions as the race unfolds as well.
It could do. We've seen it time and time again where traffic does become an issue. Thankfully, it looks like Green Shell Racing and Need for Speed split up on the track, so they're do two different laps that they're on and separated by quite a bit. But if they do find themselves on, not just them, I mean, you look at the likes of Barracuda and Fault Shark or Avanti Racing and the Barracuda, if they, for whatever reason, find themselves getting caught up by the leaders to go a lap down and they're fighting with each other, that tends to cause some issues with the lead car, because, you know, and this is what I don't get, is the fact that obviously lead car basically racing their own race, so they're entitled to fight. As, oh my goodness me, that got a little bit scary for Need for Speed there.
Not the first time that we've seen Need for Speed having themselves some drama, but fortunately they avoid any significant damage on the Aston Martin, so they continue their merry way. 13th position and last at this moment in time, 3 laps down unfortunately from the leader, but again, good to see them continuing to plug away and seeing what they can pick up from this race. And David, I mean, we always talk about results, we always talk about where you're going to finish and having to race with your rivals and stuff, but even if you're last and disconnected from the rest of the field, you're still learning, you're still picking things up, you're still getting used to the equipment, you're still getting used to your rivals and the environment and the car. There's still value to be had in this, isn't there, for a team such as Need for Speed all the way down there?
There absolutely is, and this is it's a difficult thing to talk about. It's obviously the skill level, the difference in ability and drivers and things like that. But the thing is that when you've got an in-person endurance race, as much as you want to keep going, the other teams want you to keep going as well. There's an incredibly supportive atmosphere that's down there, and while yes, it is competitive at the top end, and you know, it's very cutthroat in terms of on-track behaviour, off-track you'll very likely find them all socialising with each other, trying to give them a pep talk, trying to say, oh well, we're maybe doing this a little bit differently, try doing this, try doing X, Y and Z and stuff like that. And yes, in an online event, the temptation might be to just call it a day and just say, yeah, we're done. But down there at Milton Keynes, there's no point. You've paid your money, you're not at home, so you've got no benefit in calling it a day and pulling off the track or whatever. You keep the car in, you see what's going to happen, and you might be able to get a better result than you ever thought possible. It's still very early in. We're barely a third of the way through into the race here, and even the likes of, for Need for Speed, who are, yes, they're 3 laps down, but they could easily find themselves, if they stick in at it, within the top 10 or even the top 5, depending on how the race goes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, what you need to remember, of course, is Need for Speed are 13th because they've had some dramas. They're 3 laps down because they've had some dramas. So if they can have it, anybody can have it. And as you say, they might have got all their dramas out of the way, and somebody else is still to have that one. At the end of the day, you very, very, very wisely put it, a famous game show catchphrase, points meet prizes. And you hang around, top 10's yours for the taking if you're not careful. So well worth continuing now. 4 hours, 30 minutes, 51 seconds. We're going to go for a break in another 13 and a half minutes time. So quick shout out to everybody who's watching at home. Thank you for joining us today on the Simply Race YouTube channel. Please do give us a like and a subscribe. There are plenty of activations and activities taking place on the Simply Race YouTube channel. So do hit the little bell notification to be informed the next time we go live, and never miss a thing. Or come join us down at Simply Race here in Milton Keynes. It's a great place to sample sim racing in a friendly and competitive environment. We do championships, league races, and of course arrive and drive as well. And thank you to our sponsors, Gridfinder and to Trustmaster and to Silverstone Composites for helping make this Simply Race Endurance Series possible that you're watching today. And Green Shell Racing, under pressure on track, and managed to let the Ferrari pass nice and smoothly indeed. It's a good job there to be lapped by Radicals Online.
That's exactly how it should be. Just a case of you're not having to compromise your own speed too much. But I do feel desperately bad for the Green Shell Racing machine. They were showing a decent turn of pace, and that early contact with Need for Speed, and that fight kind of robbed us of what could have been an amazing fight between the two of them. But it's still not all over. They've got a long way to go, and I'm just watching back up with the leader as well, the E-Team Brit machine, now 20 seconds behind Fordzilla. It isn't a massive difference to the pace that they had earlier on. We've got that is a big moment for the Radicals machine that goes very wide at Aqua Minerale, and they've now got to do it all over again with the Green Shell Racing machine.
And that just exactly highlights the point that we were making not long ago, how things can change very quickly indeed. Of course, the incident at Aqua Minerale was not a major one, but any other part of the racetrack at any other different velocity, and you could very quickly have been picking up some damage. But going back to your E-Team Brit point, 20 seconds now in arrears, so they're starting to fall away from the Fordzilla car, and things are looking very nice at this stage for Fordzilla, aren't they?
Absolutely they are. And the thing is as well is the fact that just because Fordzilla are racing away, as we see through the corner, and again it's that inside curve but unsettles the car, power slide round, at this point you have to opposite lock on the throttle. Do not ever think about touching the brake at that point, because that will send you off to the nearest wall. But yeah, full on the throttle, and to be honest, that was a great recovery from the Radicals Online machine.
Yeah, it was actually very well done, and nice slow-mo there from Mike as well, so good capture on the broadcast direction as well. Casual Apex, by the way, are in pit lane, so 11th position. That car is now running the number 10, so we'll see if that's a stop because of circumstance or a stop because that is what they need to do as part of their strategy. Maybe a little earlier than we would have anticipated running on strategy, as the Green Shell Racing car once again goes a little bit adventurous off track.
Yeah, and the problem with that as well is that it's slowing itself down as the Green Shell Racing, I think, just gets out of the way here, does it? On the maybe not then. That's not the best etiquette, but again, for the Green Shell Racing car, it's probably just thinking, well, look, I just need to get going here.
And that's the difficulty, isn't it, when you're racing, when you're compromised in terms of your overall performance and you're running much lower than you would realistically be in the Green Shell cars. The Ferrari does well, actually, not to swipe the rear of it, caught out by early braking for the Corvette C8 tyre, and then again onto the gravel and just run the outside wheels off the racetrack. But when you're a team like Green Shell Racing that really should be much higher up the running order and you're coming to be lapped, oftentimes you find yourself in a position where you're being lapped by cars that just can't go as quickly as you, and half of you wants to get out of the way and adhere to blue flags, and the other half just wants to get on with the task in hand and try and minimise the pain that you're experiencing.
I'm talking about pain that's going to be experiencing right now. Have a look at that gap between E-Team Brit and Sancho Rocket Simsport now. That's down to 1.5 seconds between these two, and we're about 10 minutes away, maybe 15 minutes away from our next round of pit stops here. Oh, this is a new complexion onto the race.
Yeah, it really is now. This one's getting so close. We're getting very, very close to looking like overtaking opportunities. Now, what do you do, David? Your team E-Brit, you're having a stellar race. Do you defend or do you think about the big picture?
With my big 3000 IQ brain on, I race my own race, but realistically, come on, you're always going to fight a car that's trying to take the position from you on track there. If I'm behind the wheel of the E-Team Brit car, I'm just making that car as wide as I possibly can, make the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine try and work as hard as it has to, and hopefully they'll have a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing now, Zancho, they've worked their car hard. They've worked their tyres hard. They've closed down this gap to E-Brit. So I don't know exactly how nice that number 3 car is going to be at this stage of the race. Are they starting to run out of grip? Are they, as we see, running wide over the curve? So it's a dangerous position to be in as the attacker, isn't it? You've not got the car underneath you as nicely as you would do at the start of the stint. You know that the E-Team Brit machine is fast. Do you take a risk, or do you see if you can jump them in the pit lane?
No, for me, I think they're always going to try and attack. That's what Zancho, that's in their DNA. It's what they stand for. I think they're always going to try and take that position on track. Remember, 10 minutes is a long time, and E-Team Brit, the gap has closed down now. What's that, 3 seconds over the past 10 laps? So I think they're going to try and make the move in the next 5 minutes.
Let us hope so, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours, 7 minutes on the clock. We're taking a break when the clock hits 4 hours to go, and the pit stops are right around the corner as well. This is spicing up very nicely indeed between E-Team Brit in second position, and Zancho Rocket Sim Sport that you're looking at on your screen now in third place. Avanti Racing jumped down pit lane, by the way, from 5th position, so they're taking their stop again a little bit earlier than we would have anticipated. That moves up Barracuda in a 5th position, Fault Shark down pit lane in 7th as well.
I'm just watching now. We can see Avanti and Fault into the pits just now, but for the top 3 here, Paul, who do we think is going to be blinking the first?
I've got to be Fords. Mind you, no, I think E-Team Brit will go in first because Fordzilla have it all to themselves at the front of the field, so they can manage their car. And the Zancho team, we saw from the first stint, managed to run a couple of laps longer than their rivals. So that really, to me, leaves E-Team Brit as the odd one out. But again, the Ferrari has been quite thirsty in the past, but it's been changed a little bit for this competition. So maybe not. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out in the next 10 minutes or so. And again, I would imagine a lot of these teams are going to now run the tanks dry. But what we've seen is fuel actually being an issue for some of these teams and some of these drivers. I wonder if surely you'd think that. I guess what I'm trying to say is surely you'd think you wouldn't leave it to being that close.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Because the other problem you've got is if you don't maximise the amount of fuel in the tank that you've got and run it as far down as you possibly can, you don't want to be caught out in a situation where at the end of the race you've got to make a half stint stop or a splash and dash in the final few minutes. So every bit of leeway, every bit of wiggle room that you can give yourself at this early stage of the race is going to pay you back when it comes to the end, because there's nothing worse than just not, whoa, Rocket Zancho Sim Sport sideways as you like. They're giving it plenty on the loud pedal. What I'm saying is you don't want to come to the end of the race, David, and you've got to make a start 3 laps from the flag to finish it off, because that will just absolutely destroy your race strategy.
Yeah, you're going to be the only one buying your own Mackie D's at that point in time. If that's the case, you're not going to have many friends if you've managed to botch up that strategy call there. But yeah, I can't see that happening, but it has happened, and that's why we say things like that, because we've seen, even in real life racing, we've seen where that heartbreak can hit right even to the very last lap as well. Such are the thin margins. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the folk that you'd mentioned there at the tables on their laptops, Paul, weren't sitting on spreadsheets trying to work out fuel usage.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's got their own little strategy to work out what the optimum way to do it. Of course, what makes it really difficult in these cars is, roughly speaking, and when I'm saying roughly, I mean really roughly, it's about 60 minutes for a fuel stint. That can be 58, that can be 62, it can be a little bit more or less as well. And that makes it so difficult, because if you're just slightly out by 1 or 2 minutes either way, that is going to leave you with that uncomfortable gap at the end of a 6-hour race. If the leader goes 1 lap longer than you expected him to do, i.e. he crosses the line with 3 seconds left to spare and another lap comes on the clock, that's going to give you more time on track than you were anticipating. So it is not easy. It is not big margins for fuel usage for these drivers, and it is so easy to become a hero or a zero in one fell swoop if you get this right or wrong.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see that many times over this afternoon here at the Simply Race Endurance Series Round 2. I am really impressed with the opening 2 hours of this race. Realistically, we've only seen 2 big bits of contact. That was at the start line with Casual Apex, who got punted to oblivion from absolutely nowhere, and the Green Shell Racing and Need for Speed battle that came to blows at Aqua Minerale. So now we're starting to see a little bit of defence here from ET Brit. This is the interesting point, isn't it? The fact that Zancho Rocket Simsport trying to put the pressure on ET Brit, but ironically it was ET Brit that were coming out trumps.
It was indeed, as the Zancho car just drifts a little bit wide. It's reduced downforce when following another car, and wisely E-Team Brit jump down pit road, decide let's not waste any time at all defending this position. Our fuel mileage is coming to its close, and they're the first of the race leaders to make their stop.
So there we go. We asked who was going to blink first. The answer, E-Team Brit into the pits from second place. Fordzilla still out in the lead. I'm trying to see what car that is. That is the Avanti Racing machine that has just gone a lap down here. And well, 2 hours into the Simply Race Endurance Series Round 2 here, Paul. What are your initial thoughts?
I think, just like we said earlier on, massively impressed with E-Team Brit and their performance and the way that they're holding on very comfortably, actually, in that second position. Great performance from the number 2 Zancho Rocket Simsport car to recover from their dramas at the start of the race and their drive-through penalty. Credit where credit's due to the cars running much further down the order, Green Shell Racing and the Need for Speed machine, for continuing to plug away and trying to get something from the race. And overall, just a spirit of nice camaraderie, good hard racing, and of course a pleasure to be alongside yourself, virtually at least, once again. How about you, David? What's your story of the day so far?
Story of the day, again, E-Team Brit doing a fantastic job there. Fordzilla just resuming where they left things off on that opening round at Boots. And for everyone else, actually, the fact that we've got more teams in this than we had in the opening round as well. It's just been a brilliant race, and as well as a commentator, actually being down there in person, Paul, how different is it to the other gigs that you get?
Oh yeah, it's a massive difference, of course, because you're in. I'm looking in front of me now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors in which to enjoy different views of things that are happening, one of which is in a split screen as we go now to a replay. So let's have a look. That's the Green Shell Racing car. That's the next Need for Speed machine in the Aston Martin in the middle of the shot, coming through. I think that's Villeneuve, it might be. Too much curb on exit, too much acceleration, and oh dear, is this going to be an appointment with the Tech Pro? Yes it is. Hello old tyres, don't hit that Porsche, my goodness me, that was close. And that is Need for Speed also needing a little bit more runoff as well.
And Need for Speed, need for duct tape more like.
Yes, nice.
Yeah, needs some new panels on the side of that thing. That is an unfortunate turn of events, but we have 4 hours left to go in this race, Paul. And this is taking quite a lot out of me already in this opening 2 hours, and I can imagine it's taking a lot out of you as well. So without further ado, let's take a very short commercial break. We'll take an immersion break and go on board with one of the cars.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm joined by Max Spooner from E-Team Brit. I keep calling you Team E-Brit. E-Team Brit, who are having a fantastic race. Max, great start to the race. How's it been from your perspective?
Yeah, surprisingly good for us. We put Martin in for the first stint and he's been absolutely rapid. So yeah, it's really just trying a case of holding on to that now with the rest of our drivers.
Now, before we went on our break and the pit stops were coming around, you were running in second position on track. I think that's third position at the moment while we're waiting for Rocket. Can you hold them off over the course of the next stint? 'Cause they really close you down.
They did close us down, but then they closed us down and then went into us. So if they keep doing that, then yeah, we'll be fine. But I think realistically, we are expecting them to probably get us at some point during the race. But it's quite satisfying to actually be up there going wheel to wheel with them for once.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a brilliant start. And of course, you're running a Ferrari and there's a lot of Corvettes around you at the moment. How's the Ferrari stacking up on its tyres and over the course of a stint? Are you comfortable as a team with it?
Yeah, so we did a lot of preparation ahead of the race. So we tried all of the cars to get a feel for them, and we felt really comfortable with the Ferrari over the stint. So the car's really well balanced and it's wearing its tyres quite nicely for us.
From your first stint and a half on track then, what sort of feedback have you got from the drivers? Is it holding pace over the course of a stint? And what strategy do you have at this stage? Is it all out go, or are you thinking big picture?
Well, for us, we were conscious of the rain. So we were sort of playing our strategy into that in case it did come, but it looks as if it's going to be dry for the rest of the race. So it's really just sticking to plan A and just seeing where we go from there.
Fantastic. Now, I think it's fair to say that the start of the race has been a lot stronger than we maybe expected coming into today. I've had to reassess as a team what's possible. What do you think is possible? We've got a lot of racing still to go, but where are you aiming for as a team to finish today?
Yeah, so we're currently 4th at the moment. I think if we can get 4th, I'd be really happy with that. But I think, the Avanti and the Barracudas are quick cars. So I think the fight is going to be with those two cars and sort of seeing where we end up. But I think a top 6 for sure is definitely on the cards.
Fantastic. And last question from me. Who's in the car now and how are they going to compare?
So Hamish is in the car at the moment, so she's going to be in for a single stint, and then we'll be putting Mike in after that for 2 stints. She's been doing okay. She's had a couple of off tracks at the moment, but other than that, she's just keeping it on the black stuff.
Brilliant. Max Spooner from Team Ebrate, thank you very much indeed. David, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul Jeffrey, there with the awesome interview there with Max Spinner. And as you saw there, while we were away having a little bit of a break, all hell was kicking off between E-Team Britain is the number 2 of Zancho Rocket Simsport. They get the job done. They get themselves away ahead in front and quite comfortably too. So it's now a 2-3 on the podium for Zancho Rocket Simsport. We've got a cracking battle further back, but this is your race leader, Fordzilla, out in front by 21 seconds over the number 3 Zancho Rocket Simsport machine. You've then also got a battle for 5th position with Barracuda and Avanti Racing. They are currently fighting it out on track just now as we speak, and with 3.5 hours left to go, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point in this race. Avanti Racing having a little bit of a wiggle there at the exit of Aqua Minerale. And Paul, I just want to get your thoughts, because I mean, obviously a huge moment there for E-Team Brit and for Zancho Rocket Simsport coming together, and Zancho Rocket Simsport being escorted, I think is the kindest word I could use, into the barrier there. But 3.5 hours left to go. I mean, what else do you think we could possibly see on this race?
And all the full spectrum of things in between. I must admit, I did not see the E-Team Brit and Zancho contact itself, so hopefully we'll get a replay of that one a little bit later on. But the upshot is, of course, 2-3 for the Zancho cars. But E-Team Brit, they're not out of contention yet. 65 seconds away from the race leader, so that's a big ask. But only 3 seconds away from that podium position. And Max, we were just speaking to, obviously said we'll be content with 4th place. But for my money, when you've been running so heavily in the podium places for so long, they've got to keep half an eye on the prospect, shall we say, of getting up into that top 3 position, especially if that Zancho car is carrying a little bit of damage as well, which will not help them long term in terms of lap time, but also in terms of wear and tear on the vehicle.
Yeah, for sure. We're currently still watching the Avanti Racing machine down in 6th position, trying to catch up to the back of Barracuda. The gap now going up slightly as Barracuda takes that 5th position, but now they are both hunting down E-Team Britain. Max Spinner, typically a very, very humble person, tries to play down the prospects, tries to what he thinks is being realistic, and in all honesty, I think you're spot on, Paul. I think that they've got a big chance to make some big inroads into this event here, and they would be very, very happy to get a 4th place, and I think it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility for them.
Absolutely not. They've shown some great pace, they've shown some great composure on track as well, and I think the big thing here is they're running the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. Everybody ahead of them is running the Corvette CAR GTE. So they've got a different machine. It's got different characteristics. It's got different strengths and weaknesses that will run over a stint differently compared to the rivals. And as Max said, they've put a heck of a lot of practice in up to this stage. So that's a variable that they need to use to their advantage for sure. And they've got to be careful as well, because Barracuda and Avanti Racing are not too far behind them. So it's really, this pit stop sequence, David, has really closed up the field a little bit further down, although we've already got 6 cars on the lead lap at this stage. So yeah, all is not lost for Team Brit. They need to keep positive, keep pushing hard, keep doing what they're doing, and good things will come.
Absolutely, it's all about consistency and just keeping your foot in, keeping that momentum going and seeing where the dice lands right now, because as we said, you know, E-Team Brit, while they've lost out that position to Zanchu Rocket Simsport, it's not a given that they're going to lose that 4th position to Barracuda and Avanti Racing, because again, they've been known to be making some mistakes as well. And what we have to also keep an eye out for is that we don't see a repeat from Barracuda and Avanti Racing, where they push that little bit too hard and cause themselves a little bit of grief. I got to say though, we've already had our first DNF of the race though. Radicals Online just before the halfway mark have retired from the race in that number 7 machine, giving us 12 cars still on track at the moment.
Yeah, real shame. Radicals Online had to go offline, unfortunately, and retired from the race. And this, again, this goes back. Let's cast our mind back a couple of hours, David. We were saying for the likes of Need for Speed, for example, who at the time were dead last 4 laps in arrears. Keep circulating, keep doing the business, and then potentially things will go your way and there'll be some points on offer. And already 1 car are in contention with a DNF. We don't like to see that, but these things do happen. And you only need a bit of drama, Green Shell Racing or the likes of Casual Apex, Camsport, etc. And all of a sudden you'll find yourself in a points-paying position. So all is not lost for everybody outside the top 10 at this stage in the race, as Avanti Racing we continue to see on screen them making good progress. Is the number 11 car now, Barracuda as well, lining up to find a way past the E-Team Brit machine.
Yeah, it's a fantastic race that we've been treated to so far, and realistically I just can't see Fordzilla getting caught right now. 22 seconds is the gap down to Zancho Rocket Simsport. They're certainly not going to get caught by the rest of the field. However, there we go, now E-Team Brit have been caught up by we've got chaos going behind us. Green Shell Racing, I think, is that Fault Shark trying to get past the number 12. It is. They get past. That is not for position. That's a lap down. But I'm also watching the gap between E-Team Brit and Barracuda down to just half a second, Paul. And this is going to be fireworks very, very soon.
It is indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how the Aston Martin compares to the Ferrari in terms of straight line pace as well, because here at Imola, really getting a good run on that long back straight into the Tamarello chicane is certainly the most comfortable place to take an overtake. Of course, we said there's a new car, there's a new driver within the E-Team Brit car, and actually now the Aston Martin gets a very nice run indeed. Pulls out of the slipstream early, markers the inside line as well. E-Team Brit give the racing line away. They're not fighting this one too hard. They recognise that Aston Martin is the quicker of the 2 cars at this stage, and just give the position, keep things nice, neat and clean, and just continue on their strategy. So Barracuda are now in 4th position, and Avanti Racing are next in line to have a go at E-Team Brit.
Yeah, you can tell it's a different driver, different attitude behind the wheel. Martin Buchan obviously taking them through their first stint, and he was having absolutely none of it. It was a little bit more aggressive from Martin, making the cars frustrated behind him. But again, this is the measure, this is the performance of a driver who knows their own limits. And Paul, you've got to say that this is a mature drive from, I think they said it was Hamish, so maybe is it Hamish Eisner that's behind the wheel of the E-Team Brit, is way wide out of the track there, and that's exactly what you don't want from Avanti Racing. We saw that car getting very, very frustrated as well, and this is the Green Shell Racing machine. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of this, because the Green Shell Racing just got put another lap down by that Fault Shark car, and these 2 cars are not on the same lap, so Green Shell Racing doesn't look to have significantly more pace than the Fault Shark machine. So I'm not sure what I was thinking about there.
And these are the sort of things that we were speaking about at the top of the show, aren't they? Now we're getting in to a lap traffic scenario. Now the field's getting mixed up a little bit. The cars that are faster but out of position. These are variables. These are risk factors that our drivers have got to cope with and comprehend with. And teams like Fordzilla that are leading by a country mile and don't look like anybody can touch them in terms of lap pace can still get it caught up in these kind of shenanigans. As you say, Green Shell Racing, to be fair, are kind of inserting themselves into a situation they don't need to at this stage. And I hate to say it, but this has got tears written all over it. It's just a matter of time till something that we don't want to see happens amongst these two. Let's hope it doesn't, but these are the kind of things that our drivers have still got to overcome in the next 3 minutes, 23 hours even, 23 minutes. So yes, Jeopardy's still very firmly online for these drivers.
Back with E-Team Brit then, still under pressure from Avanti Racing. This is on the run down the hill here. And again, up the inside. I don't understand this. I really, really don't understand this from the Green Shell Racing machine. But E-Team Brit through Ravazza then, through Acqua Minerale. This is the run down to the Variante Alta. And again, you can see just how keen the Avanti Racing machine is to get past this car of E-Team Brit, but Christie, Hamish doing a great job of making that car as wide as it possibly can be. And again, I'm just thinking back to the car of Green Shell Racing. I'm also noticing that Need for Speed are into the pits again very, very early, very, very long. I wonder if we've got a second retirement here, Paul.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that one. I'm making eye contact with race control to see if we can find out what's happening with the Need for Speed machine. So we'll come back to you on that one now. But Team Brit under pressure again. That is Avanti Racing. Looks to the inside, missed their braking point completely. Goes for a day at the beach. Get the car back on the track. Or do they make contact with the wall? We'll find out in a few moments. I've not seen them reappear. Meanwhile, Green Shell Racing are going too wide with Fault Shark. There's a different laps, but still on the same bit of tarmac. Green Shell Racing just about clear the Aston Martin and get track position again. So now they will have to push to put a gap between themselves and Fault Shark. Otherwise, they'll have to concede that position under blue flags once again. And Need for Speed back out on the racetrack.
I've just had a horrible thought, right? That car that's 2 cars behind Fault Racing right now, tell me that's not Red Shell Racing. Tell me this isn't a team tactic to try and get ahead. Yeah, thankfully it's not. Fault Shark I think that's another car that's a lap up ahead. But it might not be, but just from the looks of it, it looked very similar to the Red Shell Racing machine.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very nice to see, but I'm not quite sure if they are the sister car, but we'll have a look at that one in a moment, because I believe in a moment's time, yes, here we go. This is a replay of what happened a moment ago, so Avanti Racing riding on board. There we go, completely missed the braking zone, straight through the gravel, but thankfully for Avanti, they avoid any contact with the barriers and can carry on their merry way in 6th position, and that is some much needed breathing space for E-Team Brit, currently holding on to 5th position with 3 hours and 21 left on the clock.
And it was Red Shell Racing that is right behind that Fault Shark machine. So I'm call me pessimistic, call me a very, very doubtful old person, but yeah, that's what it looked like for me. I mean, to be fair, Green Shell Racing, there's no harm come out of it. The Green Shell Racing car got itself ahead, whatever, fine. If that lets them sleep at night, cool, job done. But this is now the battle here between 7th and 8th place on the track, and I wonder if Fault Shark maybe decided to just sort of let that Green Shell Racing car go so that they could concentrate on their own battle on the track here. But a very strange moment there from Avanti Racing, missing their braking point. When you listen to the audio cues, Paul, it sounded like Avanti had already started to go onto the brakes there, so I don't understand why that car just went straight off.
I think it's a good move, though, to get out of the way and not make contact, not try and make the corner and potentially collect one of your rivals. So respectful driving from Avanti there to have their own accident and not bring anybody else into the situation, which is great to see. But actually, just going back to Greenshell a moment, credit where credit's due, they do seem to have significant pace over the Fault Shark car, so maybe they did need to get that car clear and continue just concentrating on their own business, concentrating on their own performance. Yes, they're a mile away in terms of track position, but at least they can execute their strategy correctly. But look, Fault Shark Racing now do not have the pace at this juncture, and we're getting Red Shell Racing all over the back of the Aston Martin. So big pressure for Fault Shark Racing now, and yes, I can't see them holding off for much longer. The number 6 car significantly quicker at this stage, although that's not going to help.
I believe that was the commentators' cars in effect right there. Goodness me. Meanwhile, E-Team Brit still under all the pressure now from Avanti Racing. That battle for 5th and 6th position is now, it's going up actually 1.5 seconds. So Avanti Racing, again, as soon as they catch up to the tail end of that E-Team Brit car, they're just not able to find any way past it.
And that is the danger, isn't it, on a track like Imola, like they were racing at today. It's an old school track, it's a narrow circuit, there's not a lot of runoff, there's barriers very invitingly at the side of the track at any given time, and you've got to be really confident when you make an overtaking manoeuvre. You've got to have the overlap, you've got to have the advantage. There's no kind of duking it out for 3 or 4 corners in consecutive nature. You've got to really force the issue and be comfortable with that one. And at this moment in time, Avanti Racing just don't have that confidence seemingly to make that manoeuvre.
Well, normally that would be right, but we look at, say, I'm trying to think who it was. Oh, up the inside goes Red Shell Racing, thinks about it late on the brakes, but that was very respectful. Oh, they got the exit. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Red Shell Racing. They gave Fault Shark enough rope to tie themselves up in knots with, and that's exactly what happened, and they're ready to pounce. But I was also just thinking about Need for Speed and Greenshell Racing in that early stage of the race, because they were fighting tooth and nail over, corner to corner, side by side, and they actually made it work. But normally, you're absolutely right, Paul, it doesn't work like that here at Imola.
Absolutely, and when you're racing so high up as 5th and 6th positions as well, there's an added element of risk, of jeopardy. And just, do you want to take that risk at this juncture, especially with 3 hours 17 left on the clock? We're not a million miles away from, yet again, the next round of planned and expected pit stops. It's not worth, especially if you don't know your rival too well, you don't know who's in the car, you're not sure how they're going to behave and react. Will they give you space? Will they run you out of road? And I've often said this before, and I really do believe in what I'm saying here, that motor racing is not about who's fastest, it's about who makes the least mistakes. And I think you can be really, really quick and then get involved in an instant, go off and visit the barriers, and it throws it all away. Or you can give up half a second and follow for a little while and wait till the right opportunity presents itself. And potentially, that's what we're seeing with Avanti Racing, although no doubt the next time we cut to it, they'll be side by side and on fire and upside down and all sorts of things.
That's exactly what I was about to say, upside down and on fire, yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see. It's been a fascinating battle between those two, and they are now separated by very, very little indeed. So if something's going to happen, David, it's going to happen soon.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm watching that Red Shell Racing car. It's looking a little bit twitchy for my liking. And of course, what we have to remember is this is all for position. This is a 3-car battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. This is Avanti Racing, this is Red Shell Racing, Fault Shark, and just behind is the Porsche of Camsport, who we haven't seen for a lot of the race there, but they're doing a cracking job of sneaking back into contention here.
They are indeed, and David, just while we're looking at that one, I'm looking at a different screen. I'm sure we'll catch a replay in a short while, but E-Brit team and E-Team Brit and Avanti Racing have come together on track both gone off the racetrack. They both recovered back to the circuit, no positions changed, but obviously quite a bit of time lost on track, and now they're separated again. So this little fight is very much rumbling on between those two, and that's exactly what I talked about, David. Too aggressive, you've not got a 100% done deal manoeuvre, and that's exactly what happens, and both of you lose out, nobody gains. So Avanti Racing need to have a look through the playbook and see if they can find something else to throw at them next time around.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, is it? Because obviously Avanti Racing, they're very, very keen to get past, but this is exactly what I was warning about, is that over keenness and that over burning desire to get a position. It's 5th place, for goodness sake. Yes, you want to get it, but realistically, that's the pace that they've got at the moment is all that's going to come out of that, and it's just cost them potentially some more damage. And if they get put a lap down by Fordzilla, that's going to get them into contention with Red Shell Racing, Fault Shark and Campsport as well. So yeah, this is a worrying time for these two teams. But as it stands, I mean, the thing that we can't look past is Fordzilla and their incredible consistency and pace over this first 2 hours and 45 minutes of the race.
Oh yeah, man, they've been machine-like so far in this race. They had a dreadful and absolute nightmarish start. For anybody who's joining the broadcast late, Fordzilla took pole position in quite a commanding style, actually, compared to how tight the field were in qualification. Nightmare started down in 3rd position right off the line, and then dropping to 4th even as things unfolded. As we're going for a replay now, this is from a lap or so ago. So Avanti Racing throw it down the inside. There is no gap unless you're a motorbike, and come together. Inevitably they do, but thankfully at that incident the E-Team Brit retained track position.
Yeah, that's an awkward one to watch, isn't it? Because
yes,
it's a desperate lunge. It was never going to work, but this is racing. The thing is that you don't take chances, you don't get the opportunity. But yeah, I mean, the thing is as well is that E-Team Brit were always going to close the door on there, but I don't know. Yeah, it was never going to work. They took way too much speed into that corner. They were never stopping it.
It does make you wonder, though, David, whether Avanti was more accident avoidance than genuine attempt to make an overtake on there, because that was last of the late breakers and then a little tea party afterwards as well. That was really, there we go. That does strike me as, there's a car, close your eyes, bang. Never going to make that corner, and Ebrit rightfully closed the door because pure and simply there's no way there should be a car up your inside on that one. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and a box full of rat-a-date sandwiches. Avanti come down pit lane.
I've never in my life heard that expression. That is getting written down and stolen into the David Christie book of phrases to put out. We've got a yellow flag out in sector 3, and I've got a feeling that that's going to be for U Barracuda. It's Casual Apex into the pits.
So we've got a couple of cars now in pit lane. Avanti Racing that we saw in 6th position. Casual Apex jumping down pit road as well. So there'll be no change in track position. Casual Apex currently 10th in the running order with 3 hours, 11 minutes left on the clock. They're a little bit early in the pit sequence compared to some of their rivals. And this will be interesting now. Can Zansho Simsport get their car into the picture for the race victory, for the race lead? 22 seconds in the riggers, broadly the same kind of lap times. It's going to come down to strategy. It's going to come down to making fewer mistakes. It's going to come down to clearing that traffic, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and I'm just watching this battle here between Fault Shark and Cam Sport, because Red Shell Racing in 6th position cleared off a little bit just ahead of these two right now, and Fault Shark doing a decent job of holding on to that position. But you've got to wonder where the pace has gone, because about 5 laps ago they were looking so strong. I wonder if they've tried to double stint the tyres and they're just running out on them. That would make sense given how close we are to the end of this second stint. But you get the feeling that this Porsche and that was a huge defensive move from Fault Shark there, a little jink there to say not a chance. And if anything there, Paul, I mean, that is a hyper-aggressive show that this isn't going to be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very, very late defensive manoeuvre. And actually, I've got to say, Camsport have really got themselves in a contention. Their Porsche.
Yeah, it really has got itself into contention, Paul, because it's come from the back of that grid. We sort of caught up in that start line issue and then just decided to get the bit between its teeth almost and just keep pushing hard. So given the heavy contact that it had, the fact that it's only one lap down and that it's still in contention, because I mean it's still in with a shout of potentially getting up into the top 5 here when all is said and done, with just about 3 hours 10 minutes left to go in this race. And I'm also watching Barracuda and Zancho Simsport. The gap now between them is only 7 seconds. Am I right in saying that Barracuda are chasing down third place?
That would be a turn up for the Bucks if that was the case. And Barracuda, actually, I don't know, is it a different pit strategy? Where have they really come from? They've been off of my radar for a long time in terms of a podium shout. But as you say, they're right in there with the number 2 car. Watch this space.
Yeah, that is a very interesting one for sure. But as we said, 3 hours left to go in the race here. We've still got 12 cars running on track at the moment, 5 of them on the lead lap, but we are in the middle of a pit stop cycle just now, and it looks like that's who have we got that was first in. Avanti Racing was the first of our top 6 to blink, so they get put a lap down just now. Fault Shark that we're watching here. Oh, huge moment at Aqua Minerale, spins the car around. We've seen it so often, hitting the curb, unsettling the car, and that is all she wrote for that stint for Fault Shark. It goes from bad to worse. Cam Sports recovery drive keeps going on, and there is Avanti Racing. This is 4th position, in too deep. Outside of the brakes and the tyres have gone on that car, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And Avanti Racing, that's basically a free pit stop. They've just won over that car. They've already stopped. Avanti. Fault Shark have not, and they're still in front out on the circuit. So real disappointment for the Fault Shark Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And as we said, David, as you said, David, it's such a common issue that occurs here at Imola. And there we go, straight down pit lane, get some new boots on that one, maybe a new driver in the cockpit, and pick yourself back up again. You've got 3 hours to go, boys. It's not even halfway yet.
That's absolutely the case there. So we'll watch some new boots going on to the car there. And just looking at the top 3, that gap is... I'm really impressed with Zancho Rocket Simsport in 2nd position, the number 3 car, because they have been absolutely lapping at the same pace as Fordzilla in the lead of this race. But that gap between Zancho Rocket Simsport in 3rd, the number 2 car, and the number 9 car of Barracuda, that is definitely coming down, because that gap is now 6.5 seconds between them, and it was about 10 at one point. So Barracuda, they have got the bit between their teeth. They want that final step, Paul, on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Barracuda last lap was a 142.782 for the Zancho Rocket Simsport was a 143.3. So they're very firmly, the pace is with Barracuda at this stage in the race. The Zancho Rocket Simsport number 2 car not necessarily got everything it needs. It doesn't feel comfortable in this stint with the tyres, with the driver, with the track conditions. So Barracuda need to make hay while the sun does shine, so to speak, and see what they can do about getting themselves in to this top 3. And we know the number 2 car is not averse to making a mistake, so game on.
Game on is pretty much the words that I would use on that one, because there is so much to gain from these next 20 minutes. That's where it all is going to come down to. So Barracuda here again taking a nice healthy chunk out of that chicane there. And the great thing about Variante Alta as a set of corners is that it looks very easy, Paul, but it's deceptively hard to master, isn't it?
Absolutely, and not only do you have to master it, but you have to do that time in and time out if you want to be competitive. These drivers don't do one hot lap and 4 or 5 moderate laps. Every lap's a qualifying lap. Every lap's within a tenth of each other, give or take, depending on track position and tyres, etc. So you've got to nail it every single time. You don't nail it, you nail it 90% of the time. You can't afford to give that time away. That's a podium, bye-bye. And that is what's so spectacular about watching drivers at this level in esports sim racing. It is just perfection, time in and time out. And if you fall below those lofty standards, you are going to be really having a difficult time out on the track.
Yeah, and it's Ah, dear me, what can you say? I mean, 3 hours left to go in this race, and for the first time, that gap between first and second, Paul, under 20 seconds. That gap to Fordzilla is starting to come down. Do we have a bit of a spicy finish to this race on our hands?
Yeah, at one stage in the proceedings, we thought this was a done deal for the Fordzilla team, and I'll try and have a chat with one of their drivers in the next hour or so as well, just to get their take on what's happening. But you're right, it looks like the number 3 is starting to find a way to make inroads into that race lead. Now, whether this is a Fordzilla tactic to maintain the life in their tyres, maintain their fuel economy, just keep things nice and neat. And you don't like saying it, but of course, a team sport, you're going to have your stronger and your less strong drivers as well. So maybe one of their ultimately absolute fastest drivers is not behind the wheel at this stage, and they're just doing the best lap times they can manage at any given time. We'll find that all out. Their last lap was a 43.5, so very, very slow indeed if you compare the best lap being a 41.4. So, yeah, let's get ready for this one.
And just having a look here, and also hearing that one of the issues for Fordzilla, Charlie Crossland, who another good friend currently in the car, struggling with back pain in that rig. That is going to be a very, very difficult one, because that is going to get worse and worse and worse as the stint goes on here, Paul.
Yeah, and Crossland, of course, was the guy that qualified this car, so this will be his second stint in the car, double stinted to start the race. Now, the only good news for Fordzilla and Crossland is we're not far away at all from when this car is likely to come down pit road, so they will be making a driver swap, no doubt. Get Crossland out of the car, let him have a bit of a stretch and do whatever he needs to do, and arguably Crossland probably won't be needed again over the course of this race. Only 3 hours left to go, and they've got plenty of drivers on hand. So a temporary issue for the team that I'm sure will get cleaned up very soon indeed. So all the more important for the number 3 to try and take some advantage out of this situation while it's there.
Absolutely, and these are the chances that leave yourself open to opportunity. But again, that would explain why the pace has dropped so much in the past couple of minutes here. And again, I think there's still at least another 10 minutes in this stint for Fordzilla. But when you're on this page, you know, what do you do if you're Charlie Crossland? This E-Team Prep makes a huge mistake coming into the Aqua Minerale complex. That is not what you want to see, and I tell you what, that is going to drop E-Team Prep even further down now, because they are going to have to watch out, because they're going to be into the grasp of Red Shell Racing, Camsport and Avanti Racing as well, because they've still got to pit. So I mean, if you're Charlie Crossland and you know you're got about 10 minutes left to go, what did Fordzilla do? I mean, did he jump ahead and just pit them straight away? Because that gap has gone up again very, very slightly.
Yeah, they're going to have the longest 10 minutes of Charlie Crossland's sim racing career as E-Team Prick jumped down at pit road. Now, if you're Fordzilla, you got Crossland in the car, you got 10 minutes left on the stint, Crossland's saying he's aching, you pretend that you've not seen or heard him. And then you come back to him in 9 minutes and go, stint's over, buddy. Then you keep to your strategy, because they say it sounds innocuous, and I do say it in jest, of course, but 10 minutes early on this stop, if they pulled him in now to get him out of the car, that will have huge consequences on their strategy and could very, very likely put him in that situation that we spoke about earlier of coming towards the final set of the race and having to do a splash and dash, which, if that's the case, goodbye victory chances. So they'll be desperate to keep Crossland in to the absolute conclusion of his time planned in the car.
Yeah, very true. And again, you've got that 19-second buffer. If you need to drive a little bit slower, absolutely have at it. There's no need to push yourself and you know, cause yourself extra discomfort if it's a case of keeping it in the car a little bit longer and keeping to the strategy. And for the most part, Zansharock at Simsport, they're not able to take advantage of this. If it was me and I'm Zansho, knowing that Charlie's suffering from back pain already, I'd be tempted to get in early. I'd be tempted to, knowing that you know the 3 hours can be covered by another 2 pit stops. I'd be getting in now and trying for the undercut to take a big amount of time out of that gap. But that gap's come down by 2 seconds. In fact, as Fordzilla into the pits, so Charlie Crossland has to blink first and into the pits. Now can Zancho Rocket Simsport make hay while the sun shines here?
Yeah, this is going to be big. It's going to be important for this race. But looking at the car that's currently in second position, very, very soon that will pick up the race leaders. We hit the halfway mark in this, the second race of the Simply Race Endurance Series Championship here at the 6 hours of Imola at the circuit Dino Ferrari. And Zancho now, as you say, this is their time. They really need to push. They really need to do everything they can to close that gap to Fordzilla, because remember, Fordzilla now will be putting a brand new driver in that car. It'll take that driver 2 or 3 laps, no doubt, to get their eye in, get their self back into the game as well. So this is catchy uppy time now for the number 3.
Yeah, for sure, and that's also going to affect time for the driver getting out of the rig there. So that's a 57.6 second time in the pit lane there. I think that's a couple of seconds longer than some of the previous pit stops, but we'll definitely check that out. I don't think it's good. The problem is, if it's new tyres that are on that car, you don't want to just throw that car in left, right and centre, because obviously you want to let the tyres get a chance to warm up and get to speed. So we'll see on that, certainly for Fordzilla just now. Cam Sport though is still out on track just now. Also noticed Barracuda into the pit lane then. They've decided to try and get the undercut on that number 2 Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine, who are 20 seconds at the moment behind Fordzilla. So again, halfway through the race, 3 hours are done. We've got another 2 hours 58 left to go. And I still don't know. I still don't know how this is going to go.
And that's an interesting signal of intent from Barracuda to know that they are they're confident enough in their pace that they can get that car undercut. They think they can try and make some inroads. As our race leader, the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport number 3 car comes down pit road. So they're serving their pit stop 1 lap later than the Fordzilla machine. Is 1 lap enough to have made any difference? Has the outlap for Fordzilla being strong enough to keep their advantage? Of course, they're not going to lose the advantage, but the question is, can the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport car close that gap down any over what it was before the pit stop sequence took place? We'll find out when they get back on track and up to speed. Still stationary at the moment, so 20 plus seconds is still looking like the optimum number, I think.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's going to be a long run out of pit lane there, and just watching that time go by, I think Fordzilla's actually extended the gap, 57.1, so that by my reckoning that's another 3 seconds. So, well, actually it's, yeah, I mean, it'll take them time to get up to speed, but it's still about that 20 seconds mark.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe a few tenths here or there, but no great shake. So opportunity, unfortunately, not maximised by Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, and they stay, give or take, roughly the same distance away from the Fordzilla cars once they've both stopped. The second Zancho car, the number 2 machine, is now in 3rd position, but that is artificial, the gap between the 2 Zancho Rocket cars, as they need to make another stop. And Barracuda that we saw coming into pit lane a couple of laps ago, can they close that gap down? They're one of the closest fights out on track for 3rd and 4th position. So Barracuda currently in clean air. They'll be looking to make amends for what has been a slower start to the race as they continue to sniff around the podium places.
Yeah, just having a look there, I believe actually it was the other way about for Zancho Rocket Sim Sport. I believe the number 3, it was still in 2nd place. It was the number 2 that was in that 3rd position, so that number 2 still stays behind in that 3rd position, and that's the E-Team Brett car getting put a lap down from Zancho Rocket Sim Sport. That's an awkward one to take. Of course, I mean, the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine, the number 2 car still has to pit again, but yeah, that's a difficult pill for the E-Team Brett car team to swallow, given how well that car was doing.
Yeah, it's times like this as a driver when you So when you're in the cockpit, you don't always have a massively full overview of everything that's happening in the race around you, of course, because you're concentrating on your own business. And when you're racing, oh, there we go, look, the number 2 car missed their pit spots. They've had to reverse in pit lane to get in their designated area. No massive loss, only a couple of seconds lost. But that is not the kind of thing that you need to be doing at this juncture in the race. So the number 2 car, a second or two, lost to Barracuda. Let's see if that's enough to help Barracuda pass as they sideways through the chicane, doing their very best to throw away the advantage as well. So, hey, the gift that keeps on giving, this pit window.
This is an absolute stunner of a race here. Fordzilla looking very comfortable in that lead from Zancho Rocket Simsport, but it's all went wrong for the number 2 Zancho Simsport machine. That's going to have another 3 or 4 seconds to go in the pit stop, and this is going to hand it on a silver platter to Barracuda, who take their position, and they're still in pit lane. They're still in their pit box. That is a very, very long stop for the number 2 Zancho machine. I wonder if there's issues with that car to go over a minute, Paul. Something has to be wrong.
Yeah, potentially they're doing some repair work courtesy of the contact that they had with E-Team Brit earlier in the race. Maybe they thought that with 3 hours still to go, it's not worth carrying that level of damage and the time loss and the wear and tear that it causes on the car as well, which is that's a brave move, David, because as you say, that's a significant amount of time stationary. That's going to be difficult to close that back.
So, Paul, obviously behind the scenes we get our production team who given us some rather tasty insights there, and saying that the number 3 Zancho Rocket Simsport machine only has Dan Handover doing the entire 6 hours by himself, but the number 2 has 2 drivers in it. That is a heroic effort from that number 3 machine.
To be honest, dude, I'm worrying how I'm going to do 6 hours of commentating with a co-commentator alongside me.
Yep,
6 hours of driving, come on, that's impressive. That is impressive.
That is unbelievable. It really, really is. But yeah, fantastic work, and doing a good job. He's not looking like he's struggling with stamina or anything like that. So yeah, fair play to Dan Handover. Obviously, fellow commentator, does a lot of esports commentary work as well, and hand behind the wheel, and it just really annoys me because I love sim racing. I'm just not very good at it.
So, $1 million question then, David, is what's the advantage for staying one driver in the car all stint?
It sounds bad, but actually it's a really good thing for Dan because the car's set up purely for him. He knows exactly how the car is going to drive. He knows what has happened with it. When you do a handover with another driver, I mean, you said yourself, as teams, you're not going to be standing there over your driver's shoulder 24/7. You're not going to be constantly watching what's happening with the car. So when you pick up the car, there's that disconnect between where it was when you left it and where it was when your teammate picked it up. So when you come back to do your other stint, there's that lap or two of exploration, whereas for Dan, he can just get back out from the pits and absolutely go for it. So I think he saves himself on the likes of the outlap, and we're seeing the fact that car still able to hold a candle to the Fordzilla machine.
Yeah, superb performance from Dan. But just talking of holding candles or not, the Fordzilla has just set a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:41.122. That is a sensational lap time, and bear in mind that they're not far out of their pit stop as well, so that's got a lot of fuel on board, and they're almost as quick as qualifying. Can you believe that?
It's ridiculous. It really, really is. But again, we have to say, quite often, how often have we been in a broadcast, Paul, and the leader is just away with it, and you don't really see them much, and we don't really talk about them much, and it's a shame because they're just doing the most incredible pace. And this is one thing that I've noticed that is quite unique to the R Factor 2 platform. The way that this car attacks the circuit, as we had a brief yellow flag there, it almost drifts the car in. You watch the tail end of it and it throws throws the car around, and apparently that's the fastest way to drive this sim.
Absolutely, yeah. He's taking a lot of aggression out of the car. You've got to be careful not to overcook it, of course, to the Fordzilla getting very squirrely through Villeneuve, but well held by the number one machine. First place on racetrack, of course, as well. And you were saying about it's a shame how you don't get much camera time for the race leaders in these sort of series. But as a driver, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to be invisible. So if you're being invisible, you're doing nothing dramatic. You're doing your job, and you're doing your job well, and you're scoring the big result. And for Fordzilla, this is, it's too early to say job well done, but it's got all the ingredients of being a really good day at the races for that team so far. Practically dominating things up front, and just goes to show, I mean, look at the gaps. Look at the gaps, and they've lapped the majority of the field. It's just sensational stuff.
Yeah, it really is. So Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, this is the huge news. Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, after being in third position for a good chunk of the race, that botched pit stop and that damage that they had to repair has cost them dearly and dropped them all the way back to fifth position. And realistically, I can't see them being able to get into a podium position from that.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask, isn't it? I mean, there's obviously some strategy has been employed where they thought about, is it to my advantage to make this stop? Do I want to repair the car? And they crunched the numbers and made the decision that yes, that is the optimum way to go racing for the second half, the back half of this race. But they've certainly made their day or their job significantly more difficult than it would have been. But I've got to admit, for you and I, David, and for everybody at home, that is exactly what we wanted to see, because that's a very, very fast car out of position, and they need to do the business out on the racetrack. And 10 seconds between themselves and Avanti Racing. We've seen the Avanti car being loose, shall we say, to use an American phrase, out on the racetrack. So there's some good racing still to be had, I think.
I think there's plenty of meat left on the bone, as it were, in this race, with 2 hours 45 left to go, or just over 2 and 3/4 hours left to go in the race. Again, I'm finding myself captivated by that gap between Fordzilla and Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, because it is starting to drift down ever so slightly, maybe only by 3/4 a lap, but it is slowly starting to come towards the number 3 car behind. And as I say that, it goes up quite significantly, but it's yo-yoing up and down all the time. Meanwhile, Red Shell Racing have got Cam Sport firmly on their tail, again about 4 seconds behind. And for me as a driver, with all of these gaps opening up, I find it actually quite reassuring, because I just want to get in, get my stint done, get as drama-free laps as possible, and just keep going with it.
Yeah, exactly right. You just want to do the job, execute the strategy that's been laid out before you, just do exactly what you need to do, exactly what you've been prepped to do, exactly what you've trained and practiced to do at this site. By the way, I think the Need for Speed cars may have been for a bit of excursion as well. There was a brief yellow flag in Sector 2. We saw some dust kicking up at the back of the screen as well, so maybe they've been in strife once again. Not for the first time today, and probably not for the last as well. That is the Need for Speed machine. The number 4, very interesting liveried Aston Martin that has been to say hello to almost every single grandstand here at Imola, so giving the fans their money trackside for a close-up as well.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that we love about this sim so much, and the races that we get to have in it is just fantastic that we can actually have like a 10 to 15 car grids on this, and it's teams that are there in real life, in person. Back to Casual Apex though, and this is on the back of, let's have a look at that car in front. That's not the E-Team Brit, is it? Oh, it is the E-Team Brit car that they're trying to unlap themselves on. So, well, actually no, because the Casual Apex machine is... Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. So if that's the E-Team Brit, then what on earth has happened to them?
I think that is a car trying to make its way past, unlap itself from E-Team Brit, but wow, that was very, very close indeed. And as a driver, it's so difficult when you're on a different lap to the car that you're racing and trying to squabble for the same bit of tarmac with. You want to get past, you want to get on with your business, but woe betide anybody who makes contact with a car that's multiple laps ahead of them. So good job to get out of that one and not get involved in anything by Casual Apex, and they live to continue to pressure the Team Brit machine that's currently in 6th position, but 33 seconds now behind the number 2 Zansho Rocket Sim Sport car. So they're having a bad stint since we spoke to them coming back off the break.
Yeah, they really are, and E-Team Brit now have to watch over their shoulder because just 7 seconds behind them is the Red Shell Racing machine that was about 10 seconds a gap there, and coming down very, very quickly as well. What I'm actually trying to understand is that if that is the E-Team Brit car that's in front, and it's probably one of those moments where my brain is just not actually working properly at all there, and that's the Casual Apex behind them. But yet the Casual Apex machine is still on the lead lap. So yeah, Fault Shark anyway, trying to hunt down Cam Sport just now. And this is Red Shell Racing, who we were talking about. It is E-Team Brit there in that 6th position there. So they're ahead of Red Shell Racing. But that was what I was trying to get my head around, was that E-Team Brit are just ahead of Casual Apex on the track, but Casual Apex are still on the same lap.
And this goes to show a little bit of how much that E-Team Brit are struggling for pace at this stage in the race. That Casual Apex car is significantly faster, which has not been at any stage in the race up to press. So the E-Team Brit machine really needs to dig deep and try and find some lap time if they want to keep in contention for the strong results. They suggested they wanted a top 4. I argued that maybe a podium would be on, but those chances have well and truly become more difficult. Looking now at the timing screens, their last lap, a 1 minute 45.3, so a good couple of seconds behind at least than the cars ahead of them. So yeah, difficult times at the moment for this Ferrari.
Yeah, and the thing is that the Ferrari is a fast car. We know that it's got the ability, it's got the pace, but it's not got the potential at the moment to get this job done. And unfortunately, it looks like the Casual Apex car it's almost a certainty going to get itself unlapped on this E-Team Brit here. What I don't want is for any, that's what I wanted. I wanted to see a good clean pass, and E-Team Brit just not fighting it. Recognising, and that's great driving. That's recognising your own ability, seeing there's a much faster car. It doesn't matter if they're on the same lap or not. Just let them go. You drive your own race, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, just to observe, while they were running so close together, the Aston Martin looked so much stronger in the braking zone. Is that a wear issue, or is that purely just confidence behind the wheel, do you think, at this stage?
I think it's both. I think it's wear and confidence. I think that what we don't know is that if the E-Team Brit car has got any damage on that one, whether or not that's to do with why it's losing so much pace on its fellow Ferrari. But look, the Red Shell Racing team have been absolutely fantastic. Gutting that they had such a difficult start to the race, but my goodness me, they're certainly making up for a poor start to the race, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they really kind of wrote them off a couple of hours ago, but they're firmly bringing themselves back into contention. Next on the list is that E-Team Brit machine that's just a couple of seconds up the road. There's a fair gap to the rest of the field further down the line, but we've seen this turn around. I mean, the number 2 Zansho SimSport car is a perfect example. They were sitting pretty in 3rd position, now they're 5th position in a significant amount of time behind their rivals. So Red Shell Racing doing what they can with the circumstances that are laid out before them to keep themselves in contention for something respectable. And don't forget as well, David, and everybody at home, this is a part of a championship campaign. It's not a one-off race. So yes, you want a good result and you want to finish as high as you can, but you want to bank those points because there's 3 rounds still to go.
Oh, and just watching the Green Shell Racing Machine in 11th position, also getting past that E-Team Brit machine. Now, here comes the Red Shell Racing, though, effort on E-Team Brit. This is now 4th position. This is for 6th place. I thought it was going to be a dive up the inside there from the Red Shell Racing Machine. It isn't. The number 6 machine decides to think better of it, coming into that left-hander at Tosa. The cars run up the hill, and again, this is looking so very, very good for Red Shell Racing and very bad for E-Team Brit, because it looks like there's going to be not just one position lost here. It's not just going to be 6th position lost, it's going to be 7th as well, because Cam Sport are just 3.5 seconds behind these two right now. And what I'm hoping is that there's no tears before bedtime here.
Yeah, absolutely great pass in the end from Red Shell Racing. Very committed to the inside, telegraphed it nice and early, let the car know ahead exactly what was happening, and good respect from E-Team Brit there for giving him the racing room that he required. So Red Shell Racing now in 6th position. In 7th is E-Team Brit and Cam Sport 1.5 seconds. They made a 1.5 seconds during that battle up on these cars ahead. So like you say, I do fear that will be the Porsche past in the non too distant future. This is just a survival time now for E-Team Brit. Bring the car to the end of the stint as quickly, damage-free as possible, and then you can see what comes over the course of the next couple of hours. And I think damage-free is the key, David. We've seen it with Zancho. You have some damage, it's far too long in the pit lane, and that puts pay to your chances. But we can survive this stint, then everything's still on the table.
Yeah, it certainly is. And interestingly, Red Shell Racing not dropping E-Team Brit as fast as I thought they would, because that's now bringing up Cam Sport into this mix as well. A penalty for Necesidad de la Velocidad, need for speed, as it's translated, and they get a what looks like a drive-through penalty, and Casual Apex then letting Green Shell Racing go through, and I believe are they not on the same lap? I'm a little bit confused there. I think our timing are going through, but Cam Sport get the job done on Team Brit, and again, you've got to say, Paul, that was kind of inevitable almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Brit recognise what situation they're in at this moment in time. They recognise there's no value in fighting these and bringing too much risk to the table. So, don't open the door and wave them past. But if they show the nose, give it to them, let them take it, and just concentrate on, as I say, getting this stint over and done with and doing something about it further down the race. So, intelligent racing from E-Team Brit and Max Spoon et al. And this is a replay of that manoeuvre. So let's see if it makes a liar out of you or not. Cam Shell Racing, look at that lovely slow motion again. E-Team Brit, yeah, so I was completely wrong, made a mistake and went off. Never mind, make no predictions, Paul. Either know or ask. That's my tactic from now on in. So we've got Fordzilla still leading the race, 20-second advantage over the Zancho Rocket Simsport number 3 car. Barracuda holding on to the podium spots in 3rd place, 77 seconds in arrears, but 20 seconds ahead of Avanti Racing in 4th, Zancho Rocket Simsport in 5th, Red Shell Racing 6th position, so good move to get themselves up in a 6th, with Cam Sport closing them down 3 seconds behind, with E-Team Brit, as we've seen much of over the course of the last 15 minutes or so, just bringing up the 8th position ahead of Fault Shark, 28 seconds behind, with Casual Apex rounding out the top 10. And David, 2 hours 37 minutes left on the clock, 3 pit stops probably still to go, maybe 2.5, 3 pit stops. It's looking very nice for Fordzilla, isn't it?
It's looking comfortable. They've done the best position. I think they've done the best that they can do in this stage of the race. However, I'm watching this pace of Zancho Rocket Simsport, the number 3 machine, in 2nd place. I'm not convinced they've got this in the bag just yet. It's looking very good, and they've done a really, really good job, but seeing that gap start to come down very, very slightly, either Fordzilla are just majestically managing that gap, but I'm watching that consistently now come under 20 seconds, and I'm wondering if we're starting to see the momentum starting to come in, because It's fine when it's It's fine when it's 20 seconds. When it starts going even further down, to about 15 seconds, that's when the driver becomes aware, and that's when they start thinking, "Oh wait, what am I doing wrong here?" And it starts pushing even further. So yeah, I'll be watching. But again, Fordzilla just doing an exemplary effort, doing everything that needs to be done right now.
That's a very good point. Fordzilla, apart from the drama at the opening stages of the race, they've not really had a lot to do apart from just deliver lap time and not crash. When that gap, if that gap, starts to close to Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, as you say, that's going to make the driver aware, and that's going to be very interesting to see how that dynamic changes and if that pressure starts to take its toll, starts to force the issue a little bit. At the moment, this is easy streets for Fordzilla. They can control the pace, they can control the narrative. When that gap starts coming down, as you say, to about the 15-second or so marker, they're getting a bit more reactive. They're starting to look backwards a little bit and think what they can do about it. That could be very interesting indeed, because you've had 3 hours of having it all your own way, and then, hello, suddenly you've got something to think about.
Just to see. Right, okay, hang on. We've heard something from our production team just as we're seeing it on here. Let's put some context, Paul, shall we, on this? How different team, the same team can have a very, very different weekend. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 3 Zancho Rocket Sim Sport in second place, a way to put a lap on the sister car, the number 2. And the number 2 has not had a bad day. It's had a good recovery drive there, but is a way to put a lap on that, and also potentially then on 4th position as well, surely.
I think this deserves some theme music. It's
Wouldn't it be funny if the number 2 just sort of puts the number 3 into the barrier? That's an awkward conversation.
It would be less funny for certain members of the team that are sat not a million miles away from where I am. But yeah, that's, as you say, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how circumstances, a bit of good luck or a bit of bad luck, wrong place, right time, right place, wrong time, and you can have a very different outcome. Indeed, at one point, as the number 3 car does its very, very best to require a pit stop for underwear changing. But it just goes to show these cars at one point look like they might be in contention for sort of being in the same ballpark as each other, and to drop an entire lap, it's just very unfortunate indeed. It's a difficult day for Zancho Rocket Sim Sport.
It is, but pace-wise, there's not all that much, I don't think, between the 2 cars. And interestingly, what about if the number 3 decides to try and use the number 2 for a little bit of slipstream and try and bring that gap down even further, as we've got a huge puff of smoke there from Fault Shark Racing in the number 12 there?
Yeah, I think at this stage that's a tempting tactic, but I think it's best to keep it clean, keep it neat, keep it simple, clear the car, continue doing your business, and then just for the 5, keep doing the job and hope things come your way. They're only 2 seconds away from Avanti Racing, so in fact, it might be advantageous to let the number 3 lap it and then let him lap Avanti as well and see if that can bring about some opportunity.
So many different choices. That's the wonderful thing about this race, as we near 2.5 hours left to go, and that gap now to the lead going back up again, back over the 20-second mark there. And I wonder, as we see Avanti Racing try to go around the outside of Fault Shark, this is a lapped car going down here for Avanti Racing, and I tell you what, Fault Shark making that car work the hard way around down into that final corner here. I wonder if he's going to make the 2 McLarens work just as hard there in the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machines.
Oh man, it's such a horrible place to overtake a car, that part of the racetrack. It is so fast. The car's on edge, and you just hope that they recognise that you're there, that they're going to give you enough space. You hope that the tyres are going to grip, and you have an accident there, you make a mistake there, and you are going straight to the scene of the accident. So that's unnecessarily nervy times for the number 11, and the Aston Martin now has, as you say, one of these Zancho Sim Sport cars for company as well. And yes, if I was the Avanti Racing machine, I would be very happy to have got a back marker between myself and the chasing pack for sure.
And we'll keep an eye on that. But there we go, Fault Shark now firmly in the grasp, and the lights ablaze on that Zancho Rocket SimSport machine. Half an hour left to go in this part or this third of the race here. And again, I just don't know. I can't put my hand on my heart and say I know exactly what is going to happen with this race.
My prediction is cars go brum, and oh dear, contact between Fault Shark and the number 2. Bit of a confusion, not quite knowing exactly what is going on there. They make contact. Remember, they're on different laps, these two cars. That could have been the ultimate disaster, but Fault Shark, just about by luck rather than judgment, gets away with that one. And now the two Zancho SimSport cars are running together as one. The number 2 ahead of the number 3 on track, but not in the standings. And David, we've said this a few times, and we're probably going to say it a few times more, but that's how quickly things could change. That could have been very different.
Yeah, it certainly can, and if that can happen to a car that's down in 5th position, what could happen to the leader and to second place here? But a great tow from the sister cars, and this is not going to plan. What was that all about? Straight into the braking line for the number 3 there, and okay, what's all this about then, Paul?
I have no idea. That was the second, let's be generous and say, miscommunication that these cars have been involved in a space of a lap. And yeah, we don't need no more of that one, boys. Someone needs to go and have a quick word in their shell like and say, calm it down, let's get this sorted, because that could have been very embarrassing for Rocky Zancho SimSport for sure.
Ouch, goodness me. Right, so basically having to take another breath, get going again. Meanwhile, that number 2 car still trying to catch on to the Avanti Racing, and again at that Aqua Minerale going very, very wide, and this number 2 needs to be cleared as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it really does, because this is getting more and more dangerous as the corners pass, never mind the laps. So the number 3 now has got a good run coming down the hill. This is a good opportunity now to stick with his teammate, just following through the next 2 corners. Concentrate on getting a clean exit onto the start-finish straight. Use the slipstream to your advantage. Don't dip your wheel too heavily into the gravel. There we go. This is the perfect opportunity now for the number 3. Hopefully his teammate has recognised what's happening here, recognise that's a teammate on a different lap, and he'll just breathe out of the throttle as we get to the braking zone for the first chicane, therefore minimising the amount of time lost, giving an easier route to your teammate into the corner. Or you can ignore all that and continue driving as though you're racing for position and hemorrhaging time for both you and your teammate, because that's just as much fun.
I honestly don't know what to say. It's equal parts awkward and equal parts absolutely hilarious at the same time, because there is no doubt that this is costing the 3 some time. Maybe not as much as we think, because that gap to Fordzilla is what we use as the barometer for this. So maybe it is a case that they're using the number 3 to tow him round the circuit here. But this is all going to go and basically collapse when they get to the Avanti Racing machine, who is now just about a second in front.
Yeah, this is definitely, I hope to think this is team tactics in play, but I'm not quite sure that's the case. And the bonkers part about it is, for the number 2, it's to their advantage to let their teammate pass, because then their teammate has to go and lap the Avanti car that he's racing for position as he goes and says very close hello to the tyres, but just about avoids damaging that beautiful Rocket SimSport Zancho paintwork. So let the 3 past, let him get the Avanti. The Avanti's got to get out of the way and then take the position as well. But that would be too easy, and that would make for a boring broadcast. So squabble away, boys. We're enjoying this one. And there we go. He's overtaken the Avanti.
Yep, job done for the battle for 4th position then. But, I mean, that's now cost at least a second to the number 3 car. And whatever damage it's done to the tyres here, as we see the CamSport machine just ahead of the Green Shell Racing machine down there in 11th place. CamSport up in 7th here. Let's have a look. This is through the this is going to be the move for position, and it's actually just wide for Avanti Racing. And that is about the easiest overtake you'll get into Ravazza.
Yeah, that's a beautiful sight for the chasing driver. You'll love it when one of your rivals runs wide and kicks up the dirt. That makes the job nice and easy indeed for you. Red Shell Racing tries to replicate that manoeuvre, but to a lesser extent, all on their own down in 6th position. So, yeah, Zancho Simsport now running, Zancho Rocket Simsport, sorry, running in P2 and P4. But Barracuda, are they doing a good job? They've put 20 seconds between themselves, 22 seconds between themselves and the chasing car.
Yeah, we've almost kind of forgotten about Barracuda. They did a brilliant job in getting up to that 3rd position there, putting themselves as the meat in the sandwich between the two Zancho Rocket Simsport cars. And am I seeing things? Are you actually telling me the leader's about to put a lap down on 3rd place?
That is just a marker of how competitive Fordzilla have been. Disappointing as a broadcaster that everybody's been lapped now pretty much, but fantastic. And Fordzilla, you've got to give credit. That's seen a masterclass. Because do not forget, this is not exactly an amateur field. There's really solid drivers, really solid teams, people with more than their fair share of experience of the Simply Race environment and hardware on offer. So to dominate to this degree on a track that's not particularly long or particularly well known for causing cars to be laps ahead. Just wow, Fordzilla coming here, smashing it so far.
Yeah, but it's not a done deal yet, and my concern is that we've seen cars getting put a lap down and the cars trying to overtake them, getting a little bit too zealous. However, I have got no doubt that Barracuda will realise what is happening, because they won't have had a blue flag up until this point. So it will be noted that they've got the leader behind them, and they'll be fairly happy because they've got no one anywhere near them in terms of on-track position.
Ooh, you tempter of fate, you tempter of fate, saying it will all be okay. But actually, for Barracuda, it's not a bad thing to go a lap down, because that's one less lap you've got to race. So that's one less lap you need fuel for. So that is no bad thing in the grand scale of things for them. They know they're not in the conversation for race victory just because of the gaps involved. It has no difference whatsoever in their fight for second place, whether they get lapped by the leader or not. So, net, this isn't a bad thing at all for this Aston Martin.
No, I have to absolutely agree with you. Back with Camsport though, they're still trying to fend off. Green Shell Racing is like the Scrappy Doo of cars, isn't it? It's down in 11th place. It shouldn't really have any saying things, but it's a plucky little car. It wants to have a fight wherever there is one, even if that's with someone that's several laps ahead of them. And just watching with 2 hours 25 minutes left to go here, this is developing very, very nicely here, as we've got 22 seconds between your top two cars, and a lap going down then on Barracuda you would feel is absolutely imminent any second now. But we're still watching Camsport in the only Porsche on the field just now, ahead of that Green Shell Racing machine. And can you see, Paul, anything too much changing in the next round of pit stops?
Pit stops are that variable that you just cannot make any predictions on. If all fair and even, then yeah, absolutely. We've got very little prospect that there been any significant changes. Okay, Avanti Racing are not a million miles away from the number 2 Zancho Rocket Simsport car. Otherwise, we see cut to them, they're running a little bit wide. But we've seen it so easily. The Zancho car missed their pit box during the last pit stop. That 3-4 seconds loss. You put a new driver in, it might not be the strongest driver that you got in your roster. It might be a driver that takes 2, 3, 4 laps to get up to speed into the conditions. You might come out in traffic and you've got a car that's slower than you but on brand new tyres, and you're on old tyres, or vice versa. So yeah, it's got massive potential, David, for some jeopardy out there on the racetrack. A lot of it is just fate, how fortune falls your way when you come in and how the cards fall. And I do think people like the number 2 will be more than slightly concerned about this, and people like Camsport will just think this is another opportunity for me to make some ground up.
And the thing is, as well, as we say, you know, about fortune and fate and all that sort of stuff, and it sounds very airy-fairy, and it sounds like we're just making things up, but that genuinely is. I mean, we talk about tracks like Le Mans, for example, and how Le Mans chooses its winners. Imola is another track, and these endurance races, they really do have a life and you know, a breath all of their own. And I guess what I'm trying to say as well is the fact that you can have the fastest team there, you can have the fastest car, and that doesn't guarantee you're going to walk away with a race win.
Oh, absolutely. You're racing yourself and the track as much as you are your rivals, and minimising the mistakes, maximising the opportunities, doing nothing silly. They're the key things when it comes to endurance racing. Have a plan, be prepared to throw that plan away, but while you can, stick to the plan and just bang, 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 like Michael Schumacher used to be famous for back in his heyday in Formula One. Constant lap times, one after the other. Know when to fight, know when to give in to a rival, know when there's a risk worth taking. Do all those things and you'll do a Fordzilla-like performance. I dare say, I mean, I'm coming at it from a commentator's point of view, not a driver. They're not doing anything spectacular at Fordzilla. They're just doing everything very well. And that's all you need to do, because every mistake everybody else makes, more advantage your way.
Yeah, it certainly does. And of course, mentioning Michael Schumacher, we have to pay at least a little notice of the terrible news of the passing of Frank Williams today, the legendary Formula One figure, and you know, a name, Paul, really that would, you just say it and instantly associated, and I think forever associated with some very, very notable performances in a heyday of motorsport.
Absolutely. I found out the news when we were on our break a little bit earlier on. I must admit, it's quite upsetting to hear Frank Williams synonymous with racing, with Formula One, with the Williams Grand Prix engineering team, of course, that was very much the pinnacle mark in Grand Prix racing all the way through the 80s and into the early 1990s, as well as Avanti now, a down pit lane. But it's so sad to see another great name of the history of the sport passing away. So our sincere condolences and best wishes to Claire Williams and the Williams family for another legend, titan of our sport that we say goodbye to this year.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, on the flip side of having that sad news, it makes us all the more aware and incredibly grateful for the swathes and almost, you know, ocean of talent that we've got with us in the current day of motorsport, both in real life racing and in sim racing as well. It makes you kind of take stock of where we are and be incredibly grateful, incredibly appreciative of this wonderful world that we've got around us, as I say, in the real life paddock and in sims as well.
Yep, completely. Just to go back to Cam Sport for a second, they're sixth. Unbelievably, how they've just snuck up there really under the radar. But they're only 2 seconds away from Red Shell Racing now. So Cam Sport are finding some lap time in that little Porsche. Last time round of 42.602. Red Shell Racing is 43.1. So Cam Sport are finding the lap time, and they're starting to line themselves up to be not a million miles away from looking to find an overtake before this race comes to the next stage of pit stops.
That's absolutely ridiculous from Cam Sport, because I mean, when you think back to their first lap incident where they got piled into, and then to come all the way back from the back of the pack to come and potentially challenge for a 5th position, and again it comes back to that whole thing of the race isn't anywhere near over. They could be in a very good position to get into the podium with the final couple of laps here. A recovery drive doesn't even come close.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I love, again, about endurance racing, and it happens more than many times. I've done a lot of endurance races of various different lengths in generation. You get the odd 1 or 2 or 3 teams that you think something's happened, they're written off, they've got no chance, or someone that you just don't have a marker against their name at all. And then you go about your business, you're commentating on all the drama, and you have a look and you think, wow, Team X that you saw backwards on fire upside down earlier on are in third. And Team Y that you've never heard of and you've never expected to be anywhere near it are in sixth. And it's just, I love that one when you execute your particular job and your routine properly. The rewards can be seen right out there on the racetrack, and that's exactly what we see with Barracuda and Campsport as well. Some two absolutely dynamite, outstanding performances so far in this race.
Now here is a little bit of a plot twist, as we've got pit stops to think about as well. Red Shell Racing getting caught up by Campsport, but have a look at Avanti Racing. They've just come out of the pits there, and they are desperately trying to charge down and catch up to these two cars here as well. You've got to say you feel really bad for E-Team Brit as well, because at one point they were running second. Well, they were in the lead of the race. Then they went down to second, and it's been a difficult second half to the race for them.
Yeah, it's really, really fallen apart for E-Team Brit, which is a real shame. And they're still in the race, of course, and while you're still in the race, you're still in with a chance. But it's a pity. I think they can't help but feel disappointed when the checkered flag falls on this one. When you've been running in the podium spots, you say all the right things about, hey, fourth position will be outstanding, well, we don't normally run this high, etc., etc. But deep down in the back of your mind, you think, well, I know I can do it, so let's continue to do it. Let's get that result. And it's so deflated at the checkered flag when you don't deliver on the highs earlier in the race. But regardless of what happens between now and the checkered flag, they should be very, very proud of their performance, and the great ambassadors for the sport as well. And Max, a lovely guy that's clearly very passionate about his sim racing as well as the entirety of the team. So plenty of racing still to go, but it is a shame how they've dropped off. As we see Avanti Racing now getting the run up the hill to Porsche. To be honest, they know that they've been down pit lane, would do well just to give this place up and try not to fight too hard. But Avanti Racing have been trying to pass somebody all race, haven't they? Feels like it.
Yeah, they've had constant battles whenever they've been on the track here, and I think you're right. I mean, the logical thing for Campsport would be to let them have that position, but being racing drivers, we know that's not happening, as they get very, very close to the rear end of that beautiful Porsche to start another lap here. And just looking back at the lead gap now, that is starting to go up now, 24 seconds to Fordzilla. So 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go, 2 hours and 13 minutes left to go. I mean, this is everything. And if you were to make a checkbox, as we see side by side for Campsport, and up the inside goes Avanti Racing, forces a mistake from Avanti Racing, and Campsport will be very, very happy with that one, I think.
Yeah, that's a great result for Campsport there. Didn't really lose any time, allowed Avanti to go and have their own little accident all by themselves. And not the first time we've seen that, of course, from Avanti Racing over the course of this race. And Campsport live to fight another day.
So with 2 hours and a bit and change left to go in this race, I mean, we don't want to ever say, oh, well, XYZ looks like they've got it in the bag, because we know 9 times out of 10 that tempts fate. But if we were making a checkbox, like a list of things that Fordzilla had to do to win this race, I mean, so far they have ticked every single box, haven't they? They have just been faultless in this race.
Absolutely. But I think, was it Murray Walker or Ron Dennis that always said, to finish first you have to finish. And yes, you can tick as many tick boxes as you so desire, but unless you tick every single one of them, the result is not necessarily yours. There's hardware issues, there's driver issues, there's pit lane issues. I mean, the bugs in the software are not unknown. Of course, you get involved in traffic, wrapped up in somebody else's accident, have an accident all of your own as well, and all of a sudden things can change very, very quickly indeed. And of course, there's that ever-present, although massively reducing threat of some wet stuff falling from the sky as well. But I think those chances have well and truly passed now. So plenty of racing to unfold, plenty of storylines still to be told, and Fordzilla are in the pound seats, but hey, never know.
So here's a bit of a different question for you, Paul, because obviously you've got a slightly different bit of experience to the sim racing world as to many others. Have you been surprised at the explosion in popularity that sim racing has gone through in the past 18 months?
Ooh, good question, sir. Very good question. And I'm going to give you a half answer, say yes and no. I've always been, I think, can I change your question slightly to my answer? I'll tweak the question is, I've always been perplexed as why sim racing has not been as popular as it has. Because we all know sim racing, you can enter it on a very small budget or a very large one, but the experience is still the same. It is sensational. The cars are brilliant, the tracks are great. There's a wealth of quality sims and dedicated people running these sims. There's communities out there before we got these big scale events that put on regular races to a really high standard that welcome newcomers. And I'm a firm believer that every motorsports fan is a potential sim racing fan. And why people have not correlated the two sooner and tapped into the world of sim racing always perplexed me, because what is not to love about it apart from the stigma? And the stigma for those that are uninitiated or ignorant to the sport is it's a bit gay mates for kids sat on a couch with a controller, which could not be further from the truth. So I'm actually shocked it's not kicked off sooner than it has done. And having sort of been editor-in-chief at Race Department for the last decade now, the last 8 years, the first 8 years, it's been very, very difficult to open the door to these conversations with brands or with individuals or with teams. Last 2 years, we're knocking people back saying we haven't got time to have this conversation with big brand A, big brand B. So the sea change has been humongous. I'm just shocked, to be quite frank, it took so long, because the product, the sim racing, has been sensational for years now. Okay, it gets better year in year, it gets more depth in content and quality, but it's still been a damn fine experience all the way from the good old Race 07 days.
I see, that's showing your age there, mate. I go back even further, back to the old Live for Speed, Blackwood GP. That is where all the action is.
Jeff Craven's Grand Prix 2, man. That's the winner.
Amiga 500 though has to be for that one. I was never, and being completely honest, I was never into the Grand Prix series until much later on. I discovered them when I was like maybe 13, 14. I think it was maybe Stunt Car Racer. That was my one. Oh my goodness me. Heavy hit into the wall. And that is the number 12. And that is a horrible hard hit for the Fault Shark team. And that is not what you want to see. More yellow flags going out, and that is more drama, I think, for the Fault Shark team, who are going even further down on the timing boards.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to have to go into pit lane. They're absolutely going to have to spend a lot of time there repairing their car, as well as Camsport now under significant pressure from Avantit Racing. Down the inside again, second time's a charm. Gets the car stopped on the mark, runs deep into the second part of it, but that is job done, and Camsport down in the 7th position. Fault Shark, as predicted, are in pit lane. They're going to be there for a very long time indeed, and this might well be Green Shell Racing's big opportunity to get themselves back into the points paying position. This is a quick replay now. This is the Aston. There we go. Look, that is the Fault Shark car, and then the Aston Martin once again just doesn't want to miss out on accidents, because they've had plenty of their own, so they join the party as well.
Oh, hi friends, I want to have some fun in that sandpit too. That's what
exactly
I'm presuming was the conversation there. On about the massive sim racing community and the explosion of popularity, the other thing that's kind of taken me by surprise, since we've got a little bit of time to chat here as Fault Shark into the pits, is the rise of the social aspect of sim racing as well, and maybe going away from the idea of racing on a track and to the things of like Assetto Corsa and the free roam maps. And I think of like people that would enjoy, and I love nothing more than heading on to one of the track day servers and going to the Nürburgring and thinking that's probably realistically for the next 5 years or so the closest that I'm going to get to experiencing a track day in GT3 or ultra expensive machinery at the Nürburgring. And I think where else could give me that sort of experience than sim racing?
And that is exactly it. That is exactly why I've been so confused as to why people don't like it. I mean, driving a race car on a racetrack will always be the number one experience. You can never simulate the thrill of being, even in something moderately underpowered, you can never simulate the thrill of that being on a track. But what you can match is the thrill of the race. It's going too wide with people in the corners. And the beauty of sim racing is, from the comfort of my own home, for no additional cost, I can race almost anything, almost anywhere, and almost any time I so desire. That's powerful. That has got to be attractive, because racing's racing, whether it's real or virtual, and that's the beauty of sim racing, isn't it? That when I've finished here today and gone home and charged through 45 feet of snow, I can get on my rig and go and race anybody around the world in pretty much anything I fancy.
But and this is going to be a very awkward thing, right? An unfortunate truth of this argument is the fact that I've been both real life racing this season and sim racing for a number of years now. And the one thing that we don't talk about in sim racing and compared to real life racing is that you don't have that fear in sim racing that you do in real life racing. Right, I've got a car that I've spent the best part of maybe £8,000 on to get it ready for the grid this year and to get it on track. And that plays in the back of my mind whenever I'm sitting on the grids. I'm thinking, well, I've spent a lot of money getting this car, and £8,000 is nothing compared to like a lot of other teams and stuff like that. But I've spent thousands of pounds getting this car ready on track. Now, do you think that I can seriously race that car to the best of its ability, or do you think I'm subconsciously, driving it to about 90% because I don't want to make any issues as the E-Team Brit car goes very, very wide at Tosa, and I think, to be honest, had a bit of its blushes spared there by some opportunistic editing there from our race production team. I'm very grateful for that because, to be honest, I don't think we needed to see that.
You make a very good point about the cost and the fear of damage. What you need to do to use sim racing as a training tool, you get a bottle of water and you hover it over your PC, and then every time you make a crash you have to douse your PC in water, and then you will learn very quickly the fear of expensive breakages resulting in off-track accidents, and that's perfect training to keep your skills sharp. The silence suggests that you don't want to do that.
Well, no, I'm just thinking about, I've got an RTX 3070 in this, and it just, I broke out into a cold sweat as soon as you mentioned cold water. But actually, the point I was trying to make was that the fear that I have from real life racing means that I actually find sim racing more liberating. I find sim racing a more enjoyable experience, and that's going to be a massively unpopular opinion, and people taking to pitchforks and everything like that. But I have no problem saying that, yes, you will never replicate real life racing in terms of G-forces and in terms of the thrill and stuff like that. But do you know what? When I put both side by side, the cost, the amount of work, the amount of sleepless nights involved with it, I don't know. I'll still do real life racing. I think everybody would always choose real life racing, but when you weigh up the pros and cons, sim racing, I think it's got a lot going in its favour.
Yeah, and absolutely, a great point, well made, and also that's the beauty that we live in the world. You can have both, and I think that's what the takeaway from this is. That's what's really fantastic, is for those in a situation where they can go racing, both things can sit very comfortably side by side of each other. It's not an either or situation. You can go virtual racing, you can go real racing, you can do it at a professional or a pleasure level in both of them as well. And we are living in a very, very fortunate time in a world that we can have access to these sorts of activities. But just going back to the race for a moment, Fault Shark are now back out on track, but look at that, 11th position, 69 seconds in arrears of the top 10. Green Shell Racing snuck it in there into the points, and that is how quickly things can change.
It really is on an absolute sixpence as we come up to the final third of the race here. Now we have to start thinking about pit stops. Now we have to think about strategy and how this is going to play out, because this is almost certainly, I would imagine, going to be a final tyre change for a lot of these cars and a lot of these drivers. Now, if you're say E-Team Brit and you've got the likes of Martin Buchan, that's as we say, a penalty for Avante Racing, is that for track limits, I wonder? Because I don't see it, I don't remember them being in any contact, and that would be one of the first ones if it is for track limits there.
It is indeed. That's just been confirmed to me in my ear that it is track limit penalty, the first one that we've seen today. And remember, let's wind back 4 hours to the top of the show. we were suggesting that this sort of stage in the race, this is where these kind of things are going to start sneaking into the results. So now everybody will be aware of that. They'll see that come up on their heads-up display, and that's going to focus a few drivers' attention, I think, over the course of the next couple of hours. So, oh yes, let's throw another little curveball in there for our drivers, and this is not over yet.
No, absolutely not. And that's a huge sigh of relief for Red Shell Racing and for Cam Sport as well, because Cam Sport will almost certainly get that position back. And remember, Avanti Racing, now, are they off strategy? I seem to remember they pitted about 20 minutes ago. I'm positive they came into pits not that long ago, so they might be on a different strategy to everyone else. If not, they're going to have to come into pit for that penalty, and surely they're going to have to pit again.
Oh dear, this is going to be very, very interesting. Again, just like we said at the top of the show, we'll not know the outcome of these things until the checkered flag falls.
Are you alright there, Paul? Okay. Are you okay there, buddy? I can hear loads of giggling away in the background, so I'm presuming there's been one horrible... Oh, he's back. I was wondering if there was some sort of terrible hardware failure. And wait, you didn't try that. You didn't try that cold water trick above the PC, did you?
No, my ridiculously delicate phone that I've been assured will be fine by taking its case off so I can fit the adapters has fallen off the table and made a bid for freedom again. So it's okay.
It's not a fruit-based device, is it?
No, it's no. Hell no.
Oh,
no.
It'll be. It's not cracked then. That's okay.
Exactly.
Oh, now Fordzilla into pits here.
Oh, hello. So Fordzilla from the race lead are the first of our leaders to blink, which was very similar to the case last time. They're pretty much keeping it on the hour, almost to the second, every one of their stops. So Fordzilla very firmly on course for this stop and a further stop afterwards to take us to the checkered flags and show Rocket Sim Sport down pit lane as well. So 1 and 2 are in pits, Dave, and there's an hour and 59 minutes left on the clock, and I believe we will be going to a very short break in a few seconds' time. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a short while.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and the news that's breaking, as you can see there, it's a penalty for Zancho Rocket Simsport. We need to get an idea on which one of the two cars it is, but I've got a horrible feeling that it is the number 3, because that car is already 20 seconds down on where they were against Fordzilla. So that is a Newton bomb of a development as we head into the final 2 hours of the race here at Simply Race Endurance Series round number 2, the 6 hours of Imola. You'll notice it's very quiet here in the virtual commentary booth. That's because my good buddy Paul Jeffrey is away out onto the floor in the facility at Milton Keynes, where all this is unfolding, and he is away to try and have a chat to one of the drivers from Barracuda. As soon as we hear him opening his mic, we will open it up to him and have a chat about the race that they've got. But third place just now for Barracuda, 77 seconds behind the leader just now. Again, trying to hold on to that Zancho Rocket Simsport machine. And we are good to go. Paul.
Hello everybody. I am with Matt from Camsport, doing a fantastic job in the Porsche. How's it going? How's it from your point of view?
Yeah, well, since the start was a bit rough, but I think we're driving our way back into it now, chasing Red Shell. Avanti are on a bit of a different strategy, so...
We've not seen much of the car. You kind of just keep appearing in good positions as the race goes on. What's it been like from your point of view, the only Porsche in the race, of course?
I think we're not really sure if the damage we're carrying is affecting us or not, or, it seems a bit varying in pace, but, I know it's nice to be, be different. But yeah, we've maybe not had so much airtime. We've just been driving our way through the field, picking odd cars off, so good.
Now we're coming to the conclusion of the race, so we've not got long left, and pit strategies are going to start playing their part. Are you confident that you've got the right strategy to not need a splash and dash at the end?
We believe we've got one more stop. We should make it to the end with a couple of laps extra fuel, so we're probably just going to brim the last stint just in case, but I had 2 laps when we had 2 hours to go, so I think we're on the right side of the market.
And up to this point, we've seen a mix of people double stinting their tyres and running fresh tyres on each stop. How's that worked out for you in terms of tyre strategy, and where do you stand for the remainder?
We've changed them each time, finding that they're kind of losing their give by the time we come into the pit. So putting a full tank of fuel on them seems like a rough drive. It's a bit rough as it is. So yeah, we've made the fuel numbers work and just gone for the tyre change each time, and it seems to be working at the moment. Driven our way back from last lap 1.
Yeah. And you're saying you're carrying a little bit of damage as well. Can you talk to us about what that is and how it's making the car behave?
Yeah, right. So we can actually see it on the stream. The front right and the rear left got tagged on both sides at the start. It doesn't feel like it's doing to the car. It's certainly drivable. We don't seem to be missing any top end, but we're just unsure as to whether it's costing us a temp or two. But to fix it seemed like a big time loss, so we've just kind of driven through it, and hopefully that's the right thing to have done, but out of hindsight and all that. But yeah, it's sometimes when you take a big tag, it makes it a bit understeery or oops, or if it's something more severe, you're in big trouble. But we seem to have got away with it. So fingers crossed it doesn't get any worse.
Well, it certainly seems to be working well for you so far, and I suppose we're coming to the conclusion of the race. Where realistically do you think your target is for finishing out today at the 6 hour of Imola?
I think we're in the running for 5th, maybe, depending on whether we can overhaul the Red Shell car, which I've not been able to make a dent in for the last stint, and maybe Avanti. I know they had a penalty, and obviously they're off strategy to us, so not really sure where they fit. So maybe 5th. I'd like to think we won't finish any worse than 7th. Which is a pretty good result given the field today, to be honest. It's probably where we were hoping to be. So, considering the first lap, that's there or thereabouts.
Fantastic stuff. Well, we've enjoyed watching the recovery so far, and good luck for the last couple of hours. Mark from Camsport. David, over to you.
Thanks very much, Paul. So great to hear from Matt at Camsport there. Their recovery drive, as Paul was mentioned, coming on in leaps and bounds. They're going to be hoping for a 5th position. Meanwhile, I'm watching this battle for 3rd and 4th position. Barracuda now coming under increasing pressure from this car. In the background, the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine just 3.1 seconds behind now, and this could make it again, if you can believe it, a 2-3 on the podium for Zancho Rocket Sim Sports. Been a fantastic drive for them, and Barracuda, I've got a feeling, will be fighting tooth and nail, Paul, to hold on to that 3rd position there, with the increasingly worrying sign of Zancho Rocket Sim Sport in their mirror.
Yeah, that's a livery you don't want to see in your rear view mirror when you're holding on to a great position as Barracuda are. Of course, great to speak to Camsport, but I actually was looking for Barracuda for that interview, and had a word with one of my colleagues, say which one are the Barracuda guys, and he said, in purple shirts, which is outstanding in a dark room when I can't tell what a purple shirt is. So we went for Camsport, and I'm glad we did, because David, it's we said it on the broadcast, but it's good timing to mention it again. They have done such a really workmanlike and solid job to work themselves up in a 7th position, and they're targeting P5 at the checker.
Exactly, and we never have seen that from the start of the race there. As Zancho Rocket Sim Sport actually into pit lane. Now, this is outside of strategy. I think this is a drive-through. I think it was actually the 4th place car that got the penalty that we saw earlier on. We'll get confirmation of that in just a second, but it certainly isn't a pit stop. So that's a penalty then for the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, and that kind of nukes any chance that they had of fighting for that 3rd place.
Yeah, for Barracuda, that's fabulous news, and for us at home, that's great news as well, because that brings Aventi Racing really onto the tail of that Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine. So Aventi, yes, 12 and a half seconds in arrears, but you can do some damage from that kind of distance with an hour and 35 minutes left on the clock. So we'll keep our eye on that fight for 4th and 5th position. That one's going to be a race to the checkered flag, I'm sure. Many drivers, as we saw in the interview with Camsport, suggesting they've got one more stop to go before this race comes to its conclusion. So, drama is starting to pick up. And meanwhile, David, it's Fordzilla, 48 seconds to the good. Where's that come from?
Absolutely no idea on that one, because obviously the gap was about 25 seconds to Zancho Rocket Sim Sport. I can only potentially think that it's been a penalty for Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, or it's been an extra pit stop that they've taken in. In fact, no, it has to surely that or been a spin or something. But that's a very strange one to see them so far down.
I'm just being told, actually, this is a track limits drive-through for both of the Zancho Rocket cars is why the gap has moved on out. So, again, drive-through penalties, something we thought may rear its ugly, controversial head before the checkered flag waves, and so it is again for another couple of these cars. And David, I don't think we've heard the end of drive-through penalties but before this race is over and done with.
Absolutely not, Paul. They won't be the last that we hear of in no uncertain terms. An hour and a half to go. I mean, that's a lot to really push on, especially with how close these gaps are. Zancho Rocket Sim Sport 20 seconds off of Barracuda, Aventi Racing 12 seconds off of Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, Camsport 6 seconds away from Red Shell Racing. They are all absolutely going to be giving it the beans, and that could be going and exceeding track limits. They have to take that chance.
Yeah, they do indeed, and don't forget Casual Apex as well in 11th position. They're only just under now 4 seconds away from breaking into the points paying positions in P10. So Fault Shark, who we saw having drama earlier in the race, they've done well actually to recover to 10th position, with Casual Apex not really being in the races, particularly during the course of this event, but still on course to be at very least in the conversation for something tasty come checkered flag. So that's another one that we're going to watch unfold as time goes. Eating Brit, 8th position we see on track now. Things have settled down a little bit in the number 15. Unfortunately, though, the amount of time it took for things to settle down, a gap of 66 seconds has opened up to Cam Sport. So I dare say it's going to be a rather quiet final hour and a half for this car.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it is what it is. You know, an hour and a half is still a fairly long time to watch this all pan out here. So again, it's just going to be a case, Paul, of waiting, seeing how things develop, and hopefully everyone makes it to the end.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? This is a championship, of course, and there's a championship to win, so put some competitive people together and don't expect them to be competitive at your peril. But it's also, as we've spoken about so far in this broadcast a few times, it is a social event as well. It's all about having a little bit of fun and enjoying the sport. So we want everyone to finish. We want everyone to have got their money's worth and the reward for the hard work in which they've all undoubtedly put in to get to this point. So we've lost Radicals Online, sadly, quite a few laps ago now, but everybody else still running, all present and correct. And by the very nature of the fact there's 12 cars running, everybody really is in with a sniff of points if things go their way.
They really are, and that's the great thing about it. I mean, how cool is it that we're 4.5 hours into an endurance race, into a 6-hour race, and realistically, you've still got a lot of potential going on. If something happens to Fordzilla, then you can't put your finger on who would take that remaining win. But again, look at the fact they're still extending that gap over Zancho Rocket Simsport by another 3 seconds.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Fordzilla. 0.6 of a second, by the way, cover the 10th and 11th place fight. So that one's starting to hot up as well between Fault Shark and Casual Apex. They're looking to squabble over the same bit of tarmac in the not too distant future. Aventi Racing, 5th position that we're looking at there. Zancho Rocket Sim Sport of the car further up the road. But there's some traffic between those two now. And this is, again, something that we've talked about before. Will play his part in this race before the checkered flag falls. When you're talking 10, 15 seconds gap, bit of traffic, catch them at a suboptimal point of the track, and that can very rapidly disappear, David Christie.
It really, really can, but again, not want to tempt fate. As much as we want entertaining, thrilling end to this race, I kind of want to see it all settled on the track. I don't want to see it by any issues or incidents or anything of that. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I mean, look, again, it comes down to the fact that Fordzilla have just been outrageously good this past 4.5 hours. They have been like a metronome, just banging in these laps left, right and centre, and doing everything that they need to do.
Yeah, they have indeed, and it's their race that they have won rather than the race that's come to them or rivals making mistakes. It's a race that they very firmly have taken the initiative and got the race lead all by themselves, just by pure force of quality and driving performance. Aventi Racing, we're looking at now, having a less than ideal time with one of the back markers. That's the Fault Shark car in 10th position, embroiled in his own fight, of course, with Casual Apex in P11. Running wide as well is Aventi Racing. They've done that more than a few times, and that needs to calm down, David, pretty soon. Otherwise, they might find themselves coming down pit road at the pit lane speed limit as a penalty if they're not too careful.
Yeah, you say that, but I don't see them showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. They are just hammering that car over the curbs. And, realistically, they have to. If they're going to try and catch on to the back of Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, then they have to push as hard as they can. But realistically, I still can't see that happening. But yeah, I mean, look, stranger things have happened. They definitely have. And my interest is more on Cam Sport and Red Shell Racing, whether or not they're going to come to body blows in the next half an hour. But I mean, we're about half an hour away, 40 minutes away from our final pit stop of the race, which is just absolutely nuts to think that we're already coming to the tail end of this 6-hour race. And I mean, for me, the pressure is on Fordzilla. They've done everything right to this point. They just have to bring it home now, and quite often that can be the hardest bit, Paul.
Yeah, it can, and it's ironic that you've put in such a good performance for so long, and really we should be lauding them, saying, "Wow!" If they're assuming they win, wow, what a performance, what domination! But they've got to that point now, that crossover threshold point where this is their race to lose. They can't win this race anymore. If they win, that's just delivering on the expected. Now, all they can do is trip up and lose this race. And that is, as you say, a very different pressure indeed for the team. They're going to be acutely aware of that one. And everybody's going to be on tenterhooks. You don't want to be the one person that makes that mistake that costs a dominant race victory. And I don't think it's not a comfortable place to be at all for the Fordzilla guys.
Yeah, it depends though, because obviously if they feel comfortable in the car and they feel comfortable in what they're doing, then yeah, maybe they are going to feel okay with it. So yeah, let's see what happens. On that note, though, I mean, Zancho Rocket Sim Sport, I've got to be honest, I don't know what's happened to their pace, but that has been about 6 seconds they've lost in the past 3 laps, I want to say. So they are just hemorrhaging time to Fordzilla. Now, what I don't know if they are losing the time or if that's the case if Fordzilla have just found another gear and they're absolutely going for it right now.
Now, it does look like Rocket Zancho Sim Sport are dropping back a little bit. 43.7 was their last lap, a 42.5 for Fordzilla. But if for a bit of context, Barracuda were on a 43.861 and the second Zancho car at 42.4. So they're there or thereabouts. It's just not enough. The answer that they have is just not enough for those around them.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one because at what point do you accept the fate? And I'm not saying throw in the towel and say, like, that's it, done, but at what point do you just ease off, consolidate that second place and just enjoy the race?
The question is, though, and yeah, I'm sure you're very much like myself, know this all too well, if you do anything other than 110% commitment, that's when complacency, that's when mistakes start to creep in, and that is more dangerous almost than pushing the car above and beyond what it's capable of. And I do feel that in the nicest way possible, there's both Zancho cars have both looked like they've always got a mistake in them, are they asking? So I dare say that start to take your foot off the gas a little bit, and that will put them in a riskier position than they'd like to be in.
Yeah, no, I can see that to a certain point. I think the issue is, though, is that, you know, let's imagine that Zancho Rocket Sim Sport have been driving constantly at 105% of, like, they're absolutely on the limit, and maybe not, you know, backing off as it were, but maybe just consciously trying to keep the car safe, because obviously with it being R Factor 2, mechanical sympathy is a huge factor in this sim, you know. And actually looking after the car, looking after the engine, making sure that you avoid any issues that likely wouldn't have happened if you weren't, you know, harassing the car to within an inch of its ability.
Yeah, and that is a very good point, actually. It is worth noting that there is mechanical failures very, very possible in this car. You can affect that by downshifting too hard, buzzing the engine. You can affect that by carrying res for too hard, for too long, overheating the engine by following a car for too long in its slipstream as well, and building up the core temperatures of the oil and the water. So these things are things that our drivers, without any shadow of a doubt, will have to have in their mind. And no doubt they've done multiple stints in testing to see where the exact limit of these cars are, because, as you well know, you can close radiators on the car, you can close brake ducts as well on the car. That improves your speed in certain circumstances, but it makes the car hotter. So you take too much of a risk, you carry the setup too aggressively, and you're going to walk yourself into a problem.
Right, let's have a look at this then. So an hour and 24 minutes left to go here. Fordzilla still in the lead of this race by 55 seconds. Barracuda in third position. Zancho Rocket Sim Sport in fourth position. Avanti Racing, now this is what we were hearing from Cam Sport. Avanti Racing on a different strategy, and they're already into the pits again with an hour and 25 minutes left to go. Surely, do we think that they've got enough to go to the end from here? Surely not.
Absolutely not. Not with an hour and 23, unless they do the most ridiculously impressive fuel saving in the history of the world. As Casual Apex try to make the move for 10th position, run out of road very quickly. Indeed, they'll rejoin the track, no problems whatsoever, and have another go. But that was closer than they would like for Casual Apex and Fault Shark in 10 and 11. But yeah, David, to answer your question, absolutely not. They're 23 minutes out for sure.
Well, that is going to be. I don't know what to say about that, because I don't understand why they'd have because it looked like it was a voluntary change of tactic for them, and that throws them off unless they're just planning to run it as lean as they can, keep the pace up. And then, but that was a long stop as well. I mean, that was a full stop that was there. So surely that means then it's going to be a little splash and dash at the end there. I'm not sure that I'm fully getting the logic on that one.
Yeah, that's exactly what we spoke about, isn't it, earlier in the show, where you've got to be really mindful, even from the opening lap, even from the formation lap, you've got to be mindful of the long game and where your fuel limit's going to be. That's why I was so impressed with Zancho in the early running, managed to run a couple of laps longer than their rivals. That's capacity that you've put in the bank that you can call on later. Obviously, Avanti Racing maybe have had to come down for repairs at some stage, or they've just been thirsty, or things have not quite worked out how they planned, but definitely that's going to be a splash and dash, and quite clearly 8 second advantage over Red Shell Racing, 2.7 over Cam Sport. Yeah, that's going to be 7th at best they're looking at this stage.
Wow, that is that's a difficult one to swallow for them. We'll see, because I mean, it could be that strategy is going to be an issue for a lot of the teams, but given that they've been pitting at the hour or just after the hour, surely that means that again they're going to be pitting between that hour to go marker and 50-minute marker. So I just don't understand the different approach that they've taken with it.
Yeah, it's an awkward one. I mean, on average, you're talking between 55 and 65 minutes should be a stint, should be a fuel tank in these cars. Broadly speaking, more towards the 65-minute marker. So circumstances obviously force your hand sometimes, and things change, and at some point you have to do a change in that strategy or move that around a little. But clearly for Avanti Racing, circumstances have changed, but they've not foreseen that early enough to do a short middle stint, for example, at maybe our Mark III, doing a short stint to get themselves back on strategy again. As there we see in the background, that's the green Shell Racing car just skirting the gravel trap coming through. I think that was Tamburello. So it'll be interesting to see. But I think, David, as you quite rightly said, what's really interesting to see is anybody else going to fall into this trap over the next 20 minutes or so? Are they going to be the only people that suffer, or can we see a few more cars into difficulties?
Yeah, that is going to be, I think, the issue to watch out for here as we're watching Casual Apex back on the tail end of Fault Shark Racing, the 12 versus the 10. And again, that Gulf liveried Fault Shark machine looking like it's going to be very, very vulnerable on the run down into turn 1 here. It's not going to happen, as again, an unforced error from Casual Apex here, and this kind of shows why they're down in 11th position, does it? And that's very harsh to say, but again, these are the differences between the top 10 teams.
Yeah, of course they are. You've got to be, as we said before, you've got to be on it. You've got to be on it from the second the green flag drops, the second the checkered flag waves. And it's fine being fast. It's absolutely wonderful if you're a second a lap faster than your rivals, but if every 8 laps you lose 10 seconds, then you're going to lose out big time at the end of the day. And that's what we're seeing. Little mistakes, dropping a wheel here, running wide there, half measures overtakes, just wandering too far away from the apex of the racing line, and all these things. 6 hours, it adds up. If you lose 1/10 of a second per deceleration zone, 1/10 per acceleration zone, and you times that over a 6-hour race, that's maths I can't do.
Yeah, you're not the only one there, my friend. I'm taking a veto on that one. So we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, as well, I'm watching that gap between Red Shell Racing and Camsport coming down quite quickly as well. That's another one, because that'll be 4 position. But how badly do you want these positions at this stage of the race? And by that, what I'm saying, Paul, is how do you think this last hour changes that whole risk-reward balance that drivers and teams have in the back of their mind? Because now surely you've got to think an overwhelming sense is to try and bring the car home.
Yeah, And you've also got to keep a very firm eye on what your strategy is. So if you're running to a fuel number or you're running to tyre conservation strategy, regardless of what you see in front of behind you, you've got to match those numbers. So if you're borderline to make it to the end without making another stop, and you can see a car in front of you, forget it. Just run to your numbers. But the flip side of the coin is for somebody like Casual Apex, 11th place is of no benefit to you whatsoever, and you've got a 4-lap advantage over the guy behind. Risk everything. What's point coming home 11th? I'd rather retire in the last hour and fight for 10th than come home literally pointless in 11th place. So I think it does depend, doesn't it? It depends on where you are in the race, where your championship aspirations are as well, of course, and where you stand on your numbers.
Well, that is a very, very good point on that as well, because this is the point, or the whole reason I was bringing that up is because for those that haven't done sim racing, as we see, that's quite a lot of damage on the back end of that Cadan Casual Apex car. The point I was trying to make is that these drivers and these teams, they've got this little mathematical equation going on constantly in real time in their head about looking at every single move that they could possibly do and how things could play out, and everything is on this risk reward ratio. Do they want to make a move here? Well, there's a 70% chance that I'm going to end up in the wall, so no, I'm not going to go anywhere near that. I could get a position though. Are those extra 5 points worth the risk of ruining your race, and so on and so forth? And it's quite often it's an internal conversation that these drivers are having with themselves, Paul.
Yeah, it is, exactly. Then a question back at you about internal conversations. If you're in Fordzilla and you're driving the car at the moment, everything's coming to you nice and easily. How do you keep yourself concentrated and motivated at this stage in proceedings? Because you're quite clearly not racing anybody on track. It's just bringing the car home. How do you cope with that?
So for me personally, if I was in this position at the 10 hours on iRacing at the 10 hours of Petit Le Mans, at I think it was at Road Atlanta, and in an LMP2 car, and we're in first, and we're like 6 laps ahead by the final hour of the race, and I was in the car, and I found it incredibly hard. I find it incredibly hard to concentrate, to find that balance between pushing, the conversation we had earlier, pushing the car to where it feels comfortable, to where you're on your actual ability, and not pushing the car and ended up making stupid mistakes. And also I ended up finding that I wanted to chat more. I wanted, because I had my teammate on Discord at the time, so I wanted his company. I wanted him to have a conversation with me where it was actively keeping me engaged and keeping my brain on from engaging autopilot, because as soon as autopilot goes and you're in the lead of the race, quite honestly, that's when bad things can start to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really interesting to see the psychology of different drivers and different teams in this regard as well. And again, throwing it into the mix here at Simply Race, we're on a venue as well, so you've got the periphery of activity happening, and you're in an environment that's not your own. You've got people running about left, right and centre, both teammates and other people walking between the rigs and getting to and from the facilities and everything like that. So all these little things kind of add to the background noise a little bit, don't they? A bit like white noise when you're watching it on the television. It's nothing, but it's something, and that something's just enough to stop you over-analysing, shall we say, what you're doing behind the wheel.
It really, really is, and it for some reason it just works, and it works very, very well. So for these drivers, that's exactly what it's all about. It's about finding that thing that works for them and just sticking to it, because as you said, Paul, I mean, can you imagine how gutting it's going to feel if something happens and you are an hour and 15 minutes left from the end of the race? Conversely, as you pointed out earlier on, if you're outside top 5 and you fancy going for it, you've got less reason to not do it. If you're outside the top 5, there's more reward on offer, and it's that whole cliched saying of fortune favours the brave. Yes, to a certain extent, but it still has to be measured aggression.
Yeah, of course it does. Bravery is great, but it's got to be bravery tempered with sensible behaviour as well. And And that's what we've seen. We've seen a few moves so far today that have been absolutely first rate. And then we've seen some real stinkers throwing the car down the inside. And that's what we cannot afford at this stage in the race. Nobody can afford this, because on the flip side, yes, you want to make some positions up. Hour and 13 minutes left on the clock. You make a mistake, there's not a lot of time left to recover that issue and start to retake that ground again. So a difficult place for our drivers to be in casual apex that we're looking at now in 11th position. That's very simple for them. They've just got to pass that car in front of them and go grab themselves a point. So that's fairly easy. But the likes of Camsport in 7th, 1 second to go between them and Red Shell in 6th. 7th's a nice result.
You're certainly not going to say no to it, are you? I mean, it's a very, very good position for them that's on offer here. But I'm looking at Zanchi Rocket Simsport, 10 seconds behind that third place of Barracuda. I think that goose is cooked. I think that they don't have anything in the tank to take that out of that position. Meanwhile, Camsport, I think, they're going to be crazy if they don't get that 6th position from Red Shell Racing. They've been closing down something rotten because Red Shell Racing have been dropping off the back of Avanti Racing. But this is where it's all at the back. We'll come back to that in a second. But here's Camsport then. And Paul, this is what it's all about. We're on about calm, measured, mature driving. It's been on display bucket loads from Camsport.
Yeah, it really has. Great drive from Camsport. As we said earlier, they've been a little bit anonymous during this race, done nothing dramatic, just continued about the business, worked the way up the running order. But that gap has plateaued now between 6th and 7th position. It's in and around a second. So Camsport need to have a think about this one now. They don't have a massive overlap over the Red Shell Racing car. So they need to work out, what are they going to do? How are they going to influence this and find a way past? And that's going to be, are you going to do it on track, or are you going to wait for the next potentially 11 minutes or so and go and try and find some sort of result on pit lane? And yeah, that's an interesting one for Camsport. They need to dig deep. They told me that they had designs on 5th. Well, they've got a lot of work to do if they want that 5th position, and that's a big task, I think, to clear this Red Shell car and then find another 16 seconds somewhere.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they've got to do. It could be done. I mean, let's not forget that Avanti Racing, with that change in pit stop strategy, might likely hand these two cars an extra position. So essentially, this could be the battle for 5th that we're going to be watching unfold just now. But I love the fact, right, that this is for 10th position, and it's not normally a position you'd see like cars knocking themselves out over. But yeah, these two, there's a little bit of a grudge match going on here, and this is the only thing these two care about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been nose to tail now for several minutes, racing out on track. Both drivers, of course, pushing this to the absolute limit that this Aston Martin is capable of. Both got Aston Martins, both got the same machinery underneath them, so there's no advantage to be gained from the natural performance of the car. It's all pretty much down to the driver and the way that you've looked after your car up to this stage. Casual Apex now trying to get the slipstream, coming down the back straight. I fear they're a little bit too far behind. It's going to be a brave man that puts the car up the inside on the brakes into the Tamburello chicane, and correctly he decides better of it. That runs the car ahead very, very deep into the corner, compromised all the way through the second part of the chicane. For the run down in the Villeneuve, the braking zone is far too shallow to realistically make a move, and Casual Apex drops back, tries to get the run through Villeneuve for the run up into the hairpin. Now shows his nose nice and early, telegraphs the move late on the brakes. There's a little bit of contact as well, I think, although they may have just avoided each other. And David Christie, that is a open your textbook, look up O for overtake, and there is your video.
Yeah, I've got the page, the textbook open at page 642 here, and as you said, under O for overtake, it's pretty much a picture of that word for word. That was amazing there from the Casual Apex machine over Fault Shark to get that done. But here we go, this is where the action is now on track. Camsport chasing down Red Shell, racing the gap up to 1.5 seconds here. And remember, this is going to be essentially for 5th position on track. And the reason that I'm slowing down the way I'm speaking is because I've just caught out the corner of my eye. That gap between Barracuda and the number 2 Zanshu Rocket Sim Sport machine, that was 9.5 seconds. That's now 7.4 and falling quite rapidly. Paul, what do we think is going on there?
I reckon in the Zanshu Rocket Sim Sport pits, people are going, ooh, Barracuda. Because that was an unexpected close. That was 7.6 seconds. We thought they're... my phone again. Oh, and I put my chair on it and everything. Nightmare. Oh, no, I broke it. Sugar. Oh, swear words.
Oh, dear. Can we get some Fs in chat? Yeah, let's get some Fs in chat, please, because that is pretty harsh. Although, now he said that, ooh, Barracuda, I've got that song in my head from way back in the day, and the only time I actually heard it was playing Guitar Hero 3 back when I was just a young thing. Anyway, I completely digress. Paul, I hear the microphone rustling. Do we have tears before bedtime?
We do, because that little joke I keep making about dropping my really delicate phone. I was not so lucky this time.
Hang on, what kind of phone are we talking here?
I don't know. Some kind of Samsung thing with Samsung S9 Edge or something. I don't really know. I don't care about phones particularly.
No.
My wife will be steaming.
I used to work in a mobile phone shop, so I know that is. That's not fun times, because at least with other phones, they're relatively straightforward. But because it's that Edge one, the screen's actually just about as. Yeah, well, there we go.
Oh, well, these things happen, so I had to turn my microphone off while I swore loudly, and I turned it back on again. Hey-ho. So, Camsport, 1.3 seconds, 1.5 seconds now. I was saying they plateaued a little bit, getting behind the back of that Corvette, and they don't seem to have it. They don't seem to have that bit of an overlap that they need to really get into a genuinely threatening position, do they?
No, I think they're getting themselves back into that. They're really clawing the gap between themselves and Red Shell Racing quite dramatically. But I think you're right. I think they've just not got that killer instinct right now. Maybe they're just not in the position, or maybe they're just not wanting to throw the caution to the wind that much right now. I think they'll have to be aware of Avanti Racing and the change in strategy for them. But again, I mean, do you just give it an extra 40 minutes and just see where this is going to end? But again, Zanshu Rocket Sim Sport now, that gap's under 6 seconds. They are catching Barracuda at a rate of knots.
Oh, exciting times at the front of the field then. So we've got 2 real battles to focus on as we get in very, very close to the final hour of this race. As you say, it's a fight between 3rd and 4th position, Barracuda and Zanshu Rocket Sim Sport, and then the fight for 6th and 7th, potentially, with Avanti Racing leaving themselves hung out to dry somewhat based on fuel mileage. So realistically, everybody apart from first place is up for grabs, and that's not bad going in a 6-hour race coming down to the final hour.
It really, really isn't. And again, this is what it's all been about. It's about putting yourself in the best possible position and getting yourself in a place where you can make some moves. It's about leaving yourself with options for the final hour of this race, Paul.
Yep, absolutely. We've got plenty of drama still to go now.
Yeah, we certainly do. So 65 minutes left to go. We've got a yellow flag briefly in Sector 4 there, and I'm just having a look to see who that was that's caused that. I'm wondering if that was the Avanti Racing machine that's losing a little bit of time. They're losing a lot of time, actually, on there. But, I mean, with an hour to go, I think we're going to see, what do you think, Paul, Fordzilla into the pits first here? Right, so we'll catch back up with Paul in just a second as he goes to change the old Duracell in the microphone. Other battery brands are obviously available, but here we go. Now the action's starting to heat up because Camsport onto the back end of that Red Shell Racing machine, and they've got Fault Shark in the back of them as well. So Fault Shark sending that car backwards right now, and the worst possible time is going to be a double toe. And is False Racing, they get out the way, but the damage is done. Red Shell Racing now have got Camsport all over the tail end of them right now here, and this is really, really interesting because they come through Tulsa, through that left-hander, and that Porsche now it's poised, now it's ready to go, now it's ready to attack here, as Zancho Rocket Simsport losing even more time here from your race leaders. But Cam Sport then coming down in towards Aqua Minerale here. They've just come through the left-hander at Piratella. And that Porsche, that sole Porsche, is doing a brilliant recovery job of getting themselves back up through the field here, because as we said time and time again, that car was involved in a start line collision. It was sent packing, it was sent to the back of the grid, and somehow it's now potentially fighting for 5th place, because remember, this is for 6th right now, but Avante Racing are going to have to pit again. These cars have to pit right now, but the Avante Racing in front of it is going to have to pit and yet again on top of this as well. So Wow. Just saying though, the Fault Shark machine still on the tail end of this Porsche. It's not letting this one go as well, but the Porsche now firmly in the slipstream of the Red Shell Racing machine. It's the number 6 versus the Porsche. Number 8 is going to be the run down to turn number 1. The Ferrari thinks better of it and gets that car in first, but the Porsche just trying to catch up here. And still, that's now a proper train we've got going on, because the Fault Shark lapped car is back there as well as Barracuda in 4th position. Now that's going to allow Zancho Rocket Simsport to catch up even further. So we have got a huge train developing here, and this is pivotal for the race as well. It doesn't affect Fordzilla, but it affects almost every other battle that is going on out there just now. The Porsche has a look to the inside, can't do anything with it. This is coming again through Piratella here. We've got, that is Barracuda making the move then on Fault Shark to put them another lap down through Aqua Minerale, and then up through the hill again on the run down to the Variante Alta, one of the difficult corners here at Imola. And again, just a sharp intake of breath here, trying to see how this is going to go round, because 4th place of Zancho Rocket Simsport is closing in on Barracuda at a rate of knots, and this is not going to be making them very, very happy at all, because this is a battle for 6th and 7th place here, which could essentially determine the battle for 3rd and 4th. So, wow, amazing stuff.
Incredible fight here. Great scenes for the Camp Sport machine as it's doing everything it needs to do, using traffic to its absolute advantage. And now here's another opportunity, David, because before we had them lapping a car, now they've got a faster car lapping there. And if Camp Sport are clever about this, they'll allow the Barracuda machine to get its way past in the most optimal place for that Porsche, and then compromise the Corvette ahead. If he can do that one, if he can achieve that, that could very well put this number 8 Porsche right on the tail of his rival for what will be at the moment in time 6th position. So it's good to see he showed some aggression. It's nice to see that he had an opportunity and he struck straight away. They're not content to settle where they are.
They really are, and I've got to be honest, this is fascinating, absolutely fascinating to see how this is panning out, because as well, Red Shell Racing will be wanting to push this as hard as they possibly can as we head into the final hour here of round 2 of the Simply Race Endurance Series here at 6 hours of Imola. So many storylines, Paul, bubbling away very, very nicely indeed, and most of them centre around this battle here with Camsport and Red Shell Racing.
Yeah, can you believe it's so close after so much racing we've had out on the Imola Grand Prix circuit? Very, very different cars, very, very different teams, all on site here in Milton Keynes, all taking part in this race from the same building with the same equipment, a car that's default setups, that's just about the driver ability, just about how you plan your strategy. And with 58 minutes left to go, we've got several cars all fighting over the very same piece of tarmac. Number 2, Zancho Sim Sport rocket machine comes down pit lane almost exactly on cue. Just under an hour left to go. They're going to serve their pit stop, come back out again, and that is, for them at least, the last time they will deliberately be visiting pit lane.
Yeah, fascinating stuff here. And again, it's always difficult to know where to look. With Green Shell Racing and Zancho into the pits, I do wonder how badly this has compromised Avanti Racing, because it's almost certainly, you would have to say, if they take, say, another minute in pit lane, I mean, hopefully they take less, but surely that's got to drop them out of the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, just something to note as well, Barracuda going massively slowly. They were in the mix to find the way past these cars to put a lap on them. And look how much real estate they've lost to these cars ahead. So Barracuda are right at the moment where they should be pushing hard to try and make some time up on Zancho Simsport, seem to be going backwards a little bit. So whether they're having some difficulty, struggling for fuel economy, or quite what's happening there, I'm not too sure, but not good news for the Purple Aston.
Yeah, and I think we've got a yellow flag. I think that is going to be the Green Shell Racing machine in 10th position that brings that one out. We'll get a check on that very, very shortly. But a huge airtime there for Camsport coming through the chicane Variante Alta here, still trying to hunt down that Red Shell Racing machine up there in 5th position. But how much of a nuisance of themselves is Fault Shark prepared to make for themselves right now? 11th place right now, several laps down. But I mean, this is getting a bit scary, and it's going to be a move to the inside here.
Yeah, that's Larry, as it's been Larry several times from Fault Shark Racing. I'm not sure I'm overly impressed with the way they go about their motorsport today, and I have to be a little bit careful because I'm in the same building as them.
Penalty for Barracuda.
Oh no way, that is
track
big
limits,
drama.
that's why they've dropped back. They've reacted to a track limits penalty, I would almost guarantee it. And that surely hands things on a silver platter to Zancho Rocket Sim Sport.
See, we told you, ladies and gentlemen at home, that this is going to be drama all the way to the checkered flag, as Barracuda once again making a bit of a nuisance of themselves. A yellow flag in Sector 3 for good measure. But yep, Barracuda, from an absolutely sensational drive to run in 3rd position, they've gone and served their pit stop, but they also have a penalty as well. So expect to see them coming back down Pitlet Road in the not-too-distant future. And David, they have got more work than they would care to think about at this stage of the race now if they want to get back on that podium.
Yeah, they really, really have. This has completely sent shockwaves through the final hour of this race. Fordzilla into the pits, Zancho Rocket Sim Sport into the pits from P1 and P2 respectively, and that is going to allow the Zancho Rocket Sim Sport machine in the number 2 car to catch right back up as well. We've got another yellow flag briefly in Sector 2 as well, and I'm keeping an eye out to see if any cars drop back. And where's Camsport into the pits as well now as well, so I am really, really intrigued. This is like the last chapter of a really, really gripping novel, and you're just waiting for the twist at the end here.
An outstanding way to put it, and very, very true indeed. All these pit stops starting to shake out now. We've still got a question mark over Avanti Racing. Red Shell Racing in 6th position there. They'll be coming down pit road in the very near future as well. Camsport, plenty of capacity left in that tank, 54 minutes on the clock, so they'll be coming back out on the track and will be able to run to the end. E-Team Brit too far away, unfortunately, to really play any part in that battle, one would imagine. So 8th position at best is theirs for the taking at the end of this race, but we've really got big drama. Here's Barracuda now coming in to serve that drive-through penalty. Remember, the Zansho Rocket Sim Sport machine's not been down pit road yet, so they are fourth on track. But the big questions are, can Avanti Racing overtake them while they're following the pit lane speed limit? Can Red Shell Racing go with them as well? And how far out of contention will Cam Sport be in their desire to get that 5th position they predicted earlier in the day?
Wow, I don't even know where to begin with this one. Avanti Racing, obviously they're going to close right back up to the back of Barracuda, but that, in all intents and purposes, puts it that it looks like it's going to be a Zansho Rocket Sim Sport 2 and 3, because Barracuda have done their pit stop, they've done their drive-through penalty, but that, in fact, actually, hang on, have Barracuda done their final pit stop?
Yes, they did it just as they was announced.
They did it just as it was a penalty announced, yeah. So they've done their final pit stop. Avanti Racing still have to do their final pit stop. So Barracuda, and Barracuda have a huge moment on the left-hander at Piratella. That drops them down even further, and crucially, Zansho Rocket Sim Sport, if they get a drive-through penalty, that's about 18 seconds, so they should still have enough in the tank to hold on to it.
It never rains, but it pours. And for Barracuda now, they've got a big task ahead of them, trying to regather some composure. One mistake leads to another. Mistakes breed mistakes. And for Barracuda, this is an absolute disastrous couple of laps for the car. The final pit stop sequence, we suggested, always has a sting in its tail. And unfortunately, the Barracuda has firmly been stung today. Number 9 machine running 4th on track, and very much out of touch, realistically, from those podium places that just an hour ago they would have thought they're an absolute dead cert to bring home.
Yeah, and it just hasn't been. I think Red Shell Racing are one of the few cars that still have to do that final pit stop, because they've now got a 59-second lead over Cam Sport there. So it's just all went wrong for Barracuda. I mean, the fact that they've lost so much time on that, and I would imagine Red Shell Racing are going to be in the pits this time by, they do indeed, and I think Cam Sport have done enough to take this position.
Yeah, it's going to be close with Cam Sport and Red Shell Racing, but don't forget, Cam Sport will be on warm tyres, but Red Shell Racing will be on new ones. And there we go, he's missed his pit spot for Red Shell Racing. Not the first time we've seen that today, and that could very well be the decisive mistake that gives Cam Sport that breathing space they need to bring home at least 6th position, potentially even higher, as things wind down to a close.
Oh, you hate to see it, do you? The only other thing is he might not have to take, or whoever's behind the wheel of this, might not have to take as much fuel, because they're obviously only doing essentially 50 minutes here. But this is Avanti Racing then in 5th position. I'm going to keep an eye on Red Shell Racing still in the pits now. The gap down to about 10 seconds with Cam Sport behind you. Again, we're going to be looking at Avanti, trying to see. So Red Shell Racing, 31.5. That's about a second less fuel than they would normally have to take. But still, that is a pit stop that's 59.4 seconds, and that gap is 6.0 seconds. So Cam Sport, I think they actually got caught a little bit with that one there, because that gap is about 4 seconds now coming into it. I think Cam Sport will catch them up, absolutely, but again, I mean, how close do you want to leave it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is go time now for Cam Sport. Their tyres are hot. The drivers got their eye in. They understand exactly what is available to them in terms of grip, in terms of track position, in terms of racing surface. So now, this is where you strike. This is where you make it happen. This is where you give everything that you have got to give, and a little bit more besides. It's no time like the present to strike for Cam Sport. They'll be disappointed that they've come out so far behind the Red Shell Racing machine, especially that they've got some lap traffic in between them as well, and that's the need for speed car, I think, that has not been backwards and going forwards at many stages during the course of this race. So shame for Cam Sport. The sting's gone out the tail a little bit, and if they've got enough in the next 49 minutes to get alongside, I'm not entirely convinced at this stage.
I've got to be honest, I don't know. They've got a lot of pace in the car, but yeah, Maybe. I think if they're going to be doing it, it's going to be in the next 5 to 7 laps, I think, with the pace that they've got. It just depends on how quickly they can get these tyres online. Meanwhile, Barracuda looks like having another moment. They're losing 0.3 of a second to Avanti Racing, which is then reciprocated as it goes yo-yos up and down. But again, 48 minutes left to go, Paul. We have to turn our attention to Fordzilla and the incredible job they've got there. Almost, a minute and 12 seconds over second place and lap nearly everybody else in the field.
Yeah, it's just mind-blowing. It really is a dominant... In fact, dominant's not a strong enough word. I don't really know what word to use. It's just an incredible result, or performance, sorry, from Fordzilla. Yes, don't want to speak too soon. We've still got some time left on the track, but realistically, they got a free pit stop and maybe even enough time to quickly nip to the loo or grab a cup of coffee as well and still be reasonably comfortable compared to those around them. So Fordzilla showing everybody how it should be done today. And okay, there we go. First mistake of the day. Couple of wheels on the gravel, but ironically it's made them faster anyway.
Absolutely. And
fabulous stuff from the Fordzilla
really
team.
Is.
And obviously running the Corvette CAR GTE, which is a car that many drivers are using here today in the Imola 6 hours here at the Simply Race Endurance Series. So you can't even argue that it's the car advantage that they've got, because they beat exactly the same car in the two Sancho machines in second and third position. And they've not beat them. They've not taken the checkered flag just ahead. They've absolutely dominated them in this fight. Meanwhile, Camsport now have got that gap down to 3.9 seconds, so they've not entirely given up the back marker, just running wide and opening the door for the Porsche to find its way past. So this fight is still ongoing. In 7th position, Rachel Racing. In 6th position, Avanti Racing, we anticipate will be coming in the next 25 minutes or so to serve their splash and dash to get them back out on the racetrack. But if they do have to do a splash and dash, David, they must be kicking themselves Avanti Racing now.
It does seem kind of self-inflicted, though. That's what I don't understand, is the fact that for the most part of the race,
okay, I think we've lost David for the time being, so we'll come back to him in a couple of moments' time. But as we're saying, Avanti Racing, they're the team that they've held this position so long in the race.
There we go. That's what it is. I've just realised, Paul, you've unplugged yourself from the headset, so you couldn't actually hear when I was chatting away there. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. It's been a traumatic afternoon for you. You've fairly been through the ringer.
Phones, they're not really working so well in my favour today, it doesn't seem. So at the end of today, I'm going to throw this as far through the window as I can possibly get it, because, sorry about that one, David, talking completely over the top of you, no doubt.
Yeah, thing is, I swear to God, I was like checking all my settings and stuff like that. I was like, hello?
But the best part about it were, I was just saying filler because you were there. It wasn't even interesting. It was a speech for the sake of speech.
You've got to love it. You've got to love it. But, I mean, Avanti Racing, hello? Where are you going? That is not the way across the chicane there. That is, okay. 8 seconds left to go. Casual Apex into the race. What I was saying, though, about Avanti Racing, though, Paul, is it feels self-inflicted. I mean, they were on a normal strategy with everyone else, and now, it's kind of all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, it has indeed, and this is Avanti Racing's off-track excursion coming up into the chicane. We spoke about how difficult this section of corners is before, and they don't even make any effort to hit the apex there. Decide far too deep into the corner. It's better to bail out and go over the grass than try and bounce over the curbs. And actually, David, that's a pretty sensible strategy, because monstering those curves at the wrong angle is a recipe for real bad times.
It is, but then so is getting a drive-through for track limits, which is what they have to worry about. We saw Barracuda as soon as they came out on cold tyres as Casual Apex complete their pit stop there and get back out again. We saw Barracuda on cold tyres swinging very wide at Paratella and going again. You see Casual Apex hitting the curbs there on the inside. So you just don't want to be taking these chances here. And Avanti Racing really dropping off the back of Barracuda. But again, Red Shell Racing not in a position to make anything happen here. And thankfully, Red Shell Racing can maybe breathe a sigh of relief because Camsport aren't near.
Yeah, Red Shell now have really broken the spirit of the Camsport team, I think, over the course of the stint since the pit stops took place. Camsport don't have the raw pace in that Porsche, it doesn't seem, at this stage in proceedings, and they just cannot get onto the back of and in touch with Red Shell Racing. So, good drive actually from the number 6 machine. 6 on track, 6 is the number on the side of the door. They've had their fair share of trials and tribulations, but to come through it at the end in 6th, potentially 5th position by the checker is a solid day's work.
Certainly not going to complain at it, are you? It's I think they've earned their supper tonight, and with 43 minutes to go, I don't think they're going to have to wait too long before they can all head out and get something to eat. And one of the other bits that I really like about this Simply Race Endurance Series Championship is the post-race routine, the ritual that goes on with the presentation and the podium, because in sim racing, usually, Paul, all it is we do a couple of driver interviews on voice chat and then we call it a night, whereas you actually get to see the joy, you get to see the celebration, and it adds a different dynamic to things.
Yeah, it really does. It's all about making the experience for the drivers all that much more rewarding. And it's a proper event in its own right. It is a virtual recreation of a real-life motor race, and exactly that. It's got their own dedicated podium here at Simply Race, and I get to talk to legendary commentator Paul Jeffrey about all the comings and goings that have happened over the course of the last 6 hours. And it's just a nice experience, as you say, for the drivers. Get some exposure, get some camera time as well, and we get to hear their thoughts and opinions over what's gone over the last 6 hours and how things have unfolded for them. And you're absolutely right, it's all part of the Simply Race experience, isn't it? It's all part of being at a sim centre and being involved, and no doubt the rival teams and drivers and fans will be raising a cheer and some applause to the top 3 as well. And it's just a genuinely nice experience to be a part of.
I've got to be honest, I mean, a cheeky interview with Paul Jeffrey at the end of the race, man, that's worth the race entry fee alone.
Oh, for sure.
So get that on the old YouTube highlights clip and get that framed and above the fireplace.
I'm sure, said no one ever. But we've got 42 minutes just under to find out who these people are that we're going to be celebrating on the podium. It's looking like a Zancho affair at the moment in 2nd and 3rd, as you say, and 41 minutes. Can you remember, David, when we anticipated potentially the Avanti car might have to jump down for a little bit of a wetting and getting back out again? Was it about 20 minutes spare?
Yeah, I think 25 minutes to go is probably when it's going to be going in. However, I mean, could you imagine, right, if we've got this wrong and that thing actually has the fuel to go to the end there?
Colour me surprised if that's the case, but hey, stranger things have happened, of course, and if it is, it'll be a good reward for Avanti Racing because they've held this 5th position for so long. It would be tragic for them to lose it so close to the checkered flag. And yes, I agree that it's of their own making, etc., but you still don't like to see potential good results snatched away from people so close to the end of what's been such a very long race.
Unless you're Red Shell Racing or Camsport, that is.
And then you love it.
Yeah, you're basically clapping your hands together, like very, very excited. But yeah, if Avanti actually didn't do that, can you imagine how gutted Red Shell would be? In fact, actually, to be fair, I don't think it's going to make much difference to Red Shell Racing with 40 minutes left to go, or Camsport Racing. They're too absorbed in their own little battle there, and one extra place, whether it's 6th place or 7th place or 5th they get, I don't think it's going to make or break their day.
Not at all, but here's a little fun fact. In the fight between 6th and 7th place, last lap, Red Shell Racing a 1 minute 42.691. Camsport a 1 minute 42.680. That is as close as you would like at this stage in the race. So neither team really making much of an impact on each other. I think Camsport now 5 seconds in arrears. They've kind of taking the tactic that what will be over the course of the next 40 minutes. There's not really a lot they can do to influence it at this stage.
That's just it. It's just a case of, the final hour now. It's almost what you don't want to happen is autopilot to kick in, but also you kind of do in a certain way in terms of just rattling down the laps. That's all that's happening now. It's not a case of, with the exception of Camsport, who are maybe trying to get that position, but to be honest, I think Red Shell Racing have got pace. I think it's now just a case of whittling down the laps, getting that 40-minute stint done, and going and getting a cup of tea.
Yeah, exactly. To see what comes now. There's a bit of traffic to get involved with, of course. Both has been the car that is being lapped and also lapping other cars as well. And that's when there's an opportunity for some drama. I thought Greenshaw were coming down pit lane there, but no, they're not. They're just narrowing the angle of attack on that final kink to the right-hand side. But when there's potential for confusion or drama with lap traffic, that's obviously always an opportunity that you need to be within striking distance to potentially take up these opportunities. But Camsport are just... they're dropping back now quite heavily, aren't they? 5.2, I say heavily, reasonably speaking. 5 seconds plus. That's too far away to pounce on minor dramas, isn't it, realistically speaking?
It really is, Paul. And realistically speaking, that's what we are going off of here. You look at Advantage Racing, they're dropping back. Camsport are dropping back. I think that what we're seeing on track, unless there's any drama, unless there's any incidents, that is pretty much how it's going to be now.
Yeah, absolutely. Casual Apex, by the way, that was a nice fight for 10th and 11th place about half an hour or so ago. They've lost 14.5 seconds to Fault Shark. So Casual Apex, if you remember rightly, got that 10th position and were looking quite strong at one stage. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but their charge has fallen away somewhat as well as they drop down into 11th and 14 seconds to find in the next 37 minutes. One fears that might be a bit too much to ask at this juncture.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to watch because, as we said, you don't want to wish any bad luck on any drivers, and it's always horrible. It's even worse, actually, I think, for us as commentators when it's a real life event, because you can see the disappointment, you can see the pain that this causes, because these drivers have vested a lot into this. They've paid money, they've done a lot of practice, and what you don't want to see is anything happening to them. And thankfully, 12 out of the 13 cars we've still got on the grid.
Yeah, that's really good to see. And I think something else that's worth remembering, we're saying about paying money and investing a lot of time and energy. Don't forget they've been basically on site pretty much all day on a Sunday, just focusing pure and simply on this race, this event. That's been the focus of their entire world today. And a good result makes all that worthwhile. A bad result, obviously, just stings all that much more when you've essentially, what you feel like, thrown away your entire day because you had a good race on the cards and then something happened and you dropped far further down than where you anticipated you would be. So that's it's everything you need to take into consideration. It makes the journey home so much more painful, doesn't it, if you're racing somewhere on site away from your location and then you have an incident towards the end of the race, and then you've got to sort of stew on that all the way back home again and feel like it's been a hard day out.
Yeah, and that's just it. But realistically speaking, I don't think any of these drivers, any of these teams can be too disappointed with the performance that they've given today. It's been a great performance, as we see the Need for Speed machine at the back. And look, for me, I'm going to give a massive shout out to this team here, this number 4 team. The fact that they are still circulating. They are, 6-7 laps down? But they're still going, Paul, and they're still absolutely giving it the beans going round the track. I love to see it. They could have just thrown in the towel, headed off, but they've decided to keep at it. I'm not sure that is the preferred racing line to Aqua Minerale, but it's a line.
Yeah, he's inventive, let's say. I like how these things happen when you're praising them. They've not given up, but perhaps they should. is the takeaway from that particular racing line. But no, jokes aside, absolutely right. It's great to see him continuing to push and bring the car onto the checkered flag, because you know as well as I do, David, as well as many people at home do, an endurance race like this, finishing is an achievement in its own right, isn't it?
Yeah. It really, really is, Paul, and that's the thing. It's fantastic to see. And even in real-life endurance racing, the community spirit is... I guarantee the first thing everybody does is they'll all be like, shaking hands and congratulating all, even if they're teammates or on different teams and stuff like that. The little community spirit that the guys have got at Simply Racer is fantastic to see, and it's why I love actually seeing stuff like this, because I want stuff like this to be the norm, to have these sort of almost LAN style events. I mean, I come from like watching other esports in terms of like Counter-Strike Global Offensive and Valorant, and that's the norm, is these LAN events where the teams compete in person at these arenas. This is what I see this for in the like Simply Race thing, is these drivers competing on a stage. Oh, it might not be a stage, but you get what I mean. They're competing at the venue in person, and they have to bring their A game right to the forefront. They get to see the other competitors, they get to socialise, and it's just great fun, and it adds to that whole camaraderie of taking part in an event like this.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And it's amazing to just be back in a public environment again, just to see people sharing the same passion as you, to look them in the eye and talk about something that you're passionate about and absolutely love. And it feels like it's been a very long time since that was the case. And somebody not too far away from me's had too much sugar.
I thought I heard that. That's what happens when you don't give Mike Yao any sleep in 12 hours.
Exactly. Put him in a public environment. So it's not appropriate to be in a public environment.
Now you see why that broadcast studio is so far away from this floor.
Yeah, he's better working online. He's better working remotely. But no, it is great though. I mean, it's nice to have a bit of a laugh and a joke, but it is absolutely fabulous. I keep looking through the doorway every now and again at the event hall, and to see everybody sort of really, they're all huddled around their particular pod and their particular driver. And you asked ages ago, David, hours ago now, how the mood's changed after the first hour. Well, I can tell you now, it's becoming electric. It's come to the conclusion. It's very much a last day of school kind of feeling amongst everybody, and we're all on his tippy toes now, getting keen to end the race and seeing where they come.
Half an hour left to go then. Let's have a very brief segment of conversation. As pretty much, we are old timers here in the sim racing world here. Paul, we've seen a lot of things, but in all honesty, did you ever think it would get like this, where I'm sitting at home and you're in a fully customized environment built for this thing, that we're all together on a Sunday afternoon racing virtually?
Absolutely not. It's just, this is the stuff that you talk about. I think, forgive me if I've told you this story before, but maybe somebody at home's new to him. I clearly remember being sort of 7, 8, 9 years old on his bikes, making a chalk path or going down to the local country park and going for a rally track and talking about how cool it would be if we lived in a world where you could drive realistic feeling racing cars on an approximation of wheel and pedals against real people around the world. I remember clearly talking about that one and saying it's just a pipe dream, it's impossible. And now you can chuck a VR headset on, you can race anybody in the world and, like you say, commentate over such quality events. I'm looking at the stream now at the E-Team Brick car, and that's just looking so realistic, and so the fidelity of it all. It's talk to an 8-year-old version of me and he would not believe a single second about what's happening in front of us. It's a golden time, man, as we've got 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we certainly are in the golden age of racing. And it comes back to what you were saying earlier about the difference between real life racing and sim racing, is the fact that they're not competing. They're two entirely different genres, two entirely different classes, and they can happily sit alongside each other. And the wonderful thing is that because you're good at one doesn't automatically mean that you're going to be good at the other thing as well. You still, and I think that's the one thing that it really teaches both sides, is that it gives you a sense of understanding and respect for the other class. So for sim racers, they get a brief glimpse into what it's like being a real racing driver, and for sim racing drivers who can drive a real race car very, very fast, and seeing these alien sim racers, they're like, how the hell can you do that on just a wheel and pedals? And it bends their mind, and it's just fascinating to see the two worlds converging.
It really is, and I've been speaking to a couple of people before we came on air about this exact topic. It also teaches, and this is not to be underestimated for the younger generation, racing discipline of constantly getting there in the rig, pounding out the laps, understanding what a racing line is, where you can sacrifice one corner to gain on the apex into another one. All these things that you would have to learn out on a racetrack that at a significant amount of time and money cost, you can learn in a racing sim. And even if the physical inputs themselves might not always be a one-to-one match, the art of being a racing driver and of learning and taking those learnings and turning them into benefit are all exactly the same. And that is such a powerful resource for the next generation of drivers that maybe my generation didn't have access to, because we had to pay a hell of a lot of money to get out there on the racetrack and learn it in a live session.
And that's just it. Going to where sim racing is now, it's so realistic, it's so on point, it's a perfect addition to real life racing. As you said, track time very, very expensive to do. And when I was working up at Knockhill, the thing that amazed me about the next generation of drivers, the young ones coming through, is the first thing they do after they come out of the car in a session is they look to the laptops, they look to the data, they look to all the telemetry. And I'm seeing the same thing with sim racing drivers. I'm seeing them going into the pits, loading up Motec, loading up their telemetry software, seeing how they're performing on that granular level. It's such a strange place to be. 20 years ago, we're playing games like Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport, and now they're developing themselves as almost not just racers, but almost race engineers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something else that's really often underestimated maybe by people out there in the general public, you can earn a very fine living indeed if you're the top tier SimSport eSport sim racing driver. In motor racing, 90% of the drives in motorsport, you have to bring a significant bag of money along with you in order to have the privilege of driving. If you're a really good esport racer, you can get a contract with a professional team and get paid to do this for a living, to the tune of not having to get a, in air quotes, real job. That's sensational. This is a genuine, for the 7-8-year-old. I have an 8-year-old son, and if he showed even a slight bit of interest in motorsport, I'd send him down the route of esport racing rather than real world, because this is realistically a very fine way of making a living out of what you do and what you love.
Yeah, that's it. That's always my advice. But you hear, obviously, the parents are trying to tone down their kids and screen time and stuff like that. And I'm like, get them onto Twitch, get them onto YouTube. That's your care home paid for in about 20 years' time. Job done. That's it. You got to think of the next generation. Anyway, right, that's enough blethering for 5 minutes. Camsport is who we are currently watching just now. And Paul, safe to say, they're done. They're not going to be challenging Red Shell Racing. But more importantly, where are Avanti Racing? Where is that pit stop?
Yep, this is the sort of time, getting close to the sort of time that we wondered if it's when they need to come in. If memory serves me, there was an hour and 20 minutes and change when they came down pit lane for their stop. So if they're going to stop again, it is going to be within the next 5 or 6 minutes. If that clock turns to the countdown to 12 minutes and counting less, they're safe, I would imagine. So it's going to be within the next 5 or 6 minutes. We'll find out if we were right or wrong about their need to go and do a splash and dash and get back out to finish this race. But let's assume they do need to do a splash and dash, David. Obviously, there's no way they're going to be needing to stay as long as normal in pit lane. And they've got 35 seconds to Red Shell Racing, plus a further 6 to Camsport. I don't think they're going to make it out in front of those two, but E-Team Britain should be safe, I would imagine.
they should, as long as they've remembered to set the pit stop for that splash and dash. Now, in all honesty, we know how stressful these situations can be. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 2 now. Who is that? That's resolved itself very, very quickly indeed. I'm just seeing there. I can't see any cars going flying up in terms of time. Could it have been Camsport? No, it's... Yeah. But then, to be fair, yellow flag could be that cars just cut across as well. Going back to that, I mean, if they go into the pits, it's going to be at least... I would say it's going to be at least 30 seconds for a pit stop for them to slow down, stop, get back out again and get going. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see them out in 8th place. I wouldn't be surprised to see E-Team Brit potentially take that position, but we'll see. It's a long time and it would have to be a very, very slow stop. But remember, how many cars have we seen, Paul, missing their pits box and having to reverse back in?
Exactly. So anything can happen when you take when you put another variable into the mix, like coming down pit lane. That opens up opportunities for things to go wrong. As E-Team Brit do a good job to keep the car on the racetrack, sliding there through the left-hander. But I just hope, David, we built it up and built it up and built it up. I hope we're right in saying that they do need to make another start. I'm very, very confident that's the case, but my confidence is eroding each second that ticks down on that there clock at the top of your screen. So we'll find out, but E-Team Brit have got a fire lit under them. Certainly that's a car that's been pushed incredibly hard, so they smell an opportunity and they're most certainly not willing to let that one go as they're pushing very hard indeed. 8th position at the moment, but maybe it's some opportunities further down the road.
I've got a feeling that might be a Martin Buchan back behind the wheel of that E-Team Brit machine. He's certainly one of the faster drivers that team have got, and it would make sense to leave him in until the last and get as much out of him in terms of value as they possibly can. But 22 minutes left to go, and I am watching that time with Avanti Racing. I don't know anymore. It just... I don't know. I'm getting really confused here because they pitted with that, but it could be that the cars have actually got a bigger tank than we think. I just don't know.
Their last lap was almost a match for their fastest. No, it was their fastest lap of the day. So they have got the hammer down of Avanti Racing now. They are very, very keen indeed to start putting the lap times in, which suggests they're getting ready to come down pit road potentially, although Mike's looking at me and shaking his head, which suggests that maybe he knows something we don't, and they may well be clear to the checkered flag. Oh no, they'll not be coming into the pits then.
Well, so really, that makes even less sense then. So if they're just marginal on the fuel, why the hell is he pushing like this? Why would you not be coasting a little bit and conserving some of that fuel? That makes zero sense.
Yeah, it really does, because there's no threat in front or behind at this stage, so it is fuel numbers all the way to the checker.
I mean, and the way they're driving this car right now, this is full attack mode. This is full engine map. We're not thinking about saving any fuel at all. So I wonder if they're planning to just pop it in and see what happens.
I suppose the danger you've got when you're running it all the way down to the absolute line and you're really cutting it fine in terms of whether you can make it to the checker or not. You do loads of lift and coasting. You try and buy yourself that capacity, and then you have to pit anyway, and then you lose even more positions to your rival. So maybe they're thinking, hell with it. Go pedal to the metal, go to the wind, and then jump down pit lane on the last lap if you need to.
Tell you what, F for Red Shell Racing and Camsport, though, who were hoping they were going to get a couple of cheeky little free positions there. Red Shell Racing not going to be taking that 5th position, but it also means that Barracuda then safe in that 4th position as well. 20 minutes left to go in this second round of the Simply Race Endurance Series, and this has been an absolute cracker, Paul.
Yeah, it really has been a great race. I wouldn't give up on Avanti Racing needing to jump down pit lane just yet. I think there is still a rather large question mark over that car, although borderline, they're all right with fuel. I think they're giving it everything, and then if they need to stop in the last couple of laps, so be it, they'll stop and push. But we'll find out. Cam Sports certainly have not given up. They're drifting through the chicane. They're really pushing as hard as they can. They can see the Red Shell Racing machine ahead, but 5.3 seconds now. They've shown no real signs of being fast enough to get on a par with the Red Shell car. So I think, really speaking, David, we've come to the point now where, barring some drama for Avante even, everything's kind of settled down to where it's going to be at the checkered flag.
Yeah, so I guess maybe that makes sense with Avante Racing if they're pushing to get as much of a gap as they can and then turn the fuel map down. Again, that whole hesitant in the voice there, as you're never sure if they're going to go in or not. But if they've gone full throttle and full pace out, I mean, I don't know what they've done lap time wise on that last lap there, but if it's still on par with that, they could be doing maybe 2-3 laps of full beans and then cut the engine throttle down and try and conserve as much fuel as they can. But you've got to be honest, with 30-40 seconds, they can just cruise now.
Yeah, exactly. Their last lap, just for information, has dropped off a little bit. It was a 43.4. Remember, 42.4. Remember, the lap prior was their fastest lap of the race, the 41.3. So whether that's maybe courtesy of the slide that we saw coming through the final corner where they lost the rear of the car, and we'll find out, we'll know more in a few moments' time when they cross the checkered flag to complete this lap. If they keep it clean through the final corner, that's where they got out of shape last time. So I'm going to keep my eye on the timing screens. I'll let you know what lap time they achieve as they go over the line now in a moment's time. Their lap is not counted because they had a cut somewhere. Hooray!
Well, that worked out. Oh, dear me. 17 minutes to go, though, and I cannot believe we've just sat through a 6-hour race here at Imola, because it's just been the most intriguing little battle throughout the field. I mean, again, we have to say it, Fordzilla, to get 100 seconds of a gap and lap nearly everyone in the field is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is a dominant performance from Fordzilla. Brilliant driving from their entire team, brilliant strategy, great driving on the racetrack, no mistakes, no real dramas at any stage apart from, as we say, a difficult opening part of the race. And I was looking at the wrong part of the timing screen, actually. Avante Racing across the line, new fastest lap for them, a 1:41.223. So they are giving it everything at this stage.
And you can understand that. That gap's went up.
I can't understand it. I'm Avante Racing. Chill. Lift and coast.
For me, it's get to the point where it becomes not easy to do, and then just turn the engine right down. They've got a 42 second. In fact, it's 15 minutes to go. Just do it now. God, you could literally drive this track in fourth gear and still take that position, surely. Yeah,
well, actually, that's a good point. It's realistic to think that some management in play would give them that position. But hey, if you do that, it's boring and we've got nothing to talk about for the last 16 minutes. So let them keep pushing. I'll keep my eye on the timing screens to see how they go and keep you updated. But certainly a bit of intrigue, because we've now headed into the final 16 minutes of the race.
Just watching our race leader here, Fordzilla, in the lead and trying to put another lap. This is going to be the Need for Speed machine and the casual Apex machine directly in front of him. There's the E-Team Brit car just behind him just now, but 15 and a half minutes left to go. And for Fordzilla, I mean, it's really been a quiet race. They've not put a foot wrong. They've not had anything to worry about. They've not had anything to think about. It's just been exemplary from start to finish.
Yeah, it really has. Barring the bit of dramas over the course of the first few corners of the race, of course, got a bad launch off the line, did Crossland in the Fordzilla, and then eventually dropping down a fourth position at one stage before the recovery drive began. But after that point, that was basically all the misfortune or mistakes rolled in to one small section of the race, and then they've been phenomenal there on it. Not many people put 96 seconds on their rival in second place, especially when that rival is Zansho Rocket Sim Sport. So there's not a lot we can really say that can illustrate the point clearly enough. This is one of the most commanding drives for any team in any competition you will see anywhere. Such has been the level of Fordzilla.
I think it's the consistency as well. I mean, we watched them, and obviously we haven't had much of a chance to watch them, but the fact is, right, 6 hours of 5 hours, 45 minutes of a 6 hour race, and every time we've seen them, it's been so smooth. They've hit their marks, every single driver. Charlie Crossland had experienced some severe back pain, triggering an old back injury in that car, and still able to absolutely tear away. Do you remember back in the day, Paul, when that gap was 20 seconds?
Yeah, exactly. When we were
all
wondering
those many years ago.
All those, what feels like many years ago, when we were wondering if there's still going to be a fight for this race victory and still staying in touch with the number 3 machine. By the way, that reminds me actually, the number 3 machine has been driven by the same driver all the way through this 6 hour race. So big shout out there. That's the first of the 2 Zansho cars. Second overall, that's going to be a very tired gentleman that we speak to when we get to the podium.
Yeah, Dan Handover behind the wheel of that one. He is going to be very, very tired. Maybe a little bit cranky at the end of that. So take some sort of chocolate or food. That usually placates him as well. Again, story of the day as well, though, has to be that number 2 Zansho Rocket Sim Sport. That's been in for a drive-through penalty, remember, and was all the way towards, I think, 10th position, 9th position, clawed themselves all the way back up to P3. But the question still remains, Avanti Racing in that number 11 in 5th place, has it got enough petrol to go to the end?
Well, we'll find an answer out to that one in just under 12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. If you are just joining our broadcast here on the Simply Race YouTube channel, first and foremost, hello and welcome. And where have you been for the last 5 hours and 45 minutes? Because you have missed a barnstormer. This is the Simply Race Endurance Series, 6 hours of Imola. David Christie and myself, Paul Jeffrey, behind the mics for the duration of the race. And it has been a fantastic race indeed here at the Simply Race Sim Racing Centre down in Milton Keynes. So do come, say hello and give us a visit if you're passing or fancy some virtual motorsport in a professionally organised way. That would be very, very cool indeed. And David, we've only got 12 minutes left on the clock. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of shenanigans going on once the checkered flag waves. So I'm going to ask you this a little bit early, but I'm sure nothing will change between now and checkered flag. Team of the day, please, sir.
Oh, I think team of the day, driver of the day has to be Fordzilla. As boring an answer as that is, the fact that it's been an exemplary drive. I mean, this is like when I show drivers or people who are interested in getting into sim racing about like how to drive, this is how you do it. You know, they've just nailed it from start to finish. Every single step of the way, everything they've needed to do, they've done. They've crossed the T's, dotted the I's, checked all the check marks that need to be done. It's been a beautiful drive from Fordzilla. 100 seconds in a 6 hour race is just nuts, absolutely nuts. So that's who gets my vote.
Yeah, man, I would have to totally agree with you on that one. As you say, it's the boring choice, but when a team has just been so picture perfect, so absolutely faultless, not doing anything wrong whatsoever, it's impossible to look any further than that. Although the heart does go with E-Team Brid, who ran so very, very impressively in the early stage of this race before fading down into 8th position as well. Are a good shout for a shout out as no doubt one of the fan favourites.
Oh, now what has happened to Camsport? Now, here's a bit of context. Last lap, Camsport were 3.4 seconds off of Red Shell Racing. Now they're nearly 6. So I wonder if we've got a little bit of fuel saving going on for Camsport right now.
Yeah, no doubt they've started giving up the ghost a little bit now. 51 second advantage to the chasing car behind. Not really a great deal of point of putting too much pressure on the driver or the car. It's just a case of bring it home and see if anything happens up ahead. And Avanti Racing, they're looking like they might do this, you know. 9 minutes 52 seconds, 1 minute 40 odd lap time. Not a lot of running left to go for that car, so they might just do it. Last lap time for Avanti Racing was a 1 minute 42.5, so still going fairly sharpish.
I just don't understand how that's even a thing. I don't understand.
Nope.
And if so, could some of the other teams have benefited from taking less pit stops if they were able to do a 1 hour 25 stint? As we see E-Team Brits still struggling with that car, could some of the other teams have benefited from driving like that?
Honestly, it's very often I'm confused. I'm in a permanent state of confusion, some might say, but very rare I'm speechless. And for Avanti Racing, I'm just speechless. I don't understand it. It defies everything I know to be true. I don't understand how they've done it. Whether they've got like one of those jets that fly above it, that can fuel mid-air, whether that might be possible, that we've just not seen it on the broadcast, but I just don't get it. It doesn't feel I'm going to be perplexed for the 130 odd miles I've got to drive home tonight. I'm going to be perplexed all the way, because that just does not make sense.
Yeah, stewards are going to find a hidden secondary fuel tank, I think, in that car. Just lodged. Actually, the entire roll cage in the car is just an extra fuel tank. That's exactly what it is. But no, they've been doing a cracking job there, and a lot of pace still in that car. They're absolutely going for it. They're not managing fuel. They're not managing the conditions in that car at all. And am I reading that right? Have I just seen that everyone is now a lap down on Fordzilla?
That's depressing. That's impressive, but whoa, that is depressing for the rest of the field. I've never seen domination like that one. Fordzilla, a full lap ahead of everybody, and the number 3 car has not really had any problems or accidents or penalties or anything. It's just pure crushing pace. You don't see that every day of the week, David.
No, you really don't. And like you said, it's different if there was like a monster of an accident or there was a drive-through penalties and chaos and all that sort of stuff. But the number 3 has actually had a reasonably decent outing of it. The number 2, however, now who is that going slowly and getting overtaken by the E-Team Brit car? That doesn't look like the number 2. That is the number 3 going very, very slowly with 7 minutes left to go. Are they limping back to the pits?
Yeah, they're very heavily fuel saving. Their last lap was a 1 minute 45.475, so they are very firmly lift and coast, put the fuel map up as high as it'll go, just try and squeeze the car over the line. And this might be interesting, actually. Does this open the door for the number 2 to find that 32 seconds in 6.5 minutes feels like a long time, but when you go in that slowly, that'll be closed down within the lap.
Wow, that is... What was the last lap there, Paul?
Last lap was a 49.3, so they are in big fuel saving mode now.
I mean, that's what, 6 seconds a lap? So what's that? Let me work that out. That's probably 5 laps that they've got to do. It's not going to be done. But my goodness me, that's talk about leaving it right to the end. That's scary stuff there.
Yeah, big time. There's a lot of fatigue as well. There'll be a lot of fatigue as well playing into this one. Don't forget, he's been behind the wheel for the full 6 hours, but that one's one to keep an eye on for sure. Very much dropping away the pace now. 30 seconds is the gap between the number 2 and number 3 machines. So let's see how that one transpires as the race unfolds. And by the way, Casual Apex now in 10th, Fault Shark down to 11th. So something's happened there.
Yeah, it never rains but it pours for Fault Shark. They were doing very, very well up into the top 5 at one point, and they have just dropped off a cliff down outside the top 10. Great recovery drive from Casual Apex, at least to try and salvage something from the race. Was that the number 3 Zancho machine not dropping as much speed as I thought it would? Although now that gap is coming down, I bet that's on the straights that time is just hemorrhaging out from the number 3. I'm not feeling too comfortable if I'm in that car right now, Paul, because yeah, that is scary pace.
Yeah, it really is. It would be an absolute tragedy if something happens to the number 3 machine that robs him of that second position. It's been a humongous performance to keep that car all the way at the pointy end of the grid for such a long period of time. There you go, some social media tags there as well. Hashtag SRES to follow us on Twitter at Simply Race. So make sure you do check those out for all the latest news from Simply Race and from the Simply Race Endurance Series. Right then, David Christie, 4 minutes 30 28 seconds left on the clock. Last time around, the pace of the number 3 was a 1:49.4. So they are losing big time. 23 seconds, 22 seconds the advantage with 4 minutes, 23 left on the clock. Can they do it?
Yeah, I think they can, but it's touch and go. Given that they've got, 2 laps, maybe 3 laps left to go on this race here, I don't know, because that gap is coming down so quickly, and I think the times are going to go even further up. The problem is that the more fuel saving that they're doing, they're realising, I think, that it's not enough. They need to get more and more conservative, and lift and coast is, especially with how fast this circuit is, this is like a red rag to a bull, because if you're the number 2 car, do not ever tell me that you're not going to see that time dropping down and think, oh yes boys, let's get this. You're going for that second place. Absolutely. Look, there's no pace on that car, Paul.
Yeah, that's a real struggle. Now the question is, does the number 2 car have enough fuel to do anything about it? Same team, one would assume a very similar strategy. So, while we've got the number 3 in strife and struggling, the number 2 could very well be in a similar position. And wow, that is practically pedestrian now. 15 seconds is the gap. So I'm afraid to say this is game over for the number 3. I think it should be giving away that position at the end of this lap 1. This next lap.
I think so. I mean, look at it along this straight here. It's already losing 2 to 3 seconds just on this straight alone. Do you remember all that time ago when we thought it was Avanti Racing that we were going to have to worry about? They're not even bothered about fuel. They're just like, yeah, let's keep going for the fastest laps here. But 10 seconds now, this is done. This is absolutely done. With 2:40 left to go on the clock, we've got at least 2 laps left to go. I can't see them taking this.
Now the question is, David, this is the big one to ask. 37 seconds as they get back to Ubarakuda. Do the Zenshu boys hold station and instruct number 2 to stay behind number 3 and protect in the last few minutes to guarantee a 2-3 and to give the number 3 car its due reward of second position, or are they out for this for themselves?
Well, that's the thing right now, is that I think they have to let it go. That it's done. It's their fault. They didn't manage their fuel correctly. At 6.5 seconds, we were wondering whether or not it was going to be done. And the thing is at a 1:49 pace, that gap would have been fine. They would have held on till the end, as we see at Fordzilla. So it's going to be 2 laps then, I think, there. Because if they go across the line just now, in fact... Yeah. So there should be two laps left to go. This lap and the next lap, and I don't know. Yeah, it's done. It's already. I mean, Fordzilla have signed the death warrant of Zancho's Rocket Sim Sport for that, and the car's out. That's it. It's out of fuel, and it's going to get back to pit lane. But that is done. They were slowing down to avoid the car, maybe, but still, I mean. That didn't... Yeah. Nah. It's done.
Yeah. It's going to be a case... We're just being told that they're slowing down in order to be able to take a team photograph across the checkered flag, which is what we're just being told in our ears, which is probably the biggest disappointment in terms of excitement factor one could imagine at this stage. I'm glad for the number 3, but no, that's like go to a picnic and realising instead of having jam sandwiches, you've just got a basket full of bees. Just not as excited as you thought it were going to be.
What? When have you ever, Paul Jeffrey, gone to a picnic and opened up a basket and gone, oh no, I've done it again?
You got a basket. It happens, and trust me, it's disappointing, especially when you're hungry.
Well, here we go, Fordzilla. Now, if I'm Fordzilla, I'm just backing off. I'm done. Yeah. But you know they're not like that. You know that they'll go and start another lap here.
Yeah, absolutely. As there we go, we cross the line with a few seconds to spare, and it will be one final lap of the 6 hours Simply Race Endurance Series here even at Imola. And yeah, Sancho, there you go. Half a second between each other. Line astern. Talk about taking the sting out of the excitement.
Yeah, what I want to say is the number 2 accidentally misses braking mark.
Yeah.
The most awkward post-race conversation you've ever seen in your life. If anything though, it would be good to see the number 2 just jump in front. I think it's earned that. But again, I don't understand why that needed to be done 3 laps before the end. On the final lap, yeah, I can understand that, but yeah, a very unusual one. Anyway, all the attention, Paul, we have to give it now to Fordzilla.
Yeah, we really do. They took that pole position. They had a difficult opening start to the race, but recovered in tremendous style. And this has been an incredibly professional performance from everybody in this car. They've not put a foot wrong. The hardest battle they've had has been against themselves, has been about keeping their concentration all the way through the race, keeping their monumental pace up. Their last lap, when they don't need to push, is a 42.9, so there was no need to give it any kind of pressure whatsoever. Flashing the lights in celebration, coming round the final corner for the very last time here at the 6 hours of Imola for the Simply Race Endurance Series. It is the Fordzilla team that take the checkered flag in a dominant performance. Weave towards the man waving the flag. That is a race victory, and David Christie, you're never going to see a performance as solid as that one again. That was the stuff of legends.
Yeah, that was an epic race from Fordzilla there. They are going to be delighted with that one. They did everything that they needed to do. That got a little bit close, I'll be honest, on that camera angle for my liking. But again, what a strong performance from Zancho Rocket Sim Sport to come over the line, taking those final 2 steps on the podium. They were the best of the rest just now, but it's a photo finish for the team, and really, they've done everything that they needed to do today.
Yeah, fabulous performance from these 2 cars. They made life very, very difficult for themselves several times during the course of the race, but snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in that 2nd and 3rd position. Applause on the floor for our race winners as Barracuda now in 4th place come home and take that checkered flag. 4th position. They thought they had a chance for 3rd, but 4th is another very solid day's work indeed.
It absolutely is, and of course, because several of the cars are a few laps down, most of the drivers have actually now finished the race here.
So great stuff from Barracuda, their 2nd, 4th position of the season. Of course, that's a very good start to their championship. Avanti Racing, we wondered if they were going to make it to the checkered flag, and eventually they did indeed to cross the line in 5th place. So good result for Avanti Racing there. They did have enough fuel to the checkered flag, which is great stuff. Red Shell Racing crossed the line in 6th. Cam Sport, a disappointed 7th, I think. They had designs on P5 when we spoke to them earlier in the race, but 7th still a good result. E-Team Brit crossed the line in 8th. Green Shell Racing in 9th. And Casual Apex, the last of the point scorers, David, in 10th position. That was a hard-fought race for them.
Whew, that was awesome stuff. And I mean, what was that? About 208 laps, 210 laps we've done here at Imola in 6 hours. That was a stint and a half. Huge congratulations to all of the teams, all of the drivers. I mean, Dan Handover doing that single stint. That was amazing stuff. So, yeah, Paul, I think we'll need to jump to a very short commercial break shortly, and then you're going to be out on the floor talking to all of the winners.
Woot woot. Enjoy. See you on the other side of the break, everybody. 6 hours is over and done with, and now it is time for the podium celebrations. So, gentlemen, congratulations to everybody on finishing what has been a dramatic race. And in third place, can we have the number 2 Zansho SimSport car? Congratulations. Chaps, fantastic race, fantastic result. Must have been hard out there. Can you tell us about how it went?
Pretty decent. We made a few fairly important mistakes, especially at the start, getting the jump start and the drive through, so that didn't really help. But yeah, just working back forwards then.
Brilliant stuff. Outstanding result. And in second position, another Zansho Rocket SimSport car. Can we have the number 3, please? You're tired. Fantastic result in second position, and obviously you've gone solo on that one. So apart from feeling tired, how you feel after that one?
Tired. There's not very much else to say. Yeah, it was a bit last minute, and it was just like, well, we're going to go solo with the number 3. Cool. Didn't really know what to expect, and yeah, I think it all worked out at the end, to be fair, so I can't complain.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and a great performance to get that second position at the checkered flag. But unfortunately for everybody else, but congratulations to Fordzilla, absolute domination. First place in qualifying, bit of drama off the line, but then crossed the checkered flag 100 seconds ahead of everybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our winners, Team Fordzilla. Congratulations, guys. When we saw you, it was an absolutely faultless performance out on track. We didn't see you put a wheel wrong and dominating at the end, I think, lapping the entire field. How does it feel to be our Imola 6-hour winners?
Just what we do.
Modest as always, then. But again, great performance. Did it ever feel out of control for either of you at any stage, or was it as easy as it looked?
Well, I suppose as soon as we got the gap, with the drive-through they had, and we built up a gap from Dan, it felt like we could just control the race from there. And then as soon as Dan had the drive-through, we then saved the fuel to try and keep the hour, and that was it, really. So that was easy enough done. So it just gave us control when we had that lead. That's all we needed.
Brilliant. And from the commentary box and from everybody at home as well, I'm sure it was a fascinating race. 6 hours, intensity all the way to the end. These two teams made it a bit dramatic. I was thinking we had a bit of a problem in the final flag. But again, to everybody who took part today, congratulations. To everybody at home, thank you for tuning in. And can we give it up? 1, 3 podium finishing teams. Fantastic stuff. And for everybody at home, I'm going to hand back over to David Christie in the comms box.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Paul Jeffrey. Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat we have had today. Absolutely spoiled with this amazing round 2 at Simply Race Endurance Series. We head off for a little bit of a break and a little bit of time to recharge our batteries, but we will be back before you know it. Paul Jeffrey just heading back off, but a huge thank you as always to all of our commercial partners for making events like these happen. So on behalf of everyone here at Simply Race, on behalf of Mike Yao and our production team behind the scenes, for myself, David Christie, and from Paul Jeffrey on site there down at Milton Keynes, thank you very much for watching. Stay safe, enjoy yourself, and we'll see you back very, very soon for round 3.